Good morning, Sinead.
Good morning, Owen. It's a gorgeous morning.
Isn't it? It's actually it's lovely. It's I had a lovely walk out here. Not on purpose, I intended to get a taxi, but I know we actually have a motion this morning about how we need more taxis, so I'm delighted to see that after walking here this morning.
It probably did you the world of good after Sean's bar last
This
night.
is it. It helped me replenish this morning. But yeah, no, it's great. There's a great atmosphere here. A big crowd of people coming in through the exhibition hall on the way in. So you can tell us, maybe viewers would like to know about what's happening in terms of that. So for the experience people have when they come to the Ard Fheis isn't just in the room here or in the auditorium. There are people here from different organisations. So who's here?
We've got about 40 different stalls this year.
Wow, yeah.
And I mean, just looking through the list, and the hall with the stalls is buzzing at the moment. So you have the likes of Respond, Open University, Inclusion Ireland, Women for Election, The Wheel, Alone, for Oiga. It's got loads of different groups.
Brilliant.
NGOs, universities, advocacy groups, and a lot of action and interaction going on around the stalls. And that's always a lovely part of it. And then we also have, the people don't realise sometimes, the side events as well.
Yeah. Tell us more about those.
So there's two really big side events happening today. The first is it's a discussion and a book launch on the late Rita O'Hare. So the name of that book is Irish Unity is the Future, and it's going to be chaired by Jerry Adams, and the panellists, it's a great lineup on the panellists. It's Brandon Brownlee, Dawn Doyle and Danny Morrison. And they will be discussing obviously the book, which is a memoir of Rita O'Hare, and also her life and her contribution to the Republican struggle. So that will be a lovely event. If you're here in at the Ard Fheis, it would be nice. A nice time would be spent on that.
Well, this is it, and it's, I mean, for people, there would be a lot of people here who'd have known Rita and really value her contribution to the Republican movement. So it's great to see that marked here, and to have that kind of event. And the other event that's happening.
And then the other event is, and I suppose it's on a more practical level and looking to the future as well. It's it's an event on the role of a county councillor in Irish local government. So that's going to be incredibly useful, I imagine, to an awful lot of our people.
Sorry, we can hear in the background here in the hall, people are being invited to come into the hall and make sure we can get things started. And Rose Conway Walsh is trying to put people in their places and make sure they come in, and they're not, because people are hanging out in the exhibition centre.
Too busy chatting.
This is it, like ourselves. But I suppose. There we go. She's rallying the crowd, which is great. But that's part of it. The atmosphere here, and the fact that there are fringe events, and the kind of things that can come from those fringe events in terms of not only our new councillors, and we have newly elected councillors in places right across the country, some places we never had before.
Yeah.
And for them to be able to get that experience. But I know from last year, there was a fringe event on the Irish language, which was a packed room full of people who were really passionate about different things. And now you can see the impact of that this year, because right now we're going to have a session, a dedicated session specifically about our language, our culture, our arts, which I think demonstrates that from these discussions, a year later you have a rake of motions all about these things. And I know you've been working in terms of our cultural preservation and everything from Mary Lou's office on Moore Street, and our campaign to make sure that the battleground of 1916 isn't turned into a wasteland for developers to make profit with absolutely no regard to the opportunity that's there to make the most of our history. So I don't know if you could tell us a bit about the work you're doing on that.
Sure. So Mary Lou's office, Mary Lou in particular, has been working with the Moore Street Preservation Trust. Yeah. This work, a large part of our work earlier this year was hosting an international conference. Big shout out to the GPO and An Post, who let us use, they gave us a lend of the hall. For the event, which was incredibly appropriate, as you can understand.
Nothing better than Republicans taking over the GPO for a day. I mean, it's,
again,
always goes well. So.
It was an incredibly successful event, and what we were trying to do is start a wider conversation outside of Sinn Féin, in the whole community, in the whole Irish community, and international community, because we did have international speakers attending at it as well. And Rose is off again, putting manners on people.
She's making sure people know how long a walk they have to come from their breakfast. Rosa's having fun with the crowd now, which is good to see as well. It's great to see the people enjoy being here. Like the people, even the reps having the opportunity to speak to the crowd who are here. They are excited to be part of this, to be part of a gathering of Republicans discussing ideas, big ideas. Yeah.
And actually, there's a lovely atmosphere, isn't there?
Oh, there really is. Yeah. No, it's brilliant. Like we were saying about the GPO conference, it was an opportunity to kind of hear from experts and people, experts both in terms of the international presence, but also the local experts, the people who know Moore Street best, the traders.
So the speakers they ranged from market stall holders, like fourth and fifth generation market stall holders on Moore Street, to a guy. The lead of a Massachusetts architectural firm who has just completed the National Monument against the legacy of slavery in Alabama, in America, and every single person was on the same page, coming at it from different angles, but getting to the same place where they said that the battlefield of 1916 must be preserved, must be used as an educational tool, and also spoke about the economic case for doing this as well. That, O'Connell Street, the North Inner City, it needs a lift. It needs an economic lift. I don't think anybody can disagree with that. And we do have a potential jewel in our tourism, in our culture, in our historical crown, in the GPO and the wider battlefield area. So we're really pushing for that. Obviously, there's been certain planning permissions have been granted in the last couple of weeks that we are not too happy about. I don't think that would be a huge secret, but we will just continue on. Mary Lou's office and the Preservation Trust will still continue on promoting and battling for that jewel in our tourism crown to be celebrated, to be preserved and to be promoted. I think it's a huge opportunity for us.
100%. And you see, I mean, when people go and travel to places, they want a bit of the history. Not that things are kind of kept as like museum pieces, but that there's a living sense of you're part of something that's real, that the idea that 1916 inspired people, that Moore Street has been a thriving market going back centuries now, that you're part of something historic. And that's, I mean, people, like you see the kind of the cities and towns all around Europe who do so much work to preserve what they have of their history, to make the most of it, because they recognise that economic gain. I know there are emotions about the Gaeltacht as well this morning as part of that culture section. And there has been a recognition in recent reports from our Oireachtas committees that there's a massive economic benefit to valuing language, to valuing culture, to placing that emphasis there in such a way that preservation isn't about something kind of backward thinking, it's about forward thinking. It's about thinking this is for the future generations that benefit from this.
That's it, Owen, because if you don't know who you are, how do you know where you want to go? And it's all about Moore Street 1916. It's all stitched into the Irish national identity.
Exactly.
It has shaped where we are now, and we're a couple of generations further down the line, but it still informs us, particularly as Republicans. It absolutely informs our work and informs our vision. But I think for the actual state, Rose is back giving it again. Oh.
There'll be another few minutes now before we actually get started on the debate. And like you were saying, Rose has just been informing people that they need to brusty suus and make sure that if they want to speak, they're here, because there's a queue already gathering. I can just about see it. I actually can't see the end of the queue because the way the hall is, so there must be a good few people speaking. So that's always good. It demonstrates the kind of passion there is for exactly what you were saying, that idea of how much our culture matters to us, how much it defines us. And it's that kind of idea of if we want to embrace the opportunities that Ireland offers, that makes us different, that makes us unique, what are they? What are the things we have that no one else has?
Exactly.
And part of that is that Republican heritage, and it's, this isn't, Sinn Féin doesn't own this. The people of Ireland own that heritage, and so it shouldn't be left to private developers to take it over and do what they want with it. That'd be our case. And I know we have a bill that I work with Angus O'Snuddy, who will be speaking shortly on these motions, and he has a bill specifically to protect Moore Street as a culture quarter for future generations, and I understand that that's something that the Trust is quite keen to see passed, but it has already passed the second stage in the Dáil, and yet, despite no opposition in the Dáil, unanimous support that this is something worth pursuing in legislation, planning permissions being granted, the process keeps going, there's no recognition of that unanimous voice from the Dáil that actually this is worth preserving, and I think it's concerning really that the democratic process can be so kind of laid by the wayside, But it's great to see the work Mary Lou is doing and having that kind of emphasis from the leader of the opposition.
And the Trust as well, the Preservation Trust, Moore Street Preservation Trust. You can find them online. They've got a Facebook page. Without them, to keep battling on and keep putting this in the media and keep putting this at the forefront of people's minds, you dread to think what might have happened with Moore Street if it wasn't. In fairness, the Trust have been putting in the hard yards over the last couple of years, people might have missed or maybe they were on it.
One last call for the people in the canteen, if they could make their way into the main auditorium so we can get started on the section on supporting our language, culture and the arts. So Garmila Mahagab, if you could make your way in here. Thank you.
Interactive, hugely successful, and the focus as well is on, because it was Imelda, it was on the Monona heron that were stitched into that whole time of Ireland. It's a really good thing, and look, we can keep them posted.
Oh, definitely, and you see the interest when there are these tours of the battleground, and it's a sad situation to see the dilapidation in the area and how bad things have been let go. But when there are tours organised, I remember going on one where Adrian Dunbar, the actor, was there, and you were crying in your head to see over the crowd to hear what was happening. It was exciting. It was, and there were people there reenacting the roles of Pierce and Winifred Carney, and it was really always something else. And that's the kind of thing that people would come to Ireland to see.
100%.
And imagine if we could harness that for our economy, for our
society.
Just to
remind you that the Ard Fheis ballot boxes are located in the catering area. And delegates are asked to cast their vote as soon as possible. But to remind you that the ballot closes at 3 o'clock. So please don't forget. And that's as much a reminder to myself as much as anything else, because it's very easy to forget in the course of the day.
Also something that happens today is the election, and this is what Rose is explaining now. People here, the members, the delegates who are here from their different common all across the country, they get to vote throughout the day on who represents them on the Ard Fheis. So that's the kind of most senior council or organisation within Sinn Féin, and they are elected by the members to represent their views, to make sure that throughout the year between the Ard Fheis's wishes are implemented.
Has been an extremely busy year for the party, both north and south. We had the Southern, the European and local elections. We fought the Westminster election in the north. So you'll forgive me for saying finances across the party are tight, and with the 26th county general election imminent, a successful national draw couldn't be more crucial. So I'd ask you this year for a big push on the national draw to raise finances for your own constituencies as well as the overall campaign. This is probably the most important election that we have fought for a long time. And obviously we need the finances to do that. So the national draw.
It also includes ordinary members who aren't in any elected position, but they want to bring their perspective to the Ard Fheis and make sure it's not all just the elected reps. It's a grassroots organisation, and it's not just people elected today. There'll be people representing Cuaige, people representing Commemorations, who are elected separately as reps to the Ard Fheis. So it's a wide organisation. It makes sure that a diversity of voices are heard. And it makes sure that between the this Ard Fheis and the next Ard Fheis, there is kind of a membership leadership in the party and making sure that its members are heard throughout the year. Because, as I mentioned yesterday, the Ard Fheis is really, that's the main democratic structure of the party. This is where our rules and policies get decided. It's not decided in Leinster House, not decided in Stormont, it's decided here by the members, and that gives a voice to the members who speak passionately on their motions and make sure that what they want done and said is what our politicians, then our elected representatives, articulate for them in any positions that they have. And it's a great chance for them to have their say.
You know what always strikes me, Owen, is the time and the preparation that speakers put in to their contributions. I mean, it speaks volumes of the passion and the interest that members have, that they want to get up in front of comrades and friends and an awful lot of people that they don't know.
Exactly.
Okay, folks, Majima Rish, on Ard Fheis, Contusnu, Tommy Agleacht, our Chop.
Any chance to rant at people, sure, you know me. Sure, I'm here doing the same thing. Sure, look, but I think we're going to start now, so we'll wrap up and we'll talk to you later. Enjoy the show.
Our language, culture and the arts. In your programme, you'll see these are motions 60 to 75. We'll also take the supplementary motion 4 on your green sheets. And I just want to remind you of the fringe meetings that are taking place at the lunch break. One is on Rita O'Hare's memoir, and the other is the 21st century councillor in local government. Details are on the clár. And I would really ask you again not the opportunity to go to those breakout sessions, and particularly the one we all remember, Rita O'Hare. Been here for many, many, many Ard Fheis. I don't think I can ever remember an Ard Fheis that Rita O'Hare wasn't at, and we remember her today. So now I'm calling for speakers on this session. I want to inform delegates that there's a slight discrepancy on the numbering of the clár. Now, from this section on, compared to the earlier version circulated on email, and delegates who are mandated to vote in particular ways, I'd ask you just to double check the printed clár to ensure that you are voting as you intend to vote. So just be conscious of that. You might just have a run through it. So Tá this Bóracht Oscailse, Bawatlam Cúna Sahala, and could delegates who wish to address this section of the Ard Fheis please form a queue near to the podium. And I just remind delegates to identify themselves and the common or the Corla Cantor or the Corla Cuiga they're representing. And I would ask speakers to be brief and to speak to the motions to give everyone an opportunity. So now I'd like to call on my friend and comrade Angus Osnoddy to begin this section. Gur míle mágad.
Gur mágad agus fear an fáilte roimh ar maidin. Canúnach atá ann dar gultúr agus tá na líon na gaintóirí léithúil Gaeilgeas a Gaeltacht ag titim ganach teilech amháin as gach cúig ag tógant a cluine trí Gaeilge anois. Jalan rialtas ratha, trolínta planál tíochta Gaeltacht trí bhliain ó shin agus gach ráithe ó shin. Tá níos mó seans ann teacht ar óir ag bun túr báistí ná teacht ar trolínta dara ó briain anois, mar ní ann dóibh. Jalan rialtas comá táchán a rachtáil arís de údarás na Gaeltachta níor dheanúd ar amhlaigh, finscéal eile ón tara dara ó Brian. Jalan rialtas dúbalta dhéanamh ar líon na daltaí sa Gael scoilíocht chun freastal ar an éileamh atá ann faoi láthair. Ach tá titim tarlatha an céad uair le 50 bliain. Finscéal ón ara Norma Foley agus ó rialtas na Glasig Fianna Fáil agus Fine Gael. Tá réiteach na faibe ann. Rialtas nua, rialtas Sinn Féin. Rud atá tastáilúing na ara sinsearach atá daríire faoin géir céim. Agus tá bród orm go bhfuil plán ulmhíonach ag Sinn Féin chun tuairt faoin géir céim seo atá ann a thaobh an Gaeilge de. Agus an policy is cuimseach riamh chun taíocht a chinntiú the pobl na Gaeltachta agus lei sin fáilte the tamil of Leonta in Ishigwing. Comala sin, tá plana gwein chun an Gaelga normalú sa gná hail leithúil agus sin an count sin, a ríis tá sé ann. Úsáid na documéidí seo a cháirde mar tána policy ann, tána réiteach na faibanna ann. Agus go lua mar a lorug an Ard Fheis river oring. Seolamid plan cuimseach Gaelidach as chun ceart gach lanamh in éireann a chintú. An Gaelge a eolam nó chuid idachas a bheith ann as Gaelge. Agus tá sé sin ann agus beidh sé fáiltethe leis stig de caiiciis nó mar sin. The réir an rún an léaniu bé comá ar a seosrach le don Gaelge sa Rhine Dachas faoi rialtas Sinn Féin. Tá agus bé in eisteacht mór ag tastáil darneoig agus sin an fág ar ógar Sinn Féin an seachtain seo os cin 60 milliún euro breise in our budget marachtak de fihe cuaig. Níl ann sin ach tús. Sinn Féin also pledged 60 million extra in 2025 for our arts, culture and heritage, including 20 million for the Arts Council, because we are serious about building a public Nahairn, which is a public Nahalian, a republic of the arts. We've listened to the artists at our Dáil Allian and the over 1,000 artists and supporters who took part in our online survey only this year. Artists are struggling to get by. Many are leaving our shores because of income precarity and a lack of spaces in which to live and to work in. I have set out a 50-point plan for a Sinn Féin Arts Minister to defend, to demystify, democratise and to decolonise Irish culture, and these are online. They're nice and colourful to go with the arts, but I again urge people to use those documents to engage with the artists in their communities and to ensure that people understand the arts policies that the party is not just adopting, but is trying to ensure that it's implemented throughout. We will safeguard Ireland's heritage. We will save Moore Street for future generations, and we will make access to the state-run heritage sites free. Is the culture na Nahairn, showed Nahairn, a raigling don Aviocan, Gormagwif.
Gormaga Tengus, and the co-lead on this section is Aisling O'Reilly, MLA.
Gormaiga agus Monty Moyle Vacarja agus a Comradiha. Is honor war do of Anshaw Oswergore or Majin Amalia a Haloon. Marisol doing the Tosia Cultura wine a Kievnu agus Fas or Janga Duhish. Ach is Cudge Wanusak Darvenulak more probably. To Uber war agus Gul Hunken, all war janta Hunagiliga a Hur Hunken a Remshi Pubble agus Remshi Polachakta Le Tamil Anus. Lannan Sinn Féin ag play le groupie Fubble Waniha Achela. Ag taku le grúpi Gaelig, ag taku le Felche agus le hemachtaí cultartha, ag kentu go mé ra ar an teanga beo bahach sa saoil leithil. Ní amháin last year in a institute a coharithe taobh muidóibh cumhain. Bóil an mó buithe sa ggóil agus urge harinks ar scoin hebre a tugcha ag na hagriachtaí, na grúpi, scolanna, erbri an lá agus ihe hon ar teanga a as, a orbert agus a gangnu in ar sohi. Tá méri 8.2 fin céad ar arneol an géalaigis le 2 bliana anuas. Agus is léirí é seo ar rath na hebre buinte amach ag na grúpi pobl wanithe seo an aineoin na núchlein. Tá policy géalaige curtha fáim ag cóirla cethar gara, agus cheantar an treitheabáin, agus ag cóirla cheantar fermanach agus na homaí. Am a cethar héan Belfirste, tá cóirla han publi ar bon faoi lethar maidir le dreg policy géalaig nua a bhhanú. Tá níos mó cóirthaí sráide dá hangach in is Belfirste a né doran hen féin a gcóirla cearthach Belfirste stocarach de dheanú ar feann na blianta hon an critar maidir le cóirthaí a athru. Curann sé brád orm ar deanga a ecail go puebli do bhar achtasaíach Jane ón ar nonadaithe taobhastí de cheomraí na cóirla agus na gríomhraí teanga a luí mé ní bailúthe. Is céim stáiriúil hon cin é ahantas a figiúil a thuirt den Gaeilge a crach an anfa a tá daingnithe ag Sinn Féin. Réitíonn an reachtaíocht seo an bhealach do níos mó inachtathe agus úsáide na Gaeilge sa saoil puebli. Rud a thugann déis de Gaelgraí sa túisceart teach their servicey agus iad héin a chur a lethar ina dteanga dúchais le brád gan fáitis ribh leisceal. Tá Sinn Féin ag obair chun an act Gaeilge a chur a bhaim a é blianta de Activism. Is déis dúin a ceapahan Commissioner a teanga agus chur a bhaim stratais na Gaeilge le háit na teanga a gangú go bún in our sóthaí. Tá Sinn Féin bradal as our jumatas, as our seachadú agus as our blán han our teanga a orbert a chosint agus a chur hon kin. Mar a dúirtar de réir a chéile a thugtar an Caisleán agus Lanthaí Virginia a réil le sin gur míle mai agah.
Chief, Corleor Stefan Connaty, Patrick Common, Conde and Cowan. Cardigale is mainlum Lauert or son Rune, Shaska Kuig, 65. Kutorfi Corlori Tuffa, Fui Wulti, Hunru Nigelige, a Chorivaim Ejev Status Nigelige, Sna Hudros Ochula. Galtanish Rave Taukon, Avian Show, a Hogan Farty de Fubble Nigelige. Tashinamanish, the Corlori Tuffa, the Quidchin Fain, Barty Yenov, the Rare Arm Rehor, Agus Grivu, our son Arjanga, in our Gorley Hen. Tá sé an amanish agus ol Taukon na bakon, Gememid Egleru do Fobal na Gaeilge, agus don Fobal i Gwitchina, Gurbe Sinn Féin Party na Niel, Gurbe Sinn Féin on Rawa is far do votary I Dave na Janga, agus Gurbe Sinn Féin atá Darira Fuinar Nyaltanis Taukon. Is Kinche go will go, Gon Auris, le Hifagak Gaeilge Lán Aimsraha, a bheith fustihe I Gach Corlia, Conte agus Carrach. Go Ferul is go make Birch fustihe. Golan Aimsraha e Gach Corlia. Lastig de Ranog Gaeilge a Chiasan a Chussi Féin agus atá mar chuid destructor de Gach Udras Áitiúil. Becart stratéis don Gaeilge a bheith forbathe agus a bheith curtha I bhaim e Gach Udras Áitiúil agus becart don Udras Áitiúil takeíocht a chur fáil an talamh chun an Gaeilge sa phobal a threisiú. Tá gá agus tá géir gá leis an gríomh seo. Ach na dhéanaí aine eile a chairde is gád Sinn Féin dhéanamh agus tá sé anis in de Chorlóirí Tuffa de chuid Sinn Féin toirt faoin obair seo, fud fad na tíre sa tearma seo amach roin. Mar sin mollam go mór Rún Seaca Cuaig, gur maigad.
Okay, smisha kahlo morku as cum I grim I gochti I cléri tushgar clún dulcan. A charges a cumradahe. William Lert go general turn the runte a current galco concane she chin runte shaska hain shaska tree shaska car shaska cuig shaska shay shaska shaska hook shaska knee. Larry and Lane more rune and jaw hill dowalound and gaelge in our party. Agus go will an Gaeilge gré lord na rave loja frick cholini. Mar jerk kneecap na habre Jane. Agus náver sin nor ceartún mar forty Barty ein de rare mriher agus gnevu na multimortal Jane Duggan her na blinta. Colin Bart leis an Barty a Gailu mar vi glache an ordesh fi sé jeg. I Dave na Gael scolechte. Tá roin dócha seo jas I gníomhú ag Jane of a seach níhil gan frasler an Jawhill agus an taileh dálaund an scoíocht trí Gaeilge. Nach scálach an scéile go le méid sin balse agus cáracha bhfuil folú scoil scoíochta ann. Rud a léiríonn go smior an mion nua cholínachas an tírstáit agus an sean cholínachas a sé condé. Taki mís le rúnta seaca hain go seaca ní. As these top the fos, gneave me shorhu. Tirgan changa, tirgan anam, gurmagaf.
Paul Maskey, West Belfast MP, and Black Mountain Corley Cantor supporting motion 60. Akarja, as the MP for the constituency that is the home of Casement Park, I know the importance it is to the local community, to Antrim and Ulster Gaels, to the local economy and to the city of Belfast. It will be a game changer and will help with the continued regeneration of West Belfast, bringing investment and jobs to the local area. I have no doubt that this RDS will reiterate Sinn Féin's support for the redevelopment of Casement Park. Casement Park, when redeveloped, will provide a world-class venue for Antrim Gaels, and it will be the crown, jewel in the crown for Ulster GAA for many generations to come. The decision by the British Government to withhold the necessary fund for Casement Park to host the 2028 Euros is a missed opportunity for sport and for our local economy. The local economy would have benefited to the tune of £100 million over that short period of time and beamed into millions of homes throughout the world. It should come to no surprise to any of us that the British Government, whether they are Labour or Tory, will treat us all with contempt. But we have a solution for that, folks. It's called Irish unity. A generation now of young Gaels has missed the opportunity to play at Casement Park. Well, let's make that the last generation to miss out. The British Government must honour the commitments they have made and work with the Executive, the Irish Government and the GAA to allocate the funding required to deliver this crucial redevelopment. There has always been obstacles put in the way of Casement Park, as there are those who don't want to see a state-of-the-art stadium or anything else positive in West Belfast. West Belfast is a welcome community and it is one of the most progressive constituencies on this island. The GAA is anti-sectarian and anti-racist and is committed to the principles of inclusion and diversity at all levels. But unfortunately, there is a hatred from certain quarters against West Belfast and the Gaelic Games. Well, that hatred and bitterness will never win because Casement Park will be built and West Belfast will continue moving forward. Gor Magov.
Damien Rooney, Barnes McCormick, Cummin Mullingar, speaking on motion 72. Accordia, although the TV licence in its present form is not fit for purpose and could do with some serious reform, I would like to bring the delegates' attention to the 80 or so jobs in An Post that will be directly impacted by any change in the present system. As many of you may know, An Post have the contract for collecting and policing the TV licence. The staff that are involved in this operations are usually the staff that are forgotten about in this debate. These jobs are good, pensionable, unionised jobs, and they must be protected. They should never be subject to layoffs or downgrading. Even though the abolishing the TV licence is inevitable, we as a party who represent working class people must support the redeployment of staff to duties of equal status. Accordingly, ordinary working people should not suffer because of the mismanagement of RTE. Gura Mahagat.
Just before the next speaker begins, if your car registration number is 211D 2525, your car window is left wide open, so you might like to go out and close it, just in case.
6-7 hours a day, 5 days a week, for 8 years. This is not the fault of our Irish teachers who do brilliant work for our language. It is the fault of our flawed education system, still suffering from colonialism. An céad cúpla focail a dul mé, bhí me I réamh scoile, bhí me cethar bliana d'aois agus bhí na focail sin, sí síos agus seaas suas. The first few words I learned in Irish were when I was 4 years old and in play school. And those words were sit down and stand up. It's now time we all stand up for our language. For me, that needs to start with how our language is taught in schools. There needs to be a direct link from Gael schools to the nearest Gael Coláiste, so children who are fortunate enough to learn our language in primary school don't just stop there. We've seen how influential our elected reps and activists were and are for Ocht na Gaeilge in the 6 counties. We need that same enthusiasm, the same promotion, the same passion for our language in the south. There should be no geographical hotspot for our language. We should all be walking, talking hotspots. If you don't speak it, speak about it. If you can speak it when and when you can. The want and need for our language outside the Gaeltacht is there. We just need the support. Support these motions, support our culture, support our language. Garmila Mahagad.
Anthony O'Farrell, Cummin Sean Sharkey, here everyone. Majamwaya Harja, a Ard Gael, Cursi Luher Arm, Naroon Shaw, Ayakel and Clara and you. One and she had Galir, the Cursi Cultra, August Cursi Gaelic. Ta Cursi Cultra, August Cursi Gaelic. Fitcha Futcha La Kela, August Ni Higlin, the Scaru, O Kela. Just Boyla Mara, Saverla, Kamoi. I was delighted to see the motions on the Clar for this year. They all are connected with our culture and our language. We can't disconnect the two. August Hucky Lum and La Ard Fheis, a Kaihu, a Lord Wayne Gaelic, August Kursi Changa. Is Fugo Moore, Aid Gulir, na Rin the Taugin and you. August Shin Racha, Boy Lum, Mawehas, August Cogarges, a goal, Lesh, Nadini, a hug, when our bride and you aid. La Fernia Ra, Vishi Jack or do, Jury or Kiana Winoku. It was hard to pick out one motion in particular. Any of the ones that are supporting the Irish language, Tamasha, a whack law or fad, I'm in favour of them all, and I want you to support them as well. Marshindit, Taworm Aid, a horse Lakela, Viscaha wine. So therefore, I have to bring them all under the one umbrella, if you like. And Kiad Kyon, Bawailam Lord Fui, Rune Shaska, near Korgamay Fai Ogin, the Takak Alail da Rune Shaska Darlum. We shouldn't have any problem getting support for motion 60. Dakala Park, Casement, and Malferstia. Bay Park, Casement, again. Tugagi were Dakiok, Do. We shouldn't have any problem getting this motion passed. We will have Casement Park in Belfast, I can assure you. Beim Hain ag ober Mayihal, Leshin Gaelic a Horhund Hen and McCanter Hain. I work day and daily in McCanter Hain, trying to promote the Irish language. To Galore Diniella, Ogin and Shaw, Augustan and Shade and Rod Kena. There's plenty of other people here in Sinn Féin who do the same in their own areas. But while go Dorachib, we're Dakak, than the Rune Ella or Fad, a one in Leshin Gaelic, Sarin Shaw. I would like you all to support all the motions that support our language and culture. One in Shade La Cursi Gael Takta, La Cursi Itchahis, La Cursi Gael Scoliac, the Brown Arm, La Fulham na Gaelic, August Dulhun Kin na Gaelic. They're all connected with the Irish language, be it the Gaeltacht areas, Irish medium education.
Time.
The Brown Arm.
Garma.
Díobh chuirde smisha Roisin na Cliam agus tá bainte gom le Cumann Nolan Downey I méal firste. Back in 1969 a chuirde, Óglach Martino Kine spoke of Agabháil na Héireann, on Raibh Lloyd Intine agus Raibh Lloyd Anima, Raibh Lloyd a Gwersi Muine, Sheleve agus Marachtála. The reconquest of Ireland, the revolution, a revolution of the mind and of the soul, a revolution in terms of wealth, ownership and living. O'Kine's vision remains the watchword of the day for freedom-loving people, fud na tíre, and is perfectly encapsulated by the likes of Bonu, Tauchi na Tuha, agus an Vehel Náisiúnta Planálatanga, who are organising as grassroots activists against the destruction of an Gaeltacht. And for that reason, I ask you to support Rún Iver Seachto Cahar 74. While up to 45% of houses in some Gaeltacht regions, such as Keary, Hass or South Kerry, are holiday homes, locals are being deprived of the opportunity to live in their own communities and to build on their own land. Compound the seasonal immigration of English-speaking holidaymakers and the emigration of native Irish speakers, and you have the death of an Gaeltacht and a devastating blow to Irish-speaking Ireland. What kings and queens, colonists and settlers never managed to do is now succeeding under the willing participants of Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil. Ach no Cailimish Mishnach, let us not lose faith. The next section of the Ordesh will focus on Aontú na hÉireann, Irish unity, our generation's unique opportunity to fundamentally reimagine and reconstruct our society. Le ríimiis le linn an phléúd, nach géil hamíde mar phoblachtánnig bríomh de éidir nua cholínach nó le brálach. Let us reaffirm during these discussions that we, as Irish Republicans, will never settle for a neoliberal or a neo-colonial United Ireland. We strive only for a republic of equals, unphoblacht, the republic for which men and women fought and died. And while language reconquest and reclamation should be led by the people, Sinn Féin must be the political vanguard of our cultural struggle. An Ghaeilge and an Gaeltacht in Éireann Aontaithe should not only survive but thrive. Faoibh lá a bheith ordanga dúchais agus na counter Gaeltachta in Éireann Aontaithe. Gur míle maith agaibh.
Díobh Armad na Cardas Misha Oshino Shiachan, Kirkiach Ella, as common Vala and colleague Eglawater Son Ruin Iver Shaskane. Is a Yannick and Ruin shot not Kinta Ian of Deg, Amok Ara Sheenshruk going Don Gaelga, Agus Don Gaeltucht, Don Memish Eguacht, Ara Ilar an Eanig, the Hanga Aveg Ilar an Eanig, Ara Radakuk, Le Plan Radakuk, Marchud, the Realtas Radakuk, Hin Féin. Accordia, an Irish language revolution is happening right across this country, a young, vibrant revolution. But for far too long, consecutive governments, as Roisin has outlined, have treated our national language with a special kind of contempt. They treat it as an irrelevance, a mere detail, and sometimes even an embarrassment. This motion would ensure that Sinn Féin would appoint a senior minister with responsibility for An Gaeilge, Agus An Gaeltacht, reflecting the centrality of the Irish language in a Sinn Féin administration. Accordia, we can discuss and debate these motions all we want, but at the end of the day, it won't matter if we're not in a situation, in a position to implement them. Now, Simon Harris thinks he has the next election in the bag. The media have written us off, the establishment have written us off. They think they have pacified us. They think they have foreseen everything. They think they have provided against everything. But in the words of An Piarseach at the grave of that great Cork Fenian, the fools, the fools, the fools. They underestimate the determination, the spirit, the Jungvaltacht in this room of Irish Republicans right across Ireland who believe in a united Ireland of equal citizens. Marsin Accordia, Denimish an Tawachan Shaw a Vuachant, Denimish Era Aontaithe a Hogáil in An Gaeilge bar an Creen a Ríist. Gur míle maith agaibh.
Hello, Owen Finn, Commemorations Farrell. 1,124 years ago, something revolutionary happened in this very town. An institution was born that still stands to this day. I'm of course talking about Sean's Pub. I'm talking about Sean's Pub because we have a motion here about nightlife, and I want to thank the people in head office who got this on the supplementary paper, because nightlife is who we are, going back literally over 1,000 years. We are a country that is built on having places to socialise, to enjoy, to live your life, to go out and have a good night. That's what we are. 500 nightclubs existed here in this country 24 years ago. Fewer than 90 exist today. That is a collapse. That is, and think about when we talk about young people emigrating, we actually have to look about it seriously in terms of, people might not take nightlife all that seriously, but it's not only important for the economy, but it's important for giving us a reason to get up, to go to work, because we're going to have fun tonight. And that's the kind of thing we need to be standing up for, and also having enough taxis so that I don't have to walk here the morning after fact-finding at the oldest pub in Ireland last night. So, another thing happened. Nígéad blino hin, 900 years ago. Probably an even more incredible institution was established. The town of Gallev was founded on the River Corrib. And that town was founded by a man called Turlach O'Crocher. And who knows of this man? This was a high king, a Connacht man who defeated Munster He defeated Leinster. He even defeated Ulster. He united Ireland. He's an inspiration to us all. We should all be following the example of the people of Connacht. And on top of that, we should be standing up for that heritage. Galway City Council hasn't even marked 900 years. They did a big hoo-ha when the Norman Town Charter was having its anniversary there a few years ago. Maybe it's time we remembered that we don't need your Henry VIII. We had a mad king with 6 wives long before that. That's what we're about here. We're about looking at our history and taking it seriously and recognising that we have value in it, and not just our history but our now. Cultúr mangéil sa lá atá I nniuchán. Nuair atá muid caint faoi gaillimh, tá muid caint faoi phríomhchathair na Gaeltachta, nach bhfuil ach trí fangéad do dhaoine in an Gaeilge, ar ag labhairt an Gaeilge gach lá. In ann go bhfuil mórmh in an Gaeilge labhairt. Céin fá, cá bhfuil na ionad Gaeilge, cá bhfuil na cultúrlann. Tá plannig Sinn Féin chun é sinna churchan cinn. Agus tá plannig Sinn Féin chun chorm na féine a all dar danga. Agus sin an rud caithimid agus tá rún an seo agus in fairness caithim rá when the decision was made to allow Commen submit as many motions as they could. They probably hadn't reckoned on Commen Mairead Farrell. I'm here to support motion 62, 63, 67, 68, 71, 72 and supplementary motion 7. If you can support that, by magic kind we corm na féine Duntanga, corm na féine the TG Cahar, agus freshen fechanjar RTE, cadatar bonacu modulus in Palestine. Corm na féine don Palestine. Níl sé carcalór go bhfuil siad tuairt an cinál an túsáte den Israel agóní in St. Clúdach agus sin an fá go bhfuil abhrenú ag tastal. So go raibh míle maith.
We're trying to get as many speakers in as possible, so I'd ask speakers now to stay within the 2 minutes. Gormagat.
Ard just Roberto Brosnacan Commen Hamasas, Baul Toffa de Sinn Féin Iarthar Ghuineach, agus ha malorug takeíocht an sa ruin iver a seachfá cahar. Chunistá sibh ar maidin bhfuil sibh dúisethe asúlagum go bhfuil sibh treis éisteach le ón an san agus an fuineh atá ge. Tá machala sa seomra só agus níla macaint mariolar an machala a bhfuil a praba ón tíláil taobh húsdóin. Tá machalí eile le clos an sa machalí glór cealúra an sa ó na lú clasaí óga a thugan an sa a thugach an sa gach bliain chun iireacht agus eilis a choristeach sa seomra sa chun an spruch a buinteach agus an spread neart agus an crí atá cho leis an iireacht son. Caimiad an mion son a stúisteach in our bheachtas héin don Gailen chun é chaibh nó agus chun é chosint. Áte seo a glosfa machalí eile, machalí ar sínseir a bhfuil íbert fuineh fuil agus eilis dénta chu son an danga agus son tóchaí fónta dar glún óg atá le tacht. Agus tres líam leis an dehobar a ha dhéanamh ó thuig agus ó heas leis ó na baul tofa agus ó na hagrachtaí ar fad tóchaí na tutha bámnú agus a lehéad. Agus caiimiad dúiseacht ar maidin agus an crí agus an neart agus an spread a choristeach. Mar nuair a ciúníam mé héin stíthe agus nuair a éistíam dus na machalí nílach focail amháin le chlos. Sin é bua. Bua! Bua!
Gormagat. We never did.
Sean Mulvey, Drum Doherty Clark Common, Dublin Midwest, speaking on supplementary motion number 4, bottom of the green page there. This Ard Fheis calls on Sinn Féin and government to move immediately to ensure that the bodies of Joe Brady, Dan Curley, Mick Fagan, Tom Caffrey and Tim Kelly, commonly known as the Invincibles, executed in 1883 and still buried in unmarked graves in Casement jail, be immediately exhumed and reinterred in Glasnevin Cemetery in line with the wishes of their relatives. This Ard Fheis further commits Sinn Féin in opposition to call for these men to be exhumed and reinterred in Glasnevin without further delay, and well ahead of their 150th anniversary of their execution, which falls in 9 years' time. In 1883, these 5 men were executed for the assassinations of Thomas Henry Burke, the Permanent Under-Secretary to Ireland, and the Chief Secretary, Henry Cavendish, Lord Cavendish, Frederick Cavendish. The 2 of these men were the most senior British civil servants, basically, in Ireland. Ireland was in turmoil at the time. We had the coercion laws in place. We had just come through another famine. The coercion laws meant that mere membership of the Land League was a crime and could end you up in jail. These men decided to take a stand and hit the British civil service as hard as they could. Unfortunately, we have remembered these killings as the Phoenix Park murders, which is something we should correct immediately as well. There were political assassinations done for the good of the country and not for personal gain. So I'd call on everybody to support supplementary motion number 4, please. Thank you very much.
Chahirli agus a ghuiúiste, Seán Súlaháin ó chuman Seamus má frin béal nach mór chun de lítrame. Agus tá ag dulchan chainte rún 66. But on a particular section of it, and the problem of dialunchi or exemptions from learning Irish in our schools. Now, nor a bhí mis ar scoil, agus nor a bhí an chuid is móga ar scoil, bhí gach páiste scoile, gach ile fáiste ag fólam na Gaeilge, sa bhun scoil agus sa bhean scoil. But if you don't know this now, you won't believe what I'm going to tell you. There are 49,000 pupils at our secondary schools, the Sheikh Fihe, who are not learning Irish, who are exempt from learning Irish. Now, Tigim Sheh agus Tigin Shivshire go Dine Chachtas Tirelanish, Niroshi der Skyl Bedagoti and Cattle no Kuji wrong. Very difficult for them to learn Irish, fine. There are people with special difficulties, learning difficulties. But don't tell me that there's 49,000 of our secondary level students who have exemptions on that basis validly. Nietzsche cart na chór. Now, in the year 2000, 3% had exemptions. Last year it was 12%. 20,000 pupils who did Leave Cert this year, Niarna Shidl Gaeilge. It's an Ard Fheis. 20,000. Tá sé seo amateach. Now, in Rud Harlan ná couple bliain hen dahrig na rilacha. Up to that time, you had to go through cognitive tests and all of that. Now, it's at the discretion of the principal. Sin rud amachas amach, tá sé déanamh an the máiste, mar tá páistí sa scoil le fálam na Gaeilge, others twiddling their thumbs, and the ones learning are wondering, well, why have I to do this? And all those haven't. Tá sé amateach in our area. So, by ceart, in Mahurim Shahin, is lagachtina on Gaeilge. It's not for the people just who are smart, bright, clished at the top of the class, but ceart go make gach posh the scoile ag fólam na Gaeilge. Gur maithagé.
A Garja is mis chorlór Sean in Irahali come and Grey Abbey Martyrs, Kunde Kildara, a Chainter Rún Shaskashay. As both a primary school teacher in an Irish medium school and a lifelong advocate for Gaelga, Tomik Shasav and Shot and Yula Tachiak Dumlan a Hort on Runshaw. Every day I experience firsthand the unique value that Irish medium education offers our children. Ní bháin gur mó tagas go ann ach tá sin gatisteach chuig ar gultúr ar bhéinúlacht is tuiscint down ar Nairacht. Mar rinne a úsáid na Gaelga go léithú le Macharja is Maclown, tá tuigam céco riachtan agus atá sé go ófar timplachtaí inar bléascin an Gaelga go nádúrtha. However, working in the classroom, I am acutely aware of the challenges we face. Our Gael scoilna are often operating in facilities that are underfunded and inadequate. Tá gléich an Rúnseo ar bhainú teamánatha ríhábhtach agus níos prání inis ná mar bhí riamh. We owe it to our children and our future to ensure that Irish medium education is supported with the same resources as other schools across the country. I also want to highlight the critical need to address the shortage of teachers in Irish medium and Gaeltacht schools. O Mahahi Féin mar bhúnseoir is féidir an brú echal agóras idicish. I know how much more could be done if we had staffing levels to match the growing demand. Tá afanú na lúntas múntóirí do Gaeltacht agus don scoil in a non-Gaelgach rítháteach na múntóirí chumasacha atá tiltte ag ar naltaí a bhela is a chunál. As a local councillor, I can tell you there is a growing appetite for Irish medium education in our communities. Families are eager to see their children grow up fluent in Gaeilge, but we need a government policy that matches this enthusiasm. Sin an fág bhfuil an tóghar maidir le Harris sóisireach le freagrachtas an Gaeilge san Oideachas có tágtach sin. It shows a commitment to ensuring these policies aren't just aspirations, but are actively and effectively implemented. In Morang Féin fechan glún na Cainteoirí Gaeilge lán de Achfan, I want to ensure that they and all the children across the island have the opportunity to learn in a system that values their language and heritage. Tachiacht den rún seaca sé is se tachiacht den teocí na Gaeilge. Gur maith.
Jason Lambert, Merlin Byrne, Cumming, Dublin West. I wish to speak in favour of motion number 61. The arts and the culture are the lifeblood of our country. The visual, spoken and musical arts are a staple. Every child should have the opportunity to hold an instrument, be exposed to poetry and the written word, and allow their imagination to run wild with paint and with paper. We also need to view the arts as a viable career opportunity where one can flourish, afford a home and have a decent family life. Supports for the arts sector are needed and need to be in place for those who choose this career path. I also ask that every Sinn Féin councillor in the island lobbies their councils for an amphitheatre or an open space in their towns and villages where artists can perform and where the public can enjoy. Please support motion 61 and also supplementary motion number 4.
Motion why Especially Fergal Leonard, Sinn Féin councillor in the Sperrin ward in Counties Derry and Tyrone, today representing the McNally, McGarvey, McNamee Common. I am asking for your support for motion 75. This motion is to ensure all post-primary children and students across our island are given the opportunity to learn about modern Irish history of the 6 counties. Many people here today have lived through the modern history period of the 6 counties. Some will have read it in books and some will have learnt it from their parents and friends. It is an accepted fact that no one can understand the present without understanding the past. It is also a fact that many across our island, for whatever reason, do not wish to acknowledge the history of the 6 counties, the need for and the rise of the civil rights movement. This gap and the lack of knowledge and understanding and the willingness to understand can only be filled through proper, objective and fair teaching in our schools. This will improve understanding of our history, enabling us to plan for the future whilst considering our shared past. In the words of Nelson Mandela, the lack of education can kill a country. Don't let the lack of education about our nation kill our nation. Please support this motion and let's make sure our history that has shaped us to where we are today on the verge of United Ireland is not conveniently airbrushed from the history books. Goramila Maihov.
Agus fádas atá na vótaí ag tarlú támuid anseo chun caintí inmh atá garóid an seo. Hello Jerry, how are you?
Hello, and you did Cara. Imagine my did it.
Yeah, just to echo.
Just to echo faster. Agus leorn tú go han mai ag an ardán couple of bombs to hen.
Gurmagus. It's málim nuair tá deis agam rentí inmh. Ní chalam an machar an de. Ach ja, tá scihinnta an isis, so támuid dúirtaréis clostáil faoi rún, faoin Gaeilge, faoin teanga, faoin cultúr, faoin Hallín agus faoin Oidhreacht, agus is dócha go bhfuil a lán ar bunaigh an pártaí mar dhealar sin, agus an cinál nuálaíocht a bhain leis an teanga ó mát, ag an gúil an scanán kneecap an clúte faoi láthair agus chunig mé duinecins ancáú le sin nus an léon aon rud le rágad faoin scanán kneecap, Jerry.
Well, tá sé go han mai, sin an pre-brod Beidir go mé Oscar ag na aisteóirí a bheith an dramaíach scanan cléiste granmór agus just hatsin sé go mór lum ribbon scanan bí kneecap go mór lum sa fásta as ma ceantar héan ma ceantar áitiúil agus daoine óg, daoine go huntagar fad.
Céint agus tá sí taréis chum an origin daoine sppraga maidir leis an Gaeilge daoine nach raibh beidir róthóca leis an Gaeilge ribh nó nar hiig an canál sprí atá gceist agus bhí sé go híntaach leis an scanán.
Well, bhí mé gur an bhís garad le Elton John. Ag cansfuoi an rú Elton John ag cansin níalga.
Bhí iontas arm I deáil Pat Kenny ar Newstalk agus Pat Kenny eáil chuir Gaeilge an cin freisin, bhí sé iontas go bhfuil. Just tá tuigean daoine inis go bhfuil rud difriúla gceist agus tá cínta. Agus is doch gur in a rún ag bansla sin chomáineo. Agus ó híomh an ócáid agus an Ardéis ó bhfuil éon cinál túra magat maidir leis an na hóráidí atá ráit an sin, maidir leis an gultúr agus gachrod bhfuil.
Well, an section sin, bhí sé go háin Samuel, bhí an daoine ag cant, bhí an ceantúirí solar, ceantúirí óg, agus ceantúirí níos sinne, agus bhí ó park éasmant go dtí an system Atticus agus rudí eile mar sin, bhí sé go mór liomsa agus bhí mé hansáasta go raibh an páirtí gróthach ar an teanga agus ar rudí cultúr mar sin. An éisiú a dhearna Angus ó snádig faoi the arts, hí mé go raibh sin go huntach agus. Just bhí an bhar sin ag cant couple of amateur hen faoi an amphitheatre in Ahan Stráidbhaile nó Ahan Baile le daoine abal de dul sin agus Jomeacht nó ceol nó rudí. Sin smínta go huntagar fad.
Sin é, an cultúr a phréimhe an san fóbal.
Ja, sin é, cultúr bio.
Sin é.
Agus bhí ráisin na léama cant faoi Martin O'Kane.
Bhí?
Ja, sin a cléistin fásta.
Agus tá sé spéisiúil an canál an sppraga aon daoine go fóil ón na poblach dánaí thar na blianta an méid tá scrífa acu go bhfuil daoine ógar tatamach an seo agus just tuigeann siad go raibh ceart ag na focla seo agus go bhfuil bríló go fóil.
Am macha tú Hector ar an lit ané?
No chail mé macha.
Tá leor nu ag Hector faoi focail Gaeilge. Agus bhí sé cansiníalga agus barlar an lit agus bhí sé go hán mai. Bhí sé cansfuoi an heritage faoi sé cansfuoi an teanga bio agus bhí sé rála déine leor é. Leor é, just lána rá leis. So tá rudí ar an aber sin ag level an phobal ag dul go háin mar níl an réaltas bailile clia ag geanú a lánar an teanga Scarabee, but ag an phobal tá sé bio agus tá mé ansáasta é sinna ágáil agus a cléistent.
Sin é. Ceapan gúil si gleanún sa rá le rún inis, so beidir go bhága mit an sin é. Ceapan táid teach an críoch inis, so thanks a million, Jerry.
An míle buhes, go níorí an tálad.
Comrades, friends, the political realignments caused by the Westminster election in July reflect a real change. There's a growing view that the economic and social needs of workers and families will only be addressed properly in the context of a new constitutional settlement. That presents both a challenge and an opportunity for the new British government. Support for a united Ireland is today stronger than ever before. Electoral shifts, demographic change and research all point to the need for this British government to begin acting and thinking differently about the democratic right of the Irish people to self-determination. The persistent refusal by British governments to set criteria and a date for a unity referendum is unsustainable. The British government must change that position. By contrast, an emerging consensus exists among the majority of political parties across Ireland on the need to plan for Irish unity, including, comrades, the three coalition government parties in Dublin. And that consensus found expression in July with the landmark publication of the all-party Joint Oireachtas Committee on the implementation of the Good Friday Agreement report, Perspectives on Constitutional Change. It explicitly asserts the need for the Irish Government to begin planning and preparing for Irish reunification. The report itself is unprecedented, but it's not surprising, because it mirrors the breadth of popular discussion across this island on Irish unity. The success of Sinn Féin's Commission on the Future of Ireland is also testament to that fact. And the events that the Commission has organised have engaged with all sectors and sections of Irish society. So too is the work of the civic organisation Ireland's Future. Its latest event in Belfast brought together 11 political parties under one roof to discuss planning for reunification. The debate has become mainstreamed in academia, business, the labour movement, and right across Irish civic society. And now even greater numbers of diverse voices from within the alternative Protestant and Unionist community and tradition are becoming engaged. Comrades, self-determination has become the defining political discussion of our times. And Leo Varadkar's welcome contribution this Thursday reflects that by repeating the need for unity to become a political objective, not an aspiration for the next Irish government. But comrades, words must translate into actions. Let's see action now, Leo. Irish reunification and a new constitutional settlement is a legitimate and a reasonable democratic objective. And the Good Friday Agreement provides the democratic mechanism for making that happen. The British government needs to embrace these realities, and this British government needs to choose to make positive history. Partition has run out of road. The next Irish government should begin planning for Irish unity as a concrete political objective and with a time frame. The current British government should join with it in opening up the road to reunification and reconciliation on our island. Because the conversation on constitutional change, make no mistake about it, it is happening a Charge is a Comradiha. It's no longer about if, but rather how and when. So the focus of both the British and the Irish governments must now turn to the full implementation of the Good Friday Agreement and to set a date for a unity referendum before the end of this decade. A Charge is a Comradiha, Tapigi and Jesh, Arailan Nikela.
Emma Sheeran, Brian Keenan, Common Ballinascreen. Speaking to motion 76 and 77, Aharja, I know that I don't have any work to do to convince any of you to support a united Ireland, and indeed it's probably, for myself, the motivation as to why you joined our party. And if we could manifest Irish unity, we'd be there already. But a goal without a plan is just a wish. We, all of us, do have work to do if we are to achieve our shared objective. Somewhat ironically, we cannot deliver this by ourselves alone. We need to convince a majority of the population of the benefits of reunification and ensure that all voices are heard in the conversation. We need buy-in for planning from existing government parties. In the North, we can see how decades of activism and work on the ground is bringing us closer to where we need to be, with Sinn Féin now the largest party at all levels of government. In line with our strategic objectives, we have worked at grassroots level to successfully mainstream our politics, setting ourselves as the problem solvers and the leaders in our communities, and convincing more and more people of our argument. In challenging circumstances, working with regressive right-wing partners in government and with a very limited resource, Sinn Féin ministers in the North have proven that delivery is possible and that progress, however piecemeal at times, can be made. Reunification is the problem solver for many of the issues we encounter now on both sides of the island. It will bring economic opportunities, break us free from the challenges we endure as a result of British decision-making, and give us the power to control our own destiny. It will end the duplication and wastage and open us up to a more efficient way of governing. In the 26th, this upcoming election can be a key turning point. On-the-ground activism and listening to those who we want to represent will allow us to offer an alternative to the regressive and self-serving politics that have ruled the roost since the creation of this state. And it is from there, with others, that we can build our new Ireland. Comrades, there is a better way, and it is for all of us to be a part of. Gura míle maith agam.
Is Misha Rose Conway Walsh from Eris Common and Condaweo. Accordia, imagine the opportunity to improve the quality of life for every citizen in Ireland. Imagine the opportunity to redesign the delivery of public services, and imagine the opportunity to strengthen our economy. Imagine the opportunity for all of the people who call this land home to move forward together in peace and mutual respect. Imagine the establishment for the first time in over 800 years of a national democracy in Ireland, with people here making decisions for our future, not unimpeded by any outside influence. Well, I have good news for you, Accordia. We do not have to content ourselves with just our imagination. Irish unity is a winnable political project. This is the big idea of our time. We are now in the phase of persuasion. Across the island, people who would not have considered unity before are opening their minds to and considering what the future constitutional arrangement might work best for them and their families. I very much welcome the comments of Leo Varadkar calling for all parties to make Irish unity a political objective. We do need a broad-based alliance of change-makers to take the bold and brave steps required to deliver a better future. And that is the price that's at stake. A future in which a united people live together in an independent Ireland, finally taking its place among the nations of the world. Since the foundation of the state, there has never been an Irish government which has advocated for unity. No Taoiseach has ever asked a British Prime Minister to relinquish control of the North. No Irish government has honoured its constitutional commitment to pursue reunification. As far as the Irish government is concerned, the North falls under the remit of foreign affairs. What an insult to citizens in the North. A Sinn Féin Taoiseach would immediately begin structured and detailed planning towards Irish unity, underpinned by engagement with citizens across the country. We have already begun this process of engagement through the work of the Commission on the Future of Ireland. Launched by Uachtaráin Sinn Féin Mary Lou McDonald in 2021, the Commission is undertaking a broad and deep engagement with grassroots communities across Ireland and is hosting a series of events in North America and Canada. We would establish a Citizens' Assembly on Irish unity to discuss all elements of a new united Ireland. There must be a government-led initiative to provide space for people to discuss their hopes and aspirations for the future, and of course to outline concerns and worries regarding unity. We would place responsibility for the North and the reunification project in the Department of An Taoiseach at the very centre of government, and we would implement the recommendation of the Oireachtas Committee for the implementation of the Good Friday Agreement report, Perspectives on Constitutional Change, Finance and Economics, including the establishment of a joint Oireachtas Committee and a dedicated Government Department for Constitutional Change Planning. Accordia, all of this is within our grasp, so I ask you today to go from this Ard Fheis back to your communities with joy in your hearts and be advocates for a new and united Ireland. Gura míle maith.
Speakers, can I just ask, there's a long queue there, so can I ask every speaker please to stick to the 2 minutes, because there's a long queue and everybody can get in, everybody sticks to 2 minutes. Thank you. Gura míle maith.
Dara Hughes, abstentionist MP for Newry and Armagh. Derrybeg, Martyrs Common Newry, speaking in support of motion number 82. Accordia, we have seen a gradual increase in the odious practice of RTE geo-blocking content in the north of Ireland. certain programmes and sports have been blocked now for some time. Competitions for flagship shows like the Late Late Show and the Sunday Game exclude Northern participation. Maddening when you think that the Late Late is presented by a good County Down man and Sam Maguire was taken back to County Armagh this year. Geo-blocking reached a baffling crescendo over the summer, with the Olympic Games coverage and news broadcasts denied to us in the north. This insult was compounded by the fact that a considerable percentage of Team Ireland athletes came from the north, meaning their families, their friends and their neighbours couldn't follow their progress as they contributed to us having our most successful Olympic Games ever. This is more than just a source of frustration or a technical commercial reality. This strikes to the heart of the Southern's establishment disregard for and perception of Irish citizens in the north. We clearly were not a consideration for them when negotiating and entering into their broadcast arrangements. The simple fact is that Irish citizens in the north are Irish citizens where they reside. They are afforded that right by birth under the terms of the Good Friday Agreement, and as co-guarantors of that agreement, the Irish government has some distance to go in meeting its obligations. Whilst there has been progress, the government in Dublin has spurned the opportunity to afford presidential voting rights to Irish citizens in the north. It has set its face against continued representation for the north in Europe and continues to sit on its hands on the issue of Dáil speaking rights for northern MPs. It is long past time that those in the corridors of power recognise that Irish citizens in the north play a full and active role in Irish society. It is long past time for considered progress on all of these issues. And if, as I suspect, this government won't do it, a Carja, Sinn Féin and government will. Gar míle maith agah.
Is Misha Carl Killen, North Belfast, Coley Cantor, speaking on two motions 76, 77, 78, 79 and 80, probably every motion under unity. So the scale of discussion around constitutional change has never been higher than before. It's now mainstreamed. It's a topic of conversations with residents, citizens. I would also want to take this opportunity to commend the work of the Commission on the Future of Ireland, who have been systematically engaging with civic society across Ireland on the issue of unity and what it would mean for them, their families and their local communities. In Belfast, we were privileged to host the very first Commission event, the Belfast People's Assembly. We also hosted Rights in a New Ireland, Irish Unity and the All-Ireland Economy and the Belfast Women's Assembly, which I'm delighted to say has now evolved into an independent structure and they've been doing brilliant work. These events have attracted people from all walks of life and none, talking about their own lived experience. And for me, the Belfast Women's Assembly was hugely significant because of that. The energy, the enthusiasm, the serious engagement on the topic of Irish unity was simply extraordinary. It was clear that the women in attendance saw the prospect of a unity referendum as an opportunity to plan for a new Ireland that would guarantee women's equality, gender rights and social justice, and everyone will have their say and everyone listen to each other. Everyone here agrees the plan for unity is vital. And despite the pivotal role that women have played over the course of Irish history, too often our voices have not been heard. Let's not allow this to happen again. So comrades here in this room, let's be loud, have our say, involve ourselves in creating an Ireland which is better for everyone involved. Gor mila mahagav.
Martin Wai Carja, Michal McDonald, Cún Baile Aclia Huig, agus Fórum Náisiúnta in Gorlóri. Agus éire mór of taú leis na rún galéir seachtar sé go 8 ar son na hÉireann Aontaithe. Carja, 100 years ago, the Boundary Commission collapsed. It was exposed as a fraud. We had a decade of centenaries, which ended in 2023. It really should have continued because the postscript to the tragic Civil War, the War of Independence, and the pogroms in the 6 counties was the Boundary Commission, which was a fraud perpetrated on the Irish people. It was used by Griffith and Churchill and Lloyd George to induce Collins and Griffith to sign the treaty on the promise that a boundary commission would change the six-county boundary so much that the northern state would become unviable. It collapsed in 1925, and the Free State government shamefully went to London and signed an agreement which copper-fastened partition. And every Free State government after that, apart from rhetoric, completely abandoned the nationalists of the six counties and abandoned the serious pursuit of Irish unity. Now, there has been some praise here for Leo Varadkar in his recent statements. You'll not be surprised that I'm not going to join a litany. I will say fair play to him, but isn't it an awful pity he didn't say it and do something about it when he was Taoiseach? The current Taoiseach, Simon Harris, the leader of Fine Gael, he has said that for him, Irish unity and his party is an aspiration, not a priority. So for us, Mar Public Tánaigh, it's not an aspiration, it's not a priority, it's an imperative. It's the right to national self-determination, the right to unity, the right of our people historically and now. Bé an lá sin ann, bé an lá sin agin, ach ní bheidh sí ann gan obair. Leanamid araig leis an obair, leis an strachelt, agus is cinte go dtucaí ar lá.
Ríomh Chairde, Clep McAllister, Shan Sharkey Cummins agus Corla Cantor and Strahabuan speaking in favour of motion 77. The creation of a constitutional pathway towards a united Ireland must be constructed with serious consideration and careful formation. This motion endorses and calls for the immediate implementation of the Good Friday Committee report from July past on perspectives on constitutional change. It asks the Irish Government to develop a green paper and work with the new British Government and other parties to set the date for unity referendum as outlined in the Good Friday Agreement. I want to acknowledge, amongst the report's many progressive recommendations, the promise which lies in looking at social justice and the welfare state as something that we can build from the ground up. To be ambitious, to give distinct deliberation to the needs of our children, of carers and all other marginalised groups. We as Irish Republicans know that an end to partition is the only possible solution to realising our full potential as an island and as a people. Our new Ireland.
The British government has no mandate here and it never will, and for far too long those governments have destroyed our public services. Our health service is in crisis. Our brothers and sisters wait years for essential surgeries and treatment. In 2024, people are choosing to heat or eat, and in Newry, on the streets I was born and bred in, 1 in 4 children live in poverty. The only leaderboards we ever seem to top are those related to inequality, poverty and deprivation. And make no doubt, this is the result of deliberate decisions made in London about our lives. And the problem is always the same. British governments may come and go, but our future can only be guaranteed in a united Ireland, an Ireland of equality, of opportunity, where we govern ourselves, where no child grows up in poverty, and where our communities thrive. That's the Sinn Féin vision, and that will never, ever change. Gur míle mágah, agus an poblach go bú, chucky ar lá.
Carja, it's Misha Claire Murray from the Road coming in County Offaly. I want everybody here to just imagine if we all just did one thing for the Unity campaign and the impact that that could have. Imagine if we could harness all of the talent and the energy in this room towards uniting our country. That would create an unstoppable momentum. Unless the people of Ireland have control over the affairs of the nation, we will never get true progress on housing, health, the environment, poverty, and sectarianism. These issues can only be solved by the national government interventions, and no part of our nation can be left behind again. But it is up to us as activists to inform ourselves, to get involved in campaigning, and to bring the unity conversation into other spaces. The United Ireland campaign affects our generation more than any other, and it is up to all of us to do what we can to make sure that our children can live in a country which is not being held back by partition. It can't all be left to the elected reps, however. We are a movement of activists, first and foremost, and broad-based, on-the-ground activism is the only thing that will win the referendum campaign when the time comes. You are not an activist unless you are active. After this Ardèche Accordia, let's go back. Let's refocus ourselves and explore how best to integrate the United Ireland message with all the other campaigns the party will be taking forward. The reason we are all here over this weekend is because we got involved in politics to bring about an end to partition and to have a united Ireland. So the responsibility of Accordia is on all of us to use our experience, our creativity and our skills towards building the new republic. Gura míle maith agaibh.
Maji Moya Accordia is Mr. Paul Boggs, Jim McGinn Cummins Strabane, speaking in support of Motion 76. The future of this island will be decided by the people of this island. For too long, partition has negatively impacted our ability to flourish as an island, stifling economic growth and ensuring the 6 counties are left at the coalface of successive British government austerity agendas. The planning for a better future must start now and is the responsibility of us all. That's why in Derry City and Strabane District Council, we have just launched Phase 2 of our Constitutional Change Working Group. This follows on from a detailed consultation with local ratepayers about how they want a new Ireland to look. We will now begin to engage with different sectors across our council area, including the Health Trust, trade unions, the Chamber of Commerce and the community and voluntary sector. We also look forward to working with our counterparts in Donegal to explore the opportunities that unity would bring for the North West region. I would urge other councillors here today to go back to your own council chambers and drive forward this crucial engagement. In addition to this, we recently held a very successful People's Assembly in West Tyrone in conjunction with the Commission on the Future of Ireland, which focused on areas such as mental health, education and business. These events at Accordia provide an opportunity for debate and discussion with people from our local communities on the issues that will matter most to them in a forthcoming unity referendum. For our young people, the opportunities within a new Ireland are boundless. A real chance to have a single approach across the island to tackle homelessness, create an Irish National Health Service, address climate change and give those who have already left the opportunity to come home. So Accordia, as we leave here today, we must mobilise, plan and be ready to build a new and united Ireland for all. Gura míle maith agaibh.
Philip McGuigan, Hogan Martin, Cummins, Dunloy, speaking in favour of Motion 79. Everyone in this room understands the need for collaboration and integration of the economy across this island. We all know the economic damage that partition caused and continues to cause, particularly, though not exclusively, in the 6 counties, and therefore we know the impact partition has on the quality of life and economic prosperity of our citizens. If we just look at recent history and British government decisions, 15 years of austerity policies, cuts to our public services, economic self-harm, crashing budgets, Brexit, all impacting negatively on the northern economy and meaning workers and families bearing the brunt. Simple reality is that the North can no longer be tied to the whims of English politicians or tied to failing British economic policy. Building an all-island economy allows us exciting and unrealised potential. Despite the many challenges that partition brings, such as different currencies, VAT rates and tax regulations, we are seeing unprecedented growth in cross-border trade. Trade in goods alone last year was valued at over €10 billion, and recent data shows that businesses who trade across the border are performing much better than those who don't. This clearly highlights the benefits of working collaboratively on an all-Ireland basis. When Conor Murphy took the reins of the Stormont Economy Department in February, he increased the contribution to Intertrade Ireland, which had fallen below the levels required. He did the same with Tourism Ireland. There is now greater engagement between departments north and south and between Intertrade Ireland and Invest NI. We must increase this cooperation and maximise the benefits of all-island labour market and the size and potential for growth in areas such as the green economy or tourism and hospitality sectors. And we must ramp up investment in cross-border road and rail infrastructure to increase connectivity. By building on our trade and economic links across the island, we will increase investment and employment opportunities for everyone across all parts of Ireland and provide a real opportunity to build a society and economy that we want and to design public services and infrastructure fit for the 21st century New Ireland. Gura Milgad.
Project Delargy, Derry, Cola Cantor. At this Ard Fheis, we come together to reaffirm our commitment to building a fairer and a more equitable society. A cornerstone of this vision is ensuring access to education for all. Sinn Féin is committed to improving access to further and higher education for every young person, regardless of their background. And we recognise that for many, the barriers to education are real and they are enduring. Young people with disabilities, those from low-income families, and those with caring responsibilities often face significant challenges in accessing the opportunities that should be available to all. We are determined to tear down these barriers and to ensure that education is within reach for everyone. But our vision isn't just about young people. We believe in lifelong learning and the need for people of all ages to access the skills and opportunities which they need to thrive. Whether it's through university, apprenticeships, traineeships, or further education courses, everyone should have the chance to learn, to grow, and to contribute to our society. And this isn't just about what Sinn Féin would do in government. This is about what Sinn Féin are doing in government. Since Conor Murphy has become the Economy Minister, we have already seen a reorientation of the economy towards upskilling, towards reskilling, and crucially, to expanding Magee University and ensuring an end to regional imbalance. This Ard Fheis reaffirms Sinn Féin's commitment to removing the obstacles that stand in the way of education, and we will work tirelessly to promote all educational opportunities right across Ireland and to increase access to third-level education to fuel our economic development. Gura Milgad.
Chris McManus, Sligo Corla Cantor, formerly Brussels. Accordia, it's indisputable that British rule in Ireland remains at the core of our divisions and difficulties. The human, economic and social cost of British rule and the ruinous decision to partition Ireland have been colossal. We know that London will never look after Irish interests. We must do this ourselves, because the new Ireland we want, we deserve, must be a warm home for everyone. And that is why the Good Friday Agreement provides protections for identity and culture, which in the event of Irish unity with constitutional change will not threaten anyone's sense of identity. Those from a unionist tradition should engage in the process of discussion, because those within that community are best placed to outline their concerns and how they might be allayed. The unionist community is not a monolith, and there are many in that broad community who want to play a part in shaping a new constitutional arrangement and are open to the idea of engagement. We have a duty to encourage that, because consultation and engagement with a view to securing active support for a new Ireland must always be a priority. Because unionism is part of our shared history, so too is Orangeism, and it should also be part of our future. I know from my time working on outreach, peace and reconciliation projects that there are also many thousands of unionist citizens living in the 26 counties. The broad Republican community in the 26 counties also have a responsibility to outreach, because the challenge for all of us is to join orange and green together in a new dispensation based on equality. I'd also like to commend the work of the Commission on the Future of Ireland, who've been engaging with people from all walks of life across Ireland on the issue of Irish unity and what it would mean to their local communities. I'd especially like to commend the work done in the west of Ireland, which included the successful Donegal People's Assembly and the Tunnal Gaeltachta in Connemara. Similar such events across Ireland are much needed. Grassroots engagement is crucial. So let's together come, work hard, be active, and let's build our new Ireland. Guramai Give Galer.
Maji Mai Maharja Tabron Arm. Is Mr. Claire McConville Walker, Julie Duggan, Common Portadown. Harja, I'm speaking on motion 81 as proposed by the Julie Duggan Common in Portadown. Irish unity conversations are becoming part of the fabric of our everyday chat in our workplaces, in our homes and among our friends. It is now time to provide a platform, a tool for our young people to share their voice, for them to be heard, for them to have their say on the united Ireland that they will live and prosper in. This motion proposes a school-based All-Ireland project to provide this very platform, to give opportunity for all the children and young people across this island to help shape their future in a place where they can access top-class education, a wealth of jobs, homes and opportunities, to encourage them to stay here on our island and to continue to grow this amazing island that we live on. As we get ready for constitutional change, we must ensure the contribution of our children to this process, to hear and value their ideas, their hopes for their future in a united Ireland. This project aims to reach every school, every child, to afford all a chance to have their say. If we nurture the hopes and dreams of our children, then this island will be truly blessed. I ask you all to vote in favour of motion 81. Guramila Mayogat.
Acharja is Misha Brona Hahai, Car Her McCreesh Common, Graham Moore, Ballamcnab, County Armagh, and in case you forgot, since Connor spoke, home of Sam Maguire. I'm speaking on motion number 81 as was proposed by the Julie Duggan Common, Portadown. And as we know, the conversation around Irish unity is becoming more and more common. And while we are making huge efforts to include everyone in this discussion, our young people who will live and thrive in United Ireland do not yet have a forum to have their voices heard. This motion proposes a long-term project which will be made available to schools all across Ireland to take part in the Irish unity debate. With this project, the resources, teaching aids, debate topics and feedback format will allow children of all ages to make their voices heard about the Ireland that they want to live in the Ireland they want to own a home in the Ireland they want to live without being forced to emigrate for jobs and opportunities. We need to hear the aspirations, dreams and wishes of the young children all across this wonderful island. When we are preparing for constitutional change and when that change happens, we will be fully equipped with the knowledge of what our young people actually want to see, what kind of Ireland we need to build for them. This will be an engaging, interesting and worthwhile project for party activists, and for some schools may not wish to open the debate for Irish unity, but that will be within their gift. They cannot say that the opportunity was not afforded to them. I ask you to please vote in favour of motion 81. Molanoiga agus Chucky Shee. Gramayoga.
Díomh Harja. My name is Sam Brooks and I'm a delegate from the Tormy Mannion Common in South Roscommon. I am here ultimately to speak in favour of all motions supporting United Ireland, but I want to particularly talk about young people and their place in creating a new United Irish Republic. 57% of young people under 25 now support a United Ireland in the 6 counties, and many young people are at the forefront of the fight for a United Ireland. We need to put issues like education to the forefront when talking about a future United Ireland. Just a few thousand students cross the border for third-level education, and more of our young people in the north attend university in England than in the 26 counties. One of the main reasons for this is because it is far more difficult to attend college in the 26 counties than it is to attend college in the UK. We need to make it much easier for students from the north to attend university in the south. In addition, the border directly restricts young people's social mobility by removing the guaranteed freedoms from the EU provided to the people of the 6 counties. They directly voted against Brexit, and we should not be imposing that reality on them. Aharja, there is one simple path ahead. By removing the border, we remove British austerity from the people of the 6 counties. We remove restrictions on our young people on where they can attend university, on where they can work, and on where they can live. Ultimately, Aharja, by voting for United Ireland, we remove restrictions on our young people to become the best version of themselves, and that is a fight worth fighting. Guramila Mahagiv.
Just before our next speaker, can I just encourage members in the auditorium outside to make their way into the hall, because the live section starts at 12 o'clock, so you should start to make your way into the main hall now. Thank you.
Mojan Wairisha Cardia, it's Mr. Fergal Leonard from the McNally, McGarvey, McNamee, Common, a rural councillor in the Western Sperrins, and I'm speaking in favour of Motion 76. Irish unity has been talked about every day in our communities. There are conversations on our farms, at the mart, at our local corner shop, and at our kitchen tables. It is clear, though, that the challenges confronting the agri-food industry and rural communities that have been arising from Brexit and the climate change crisis can be best met with all-Ireland strategies and structures. From my previous experience of visiting the Balmoral Show and the National Plant Championships, it has been brilliant to hear so many people now talking about Irish unity and what it would mean for farming families. I would like to commend the Sinn Féin Commission on the Future of Ireland for hosting these discussions at Balmoral and at the National Plant Championships. This has given rural people the chance to have their say. It is absolutely crucial for farming families and rural dwellers to engage in the conversation around Irish unity. At our local Derry City and Strabane District Council, we will continue the work of our Irish Unity Working Group to ensure rural voices are heard. I would encourage all rural areas to ensure that their council do the same. I'd also like to commend Ard Fheis for including the A5 road project in this motion. This is an essential piece of all Ireland infrastructure we must now ensure is delivered. As a frontline fire officer for over 30 years, I, along with other fire service colleagues, have regrettably attended hundreds of serious road traffic A5. These collisions have resulted in deaths and serious injuries. I know that the new upgrade will contribute to safer roads. Cardia, one life lost is one too many. The A5 must be delivered. Guramila Mayagov.
It's Bishop Darren O'Brodick, Black Ryan Common, Irlar, Auclair. Speaking the motion 77 and in broad support of motions 76 through to 88 in this section. As a proud member of Sinn Féin, community activist, Republican, United Irelander, I, like so many of you here, not only recognise the fundamental need for change in our society, but see that alternative for a far fairer and better country based upon the principles of equality, democracy and decency that will only be realised fully in the context of a united Ireland. Whether living in the 26 counties or in the north, we all see, and for growing numbers of our families suffer, the carnage in housing. We live with the chaos from a non-joined up health system, insufficient school places, inadequate and unaffordable childcare amid an island-wide cost of living crisis. Presided over by, in the south, the calamity of a hodgepodge and ever-wasteful government with an unambitious agenda, whilst constrained by the purse strings of those in Westminster with no real care for so many communities in the north. I believe, like so many of you, that the opportunity for reunification is closer than ever. All motions that bring us closer to United Ireland can only be supported. However, we cannot simply wait for a Fianna Gael or a Fianna Fáil Taoiseach, or others for that matter, to pave
a nation where all our people have the opportunity to thrive together, free from division and disparity. The spirit of our struggle for freedom and equality is alive and well among our communities. Our people look forward to an Ireland that is not divided by borders or marked by the scars of our past, but one that is united in purpose and vision. This motion is not just a political necessity, it is a moral imperative. The time has come for us to engage in honest and open dialogue about our future, one that includes all voices, all communities, and all backgrounds. By working together as one, we can move away from our hindered social and economic potential and build a brighter and more prosperous future for all. Our vision for an All-Ireland Assembly is to create a platform for dialogue where we can collectively address the concerns and aspirations of the people of Ireland. Here we can debate and discuss what unity truly means for each of us. I call upon each and every one of you today, let's raise our voices, let's engage our communities, and let's put the issue of Irish unity to the forefront of national discourse. The All-Ireland Assembly must be our next step. If the Irish government are incapable of doing this, a Sinn Féin-led government will. Gorb Mahagweb.
Rúri Amuraku, Duffy Downey Cumann Dún Jalgan. I've already been told that my preamble counts by Brian, and I told him I would be able to do this within 2 minutes. Now, let's see whether I was telling the truth or not. Look, in fairness, everyone who's here is going to speak in favour of Irish unity. That's why many of us joined Sinn Féin. We know partition has been abject failure. We know we've seen that failure as regards health, housing. We know the benefits that there can be for our economy in a unified state. And we know the only way that this will be delivered if we have a strong Sinn Féin, north and south, making a difference. Now, I think it's fair to say we are in a different place than we were last year. But we should not be shocked as Republicans. We have always had enemies. Some are the same, some are different. But in fairness to those people in this room and beyond, there are many who have faced far greater dangers across the board. Like, we have an Irish government at the minute with a budget surplus of 25 billion, and you can ask Councillor Anton Waters, they can't deliver water to the Cooley Peninsula this morning. They can't deliver for all those people who are suffering across Irish society. We need an Irish government that will move in relation to Irish unity. We need an Irish government that will make the preparations. We need an Irish government that will be absolutely sound internationally in relation to supporting the Palestinian people who are under genocidal attack. And we need an Irish government that makes sure that those conversations are had and that we can deliver the Republic. That's to deliver the Republic of Bobby Sands, of Francie Hughes, of James Connolly and Mairead Farrell. Guramaigov.
G. Vicorja, Mark Lone, Galway, Corley Cantor, speaking in support of motions 76 and 77. The conversations on how Irish society is viewing the issue of self-determination is changing. We see and hear these discussions across all parts of our country, but the government in Dublin and its party leaders have consistently attempted to stifle or dismiss these conversations as premature and even offensive. It has not succeeded, and however, they will continue to make the discussion as opaque, and they want to blur the lines because clarity of thought on this discussion leads to the inevitable decision and position by citizens and residents that all nations crave is self-determination. It is self-respect, and it is the very definition of being a citizen of a free and open society where we're able to determine its direction and destination. Self-determination is self-respect. And as United Irelanders, it's not hard for us to understand because it's part of what makes us unique and part of the vanguard of that progressive change. And the broadening of this conversation is already happening. In the trade union movement where I work, recently in ICTU and SIPTU, both 32 county organisations, they adopted motions to have the eternal debate about what a new and united Ireland would look like for workers. That's a sensible and prudent position to take. No one should fear the conversation, and the Dublin government, for selfish reasons, does fear it, but time and tide wait for no one. And a green paper and citizens' assembly are the least we should seek, as the debate is already underway and it cannot be silenced. Gormagwith.
Helen Vernach, Common Charlie Hurley, written about near her Kirky, a kind fee rune, Shockdaw Hucht. And I'm particularly speaking about 76 because I've experienced it. I'm 77 years old, left school at 15. Before Donogh O'Malley, I know another party, but he did deliver free secondary education and free university education for working class kids. I went to UCD when I was married with a smallie at 30 years of age. I went to UCC at 60 years of age, and I returned to UCC at 67 years of age. And believe me, that opened doors for me. My father was a CIE bus driver in Cork. Along with him in Capwell Garage were John Creedon, broadcasters, Maureen Gaffney, psychologist, Michael Davitt, the poet, and the Taoiseach, Micheál Martin's, all bus drivers. All of these availed of free education. Under Sinn Féin, unity will guarantee this for every child from Derry to Dunmanway. Gurmil Machta.
Okay, folks, before I put the motions to a vote, can I again remind our members who are out in the registration, out in the halls outside listening in, can you please make your way to the main hall? The live section will start at 12 o'clock. Please make your way to the main hall now. Okay, folks. So the first motion that I want to put to you.
While the votes are taking place there on the motions to do with preparing for United Ireland, I'm here with a man who knows well about preparations for United Ireland and getting that movement and that discussion going. Sinn Féin's representative to North America, Ciarán Quinn. So hello, welcome to the live stream.
It's great to be here, and I think we've just had a very lively section debating all aspects of Irish unity, from education, the economy, and the democratic rights of the people to actually vote for Irish unity, as in outlined in the Good Friday Agreement. So it's great to be here, but it's not just a vital discussion to be had, but there's a lot of vitality in it. There's a lot of energy, and you get that sense that Sinn Féin are leading the way on this discussion, and leading it. A new Ireland, a united Ireland, is the opportunity to redefine the nation and to build an Ireland which not just relates to the proclamation of 1916, but will be a place for generations to come.
That's it, and there is an excitement when people, I mean, it's no big surprise that when there's a Sinn Féin Ard people get excited about Irish unity. You'd be a bit surprised if that didn't happen.
It would be an interesting contribution if someone got up and spoke against it.
Yeah, it would. But it's interesting to see the kind of the way the debate has spread, and through Sinn Féin's leadership, it's gone beyond. It's gone out to places, I mean, like we heard the Taoiseach's comments in the United States there recently, you know, and I wonder, how do you find the message is spreading over there?
So the Irish America and the Irish in Canada, it's a very diverse group. And I mean, there's all shades of political opinions within it. But one of the things that unites that community has been the hope of building a united Ireland, an independent Ireland. And I mean, it's a great honour that they're named as our exiled children in the proclamation. Yeah. And not forgetting, it was Irish America was instrumental in terms of advocating for the Good Friday Agreement, having George Mitchell appointed, and a visa for Gerry Adams. So they've been essential in 1916, even before that. And we could talk at length, like Wolfe Tone ends up in Philadelphia, and that's where he meets the French ambassador, and he departs from America to Paris to his force. So we've from Wolfe Tone right through, every revolutionary leaders have landed in the States and Canada. As I say, there wouldn't have been 1916 Rising without the US. There wouldn't have been a Good Friday Agreement. And if you look in recent history, When the Brits were trying to impose Brexit on the North and a hard border, it was the US that stood up and said, no, that undermines a Good Friday Agreement. So they've been essential for that, and they're going to be essential for ensuring that the provisions of the Good Friday Agreement with regards to unity referendums are enacted.
Yep. And that's it's interesting, and we'll see. So what we're going to go now after this session, there'll be a kind of live television session. So there'll be a whole rake of speakers, including a lot of Sinn Féin reps, but not just Sinn Féin reps, people who demonstrate that kind of internationalism that's rooted in Sinn Féin. So the likes of the Vice President of South Africa is here from the ANC, so Paul Mashatile, the Palestinian ambassador, of course, Dr. Gilan Wahba Abdelmajid, who was here she was here last year as well, and got a warm reception, obviously given the solidarity. But we also have a speaker, Reverend Karen Seduraman, who is here from the Ireland's Future group, and she's Ireland's first female Baptist minister, but she's also a leading advocate for Irish unity, and I think that she is an indication of that this is reaching beyond what we would have considered boundaries to the idea of Irish unity. Everyone across the community has a place in this discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm originally from Belfast. Yeah. So to go back to Belfast, Belfast is a changed place from it was when the Good Friday Agreement was signed, and is a lot more different from the place that I grew up in the 70s and 80s. And that people need to come and witness that progress and see those changes. So I always invite people over. And in terms of the international dimension, one thing that we can never overlook, before the Good Friday Agreement, the conflict in the North was the longest conflict in Irish history, continuous conflict, and it was deemed to be intractable. The Good Friday Agreement changed that and set forward a democratic way forward for to achieve Irish unity. But importantly in the world, it showed that there was hope. You know, areas of conflict, the conflict can be resolved. And I think the next phase we are moving into, and why people are so intent in looking at the Irish unity discussion, is we could lead the world in terms of determining a peaceful transition to a new sovereign state, the Irish unity. And people in struggle across the world will look at it, and they look to us with hope to see what we have achieved.
Well, that's for sure. And it's a kind of it's interesting to see the links between all these different struggles, and in terms of the fact that the Vice President of South Africa is coming to Sinn Féin Ard Fheis and will surely get recognition as well for the role South Africa has recently played in the international courts in pushing the case of Palestine and the plight of the Palestinians.
Absolutely. And I can remember when Nelson Mandela just was released, it was the first delegation, official delegation, I think, from the ANC, the PAC and COSATU came to Belfast. And it was interesting because they were meeting us to talk about how we got involved in community organisation, how commons were set up, how we use that political force. Later on, they were essential, and Nelson Mandela invited the Sinn Féin delegation, all of the other parties, to South Africa. And in terms of the Sinn Féin aspect of it, they were instrumental in teaching us about negotiations and how negotiations operate and how they work, and setting the political parameters. And there's some lessons that Mandela told our leadership at the time that we still hold dear. I remember Jerry Adams telling me that Mandela had always said that the hardest negotiation you do is with your own people. You know, about bringing the maximum amount of people with you. So some of those lessons are there, and they still continue, and we still maintain those fraternal arrangements. And as I say, South Africa now is leading in terms of the cause of Palestine, and an exemplar of what a progressive state can and should do. They've still got a lot of struggles ahead of them, but I mean, they've maintained that good fraternal arrangements with ourselves. And wouldn't it just be fantastic if you had a Sinn Féin government meeting with a South African government on official footings? That
would be unreal. Yeah. And a free Palestinian government as well.
Absolutely.
You know, it's possible.
Oh, and that comes back to my point about how Ireland acts as a beacon of hope for people in struggle, because they can see what is possible and what has changed.
That's it. And even when you talk about that kind of the hardest bit of the struggle being, or the hardest conversation being the one you have with your own people, or issues like this, that's where that discussion takes place. There's been so many passionate debates over negotiations over the years.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've had very significant Ardeshna. And it's not just, the debate happens on the floor and the vote happens on the floor, but what's just as interesting is what happens over a cup of coffee, or, God forbid, over a pint of an evening. And you build these connections and you build these links and you hear other people's viewpoints. So all of that, and I think what Sinn Féin has been particularly good at is dealing with it in a very comradely fashion. Yeah. You know, you'll come here, votes will be taken, there'll be disagreements, there'll be agreements, but everybody will come away united.
That's it. It's a chance for that kind of cooperation and constructive approach.
Yeah, and I think that those types of conversations and dialogue create something new, something bigger, something better. So you always learn from the person who's across the table from you, and hopefully you find common solutions and common way forward.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's always very exciting, and it's also just an opportunity to meet up with people who you mightn't see from one year to the next.
This is it. It's a coming together. It's a gathering.
That's the perfect way to describe it, the gathering. And as I say, and it's with a purpose, and hopefully people will come out of here energised and be ready for the upcoming elections.
That's it. I mean, this is about making that preparation, demonstrating that we have the plans, but also the ambition, the excitement, the idea that we could have a Republican government, that we could. Yeah.
Absolutely, and I think if people are watching the level of discussion and debate here, and the quality of the contributions from the floor, it's quite obvious. Not only do we have the policies and the plans, we also have the people who can deliver. And what we need to have is we need the opportunity to actually demonstrate what we can do in government in Dublin.
That's it. I mean, you only need to look at the queues that are always lined up as soon as they say, OK, we're going to start debate now. Big queue line up, people wondering, God, will I actually get time at all? There's hardly any time left and that kind of thing. They're queuing up to make their case the same way as a party. We have activists queuing up, knocking doors, trying to get that movement going because we're ready. We want government.
Yeah,
you know?
and that's what I'm saying. It's the vitality that's in the room. Yeah. You know, that hunger and thirst for change, which we know that we can deliver. And we have parties in Dublin particularly who are saying issues that can't, like the health service can't be resolved. Housing, they make housing almost as if it is some natural disaster, as opposed to the outworking of hundreds of 10 or decades of policy failures.
This is it. I mean, it's been an ongoing scandal and crisis, growing and growing for years because of their policies. All the experts have said this. And then, you know, every few years they'll come up with someone else to blame and a new group to blame. And it's like, well, do you know what? Maybe take a bit of responsibility. Maybe own up to the fact that you don't have a plan to fix this and let others in to do that.
Yeah.
You know?
If you look at where the common denominator is on the problem, it's Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael.
100%. Yeah.
And that's long been the way. But like, I do a lot of work in the States and in Canada, and I meet a lot of people who have emigrated. The first generation, second generation, third generation, they always have a tie back to Ireland. But a lot of them are involved in construction. We built half the world. We can build houses. We know we just need the opportunity to do it. And even in Dublin, right up until the 1970s, I mean, there was homes available for people. I grew up in a public housing in Belfast. There was homes available. Now, there was a model there which did work. It is this level of homelessness is a recent phenomenon, and is a failure of government. And we think, I believe that we can change that. And it's not just about a single issue. It's not just about housing, but the opportunity, come back to the original discussion on Irish unity, is a way to define a whole new state, a whole new way of doing politics. Take the best of both. It's not about just bolting the north onto the south. Take the best of both jurisdictions and what worked, and then build on those.
Harmonising upwards.
That's the perfect. I'm going to steal that phrase.
There you go. You're welcome
upwards.
to it. Yeah. Oh, I understand that we're getting to the point of starting the live session in the next minute or two, I believe. So let's just see how that goes. But
is Padraig telling us to be quiet now?
I was telling the crowd to be quiet. Yeah. So.
Okay.
There we go.
The theme of this section is Time for Irish Unity. Our first speaker, and a warm Republican welcome for the First Minister of the North of Ireland, Michelle O'Neill.
Majimoi, folks. Falsharova lig a Harja. It is so great to be back in Athlone. A lot has happened since we last met. This time last year, the return of the Power Sharing institution seemed very remote. But we never gave up. We ensured that the election outcome and our mandate was respected. So I am proud to stand here today as First Minister. election was a moment of equality and of progress. What was once unthinkable for previous generations is now a reality. Now, I said from day one that I would serve everyone equally, that I would be a First Minister for all, and I am even more determined today. I'm working in the executive alongside other parties to deliver real and positive change, and we are determined to deliver the good public services, prosperity and strong communities. We are seeking to improve people's lives, create hope and to build opportunity. And with Sinn Féin ministers leading the executive's economic departments, we are driving change. The recent change of government in London offers an opportunity to improve Irish-British relations. As I said last night, the jury's certainly still out on terms of how they will live up to their commitments set out in the Good Friday Agreement, because their actions to date demonstrate more of the same: austerity and broken promises. The cuts to the winter fuel payment for older people are wrong. Pausing investment in city and growth deals is wrong. People deserve better, and Sinn Féin will continue to fight for workers, for families and for communities. The executive requires further spending powers, and the onus is now on this Labour government to devolve more financial powers. And we know decisions should be taken at home by locally elected ministers, not in London. Developing Casement Park in time for Euro 2028 was a huge opportunity to showcase Belfast, the North and the island. But be in no doubt, folks, Casement Park will be built. We will work with both the GAA, both governments, to establish a first-class stadium for Gaelic Games in Ulster. With Activism in place, we need the implementation of the Irish Language Commissioner and the delivery of the Irish Language Strategy. Lana Meshlesh and Ober Shin. The decision to repeal the Legacy Act must be delivered in full, and we welcome the announcement that the Finucane family have secured a public inquiry into the killing of their beloved husband and father. And we commend Geraldine and the Finucane family, including our friend and colleague John, and we want to say to you today that we will continue to support you in your journey for truth and justice. Over the summer, there were racist attacks and intimidation on our streets. This is totally unacceptable. As political leaders, we will face down division, sectarianism and racism, and we will not be deterred from building an inclusive future for all. Hope will always win over hate. Is there ska a hela a warren wedge? Harja, we are ready to fight the general election. We have the big ideas and the plans for how we will make housing more affordable, how we will transform health, deliver affordable childcare, tackle the cost of living and advance Irish unity. The process of change must and will continue. So let us seize the opportunities that lie ahead of us. Our goal, a united, inclusive Ireland, where this country and all of our citizens can reach their full potential. And by our determination and the support of the people, we will turn that aspiration into a reality. It is time for change. Tasha in Anam Dun Ahru. We must engage with communities about the change that Sinn Féin will bring. We will deliver a government that will put people first, and this is needed now more than ever. Our commitment is to an Ireland that is stronger, fairer and united. Together, we will offer people real choice and, importantly, a better future. Gora Mila Mayagov. Harja, we are deeply delighted and honoured that Deputy President Paul Mashatile is joining us at this year's Ard Fheis. This is a very significant and concrete reflection of the ANC's friendship with Sinn Féin and their ongoing support for the full implementation of the Good Friday Agreement and Irish national self-determination. So we are really delighted to introduce to the stage our honoured guest at this Ard Fheis, ANC Deputy President and Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Paul Mashatile.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Comrade President, Mary McDonald, the leadership and members of Sinn Féin, I bring you revolutionary greetings from the African National Congress and the people of South Africa. I'm here today because Ireland and South Africa have long-standing relations based on common principles and experiences in the fight against apartheid and the pursuit of peace in Northern Ireland. Ireland was a staunch supporter of the liberation struggle, particularly the Irish anti-apartheid movement. We are here today as the African National Congress because you believed in us during the dark days of apartheid. You decided to stand with us even when it was less favorable to do so. We are indebted to you, and there are no words to express our gratitude for the role you have played in supporting us. Program Director, today we want to let you know that we are with you in your fight for the unity of Ireland. As we commemorate the 26th anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement, which ended the violence that had plagued Northern Ireland for decades, we are pleased that you remain dedicated to everlasting peace. We take great pride in our contribution through our President Cyril Ramaphosa, and former President of Finland, Matti Ahtisaari, to the Good Friday Agreement, which ended 30 years of bloody strife. As the African National Congress, we will always defend and fight for people's rights. Through the African Union, we are working to advance Agenda 2063. We are involved in mediation and conflict resolution throughout the African continent, and we actively contribute to peacemaking missions in other parts of the world. South Africa will not remain silent in the face of brutal murders. We will not tolerate the violations of people's rights. We must prevent the ongoing violence against the people of Palestine. As the African National Congress and Sinn Féin, we should use the same aptitude that we use to fight against apartheid, to fight the genocide in Gaza. We must echo our message across the world, condemning the acts of violence in Palestine, but also in any other country. We also implore the United Nations Security Council to fulfill its unfulfilled mandate to uphold international peace and security. The UN Security Council must be reformed as a matter of urgency. Our message as the African National Congress and the people of South Africa to Sinn Féin is simple but unequivocal, which says, solidarity forever. And as I conclude, Program Director, I want to say that the people united will never be defeated. Thank you very much.
Acharge Pieris Authority common poetic we a large gidor agus our lorry Sinn Féin agus ni small arrogant or well again realtas a ria when stare and stacho na billion the barahas a reaches a reach gapiana a gafiol an anion the hakwini terfoil fucking shigulor dini in yatio million dinye are list of favor for the stage 4 million chili la dini oga at a martinus agus gluon umlan plasta ma as unrakti. Never in the history of the state has a government had more money at its disposal. Multi-million repeated surpluses each year, billions and billions, but still, despite all of the resources that are available to them, this government leaves so many people behind. Nearly 1 million people languishing on health waiting list, 250,000 families with young children are now living below the poverty line, and a whole generation are locked out of home ownership with record house prices, record rents, and record homelessness. There are 100,000 less people today under the age of 40 that own a home than when Fine Gael came to power. And that's what you get after 14 years of Fine Gael government. Home ownership collapsed for our young people. That will not be the Sinn Féin way, Acharge, because we have a plan. Agus níl aintas a bígúil daoine óga ag fuagáil an tír seo agus gáil thar Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil are incapable of delivering the change that people need. And that is what this election will be all about. A choice between Fine Gael or Sinn Féin. More of the same or real change. And let me be clear, if I am Finance Minister, I will unashamedly stand up for workers, for families, for communities across this country. There will be no €336,000 bike sheds under Sinn Féin's watch. That's the Fine Gael way. Acharge, if I am Finance Minister, I will abolish the USC on the first 45,000 that every worker earns, because the average worker will never ever have to pay the USC again under a Sinn Féin-led government. And if I am Finance Minister, we will provide the biggest housing budget in the history of the state to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to live here to the best of their ability in their own country and not be forced to the other side of the world. We will deliver the houses that are needed. This is the party that will end the housing crisis, delivering 300,000 homes, banning rent increases and making homes affordable. We will invest in the communities with €1 billion investment fund for working class communities that were left behind by Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil. And we are going to end the nightmare of those families that are living in homes crumbling due to defective blocks, because we will provide 100% redress to them. And Acharge, this is the party that will invest in the All-Ireland economy and the preparation for Irish unity, because we know that that is the biggest opportunity of our time and we will seize that. Acharge, Sinn Féin's promises to support families every step of the way. And that is why we guarantee parents that they will pay no more than €10 a day per child for childcare, a game changer for families right across this state. The time for change is now. Inish an am den echo. It is time to shape a future that we can all be proud of and where nobody is left behind. So now, Acharge, let's go out, let's take this out to the streets, let's win the hearts and minds, let's win the future for our people. Gurmaigov.
Acharge, is an eintuch na hairin tushni gur féidir linn. A wanchama is smínave darnanam. We are an island of immense opportunity. We know that we can create a new and united Ireland that cherishes all of our children equally. No longer can we tolerate inequality, regional imbalance, growing homelessness and the denial of access to health care. But firstly, we must believe that change is possible. The Good Friday Agreement has given us an opportunity for peace, for prosperity, and most importantly, the ability to hold a referendum on Irish unity. Just imagine a new, inclusive and united Ireland where we are in control of our own affairs, our own land, our own natural resources, and our own decision-making. We can create an island where no one is left behind, where all voices are heard. Accordingly, we must prepare for Irish unity, and we must prepare well. The Irish Government has a responsibility to lead those preparations. This must begin by immediately establishing a Citizens' Assembly. I very much welcome comments from Leo Varadkar calling for all parties to make Irish unity a political objective. Now, I would go further and say that unity must be on the programme for government for all parties, especially the government who can command the resources of the state to begin the proper and thorough planning for constitutional change. And I would urge the current government to publish a green paper setting out a vision for a united Ireland, to establish a dedicated Oireachtas Committee on Constitutional Change. People want to know what a united Ireland will look like. What will an all-Ireland health service look like? What will an all-Ireland education system look like? How can we build a prosperous, sustainable economy? What does a truly equal society look like? Economic prosperity is one of the cornerstones of a decent standard of living, where every person living on this island can fulfil their true potential. I believe that removing partition could be the single biggest driver of economic development on our island. An outward-looking, vibrant economy, attractive to foreign direct investment, stimulating our Indigenous businesses, building on our educated workforce. I would also allow proper island-wide planning in healthcare, in climate protection, in social protection, and in agriculture and fishing. I further believe that there is no obstacle on the road to unification that cannot be surmounted. So let's create a new and united Ireland. Bí a Gíolín.
Conor Murphy, Seamus Steele Common, Camlock Ard Fheis, agus Economy Minister for the North. Acardja, partition has long disrupted the national circuits of commerce in Ireland, discouraging investment, creating inefficiencies and hindering trade. But the logic of the all-Ireland economy is prevailing. Over the last 5 years, cross-border trade has more than doubled to over 10 billion. Cross-border tourism has surged, with the North now attracting an unprecedented number of visitors from the South. Individual companies, sectoral clusters and supply chains increasingly operate on an all-Ireland basis. For the benefit of everyone in this island, we must build on this organic growth. As Economy Minister, I have increased Intertrade Ireland's budget and its staff complement in order to step up its support for the all-Ireland economy. I have also increased funding for Tourism Ireland, which markets the island as a single destination. Discussions are underway to extend into the north Fáilse's tourism brands, the Wild Atlantic Way, Ireland's Ancient East and Ireland's Hidden Heartlands. Cross-border cooperation is flourishing between our economic development agencies. Indeed, in November, I will be in Singapore with Enterprise Ireland and Invest NI to jointly lead the first All-Ireland Trade Mission. Despite all this progress, challenges remain. Brexit has caused considerable economic damage. The Windsor Framework mitigates this damage by keeping the whole island in the EU market for goods and giving the North's manufacturing sector a competitive edge over Britain. Indeed, in the past year, manufacturing exports fell in Britain, but increased by 6.9% in the North. As Economy Minister, I am working to maximise the export and inward investment opportunities created by dual market access. I am also working with my ministerial counterparts in Dublin to remove the barriers to cross-border studying and working. These barriers are largely the product of two different taxation and education systems. This wasteful duplication underlines the fact that while we can minimise the difficulties created by partition, it is only through constitutional change that we can free the North from its ties to Britain's failing economy and gain full control over our economic destiny and thereby realise the potential of the all-Ireland economy. As more people conclude that a united Ireland is in their economic interests and that it offers their children a brighter future, the need for the Irish Government to plan for unity becomes ever more urgent. A structured dialogue on what the economy of a new Ireland looks like will lead to a smoother and more seamless transition. The moment is coming when all of the people of this island manage our own economy in our own interests. So let us prepare for that more prosperous future. Gur míle maith agam fiú léir.
Owen O'Brien, Tommy Grant, Cumann Clondalkin, TD for Dublin Midwest and spokesperson on housing. Acardja, this month Sinn Féin launched our alternative housing plan, A Home of Your Own. It's a comprehensive, detailed and fully costed plan. It sets out not only what we would do in government, but down to very fine detail exactly how we would do it. And at the heart of our plan is the fundamental belief that every person has the right to a secure, an adequate and an affordable home of their own. To achieve that ambitious objective, we must dramatically increase the direct investment in the delivery of all forms of housing. And our commitment, if we're in government, is to deliver 300,000 new homes over 5 years. If you're homeless or languishing on a local authority housing waiting list, then our plan is for you. We will double the delivery of social homes by local authorities and approved housing bodies to 75,000 new homes over 5 years, slashing waiting lists and ending homelessness. If you are a young single person or a couple unable to rent or buy an affordable home, or a worker approaching retirement in the private rental sector, then our plan is for you. We will fund and deliver 50,000 genuinely affordable homes to rent or buy at prices of less than €1,000 a month and at prices to buy from €250,000 or more. And in every county in the state and in urban and rural Ireland, Sinn Féin will deliver affordable homes. And if you can't afford the cost of your private rental sector home, then our plan is for you. We will support residential developers to build more good quality homes at more moderated prices. And for those renters trapped in insecure and expensive tenancies, our plan is for you as well. We will ban rent increases for 3 years. We will put a full month's rent back into every renter's pocket. We will legislate for real security of tenure, and we will give you a pathway out of the private rental sector if that is what you want. And if you are living in a home racked by Celtic Tiger era defects or defective block, then our plan is for you. As a matter of priority, we will deliver in government a 100% end-to-end redress scheme for all those living with defects. Our plan is ambitious. Our plan is credible, but crucially, it's deliverable. And we don't just want to build homes, we want to build communities with adequate infrastructure, amenity and real economic opportunity. Sinn Féin's alternative plan, A Home of Your Own, will end the housing crisis created by decades of bad Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael housing policy. It will deliver tens of thousands of genuinely affordable homes. And crucially, it will end the scandal of children and pensioners spending years trapped in emergency homeless accommodation. Our plan will bring home ownership back into reach of ordinary working people. And all we're asking you, the voters, is give us the chance to implement our plan. And we will move heaven and earth to ensure everyone has a home of their own. A secure home, an adequate home, and crucially, an affordable home. Gura mai agat.
John Finnegan, Castlecommon, North Belfast MP. Acardja, the signing of the Good Friday Agreement paved a new, peaceful and democratic pathway to constitutional change. As recent elections have shown, there is a growing and unstoppable demand for a new and a better Ireland. A cornerstone of the peace agreement, it states that a poll will be called by the British Secretary of State if at any time it appears likely that a majority of those voting would express a desire to break that connection with Britain. Acáirde, Irish unity is within the gift of the people on this island and not the British government. Be it a Labour or a Tory government, the future of our country is in our hands. And the conversation on the constitutional future of Ireland is thriving right now across all sections of society. Across the island, people are genuinely excited and engaging in this discussion. But we are clear, planning and preparation must start now. The Irish government should lead those preparations by immediately establishing a citizens' assembly on Irish unity. One where everyone is welcomed, everyone is included, and one where people can openly share their ideas, their hopes and their ambitions. There is an onus on the Irish government to prepare for referendums and reunification without any more delays. Increasingly, people are demanding that the decisions that are made about their lives and their futures be made here at home on the island of Ireland. Citizens want a strong public health system, a vibrant economy, good public services and affordable housing. This is the decade of opportunity, and unity is within our grasp. It is our job to deliver this dream, to build a republic based on fairness, on equality and based on respect, a nation for all. And I want to finish by welcoming recent commentary by former Taoiseach Leo Varadkar. I echo his comments that unity must move from being an aspiration to a political project. And I would urge all parties and those out there who believe a better future is possible to join with us. Join us in building a new republic. Together we can, and together we will. This is a conversation that welcomes, that is enhanced by those who join it. And the organisation Ireland's Future has led in advancing this conversation, in fostering mutual respect between all traditions that share this island. Acáirde, it is my honour today to introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker has led within that organisation and truly advanced this conversation. So I ask everyone to give a warm and a loud welcome to our next speaker, Reverend Karen Sethuraman.
Thank you for the opportunity to be part of your conference today. It's such an honour for me to be here on behalf of Ireland's Future. We are a civic organisation established to advocate, promote, plan and prepare for a new and united Ireland. We are committed and guided by the values of the Good Friday Agreement. As a minister, I have been involved in peace and reconciliation work for over 20 years, and I've had the privilege of hearing stories from people of different backgrounds and communities, stories of success and failure, stories of loss and gain, stories of inclusion and exclusion, stories of brokenness and woundedness, stories of division, sectarianism, and the effects of partition. We all have a story, and our stories together make up the rich tapestry of who we are as an island. But we get to write a new chapter. We deserve better than to feel as though we are the unwanted stepchild of the United Kingdom. And I truly believe that the opportunity to build a new Ireland is the greatest work of peace and reconciliation since the Good Friday Agreement. The conversations concerning Irish unity are growing and unstoppable. People from all black backgrounds are asking, if there is to be a new Ireland, what will it look like? How will this affect my family? How will this affect our everyday living? What does this mean for our health service? What does this mean for our education, our economy, and so on? And we are an island of gifted experts, and we must now begin to put the flesh on the bones and give our people the detail. As we move forward, we propose that all political parties who are supportive of a new and united Ireland place Irish unity at the centre of your election manifestos. This must take priority. And there must be concentrated effort in the setting up of a department with a minister appointed, tasked with the planning and preparing for Irish unity. Friends, this conversation does not belong to one community. This conversation does not belong to one political party. This conversation belongs to all of us, to all of our people. And friends, we are not complete without our unionist brothers and sisters. There will always be those who do not want to engage, and we cannot demand them to do so. But what we can do is we can continue to extend the hand of friendship and be committed to listening with a willingness to learn and unlearn. We would encourage our unionist neighbours to share your vision, to set out your stall, to convince the people why you think we're better part of the United Kingdom, while we in Ireland's Future and other organisations will do our bit in convincing people why we are better in a new and united Ireland. Recently, Hilary Benn, the British Secretary of State, stated that there are no grounds for a border poll. His colleague, Fleur Anderson, shared how this is not a priority for her. We believe that this is a priority for us. This is a priority for me. This is a priority for Ireland's future, and the huge numbers of people from all backgrounds and communities across the north and the south of this island. On behalf of Ireland's future, I want to extend an invitation to both Hilary Benn and Fleur Anderson to come and meet with us. Come and let us share our work with you. Come and hear about the many conversations that we have engaged in, including with people like me from a Protestant unionist background. We want to share our proposals with you as we move forward towards 2030, when we believe that a border poll should be called. People across the island have the right to choose their own democratic path. Delaying the planning for a border poll is delaying and denying democracy. Friends, we are not responsible for the homes that we are born into, but we are responsible for the home that we will leave behind. And we owe it to our children and grandchildren to pass something on better to them. So friends, let's together build a nation of neighbours. Let's together build a new Ireland. Thank you.
Acharja David Cullinan, Ard Corla, Port Loriga, agus Sinn Féin held spokesperson. Sinn Féin is the party that values care. We value our public health service, family carers, and all of those who contribute to health and social care across Ireland. We have seen the catastrophic and fatal consequences of the last 15 years or more of Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil's incompetence in health. Chaotic services, staff morale through the floor, patients being failed and untimely deaths. Our hospitals are dangerously overcrowded, and the most important hospital of all, the new National Children's Hospital, is 5 years off track and €1 billion over budget. And yet today, the man responsible for that mess, Simon Harris, said, like Bart Simpson, it is not his fault. He was only the Minister for Health who greenlit the project. He was only the Minister for Health who signed off on the flawed build-as-you-go contract that created the mess. And meanwhile, thousands of children are waiting for years in pain and agony, while the government are writing letters to each other, commentating on the sidelines, standing around with their hands in their pockets. Simon, my friend, you cannot blame Sinn Féin for this one. Man up, take responsibility for your failures and deliver for those children. And all the while children are left waiting. Children, Simon Harris said, would not have to wait longer than 4 months. Children like Tommy, who bravely told his story through the Oireachtas this week. Tommy is 14, he has scoliosis and spent his entire life on waiting lists. And Tommy told us clearly the children of Ireland need the government to take action. Sinn Féin stands in solidarity with the thousands of children waiting for care, and we promise that we will have their back. Sinn Féin has a plan to end the disgraceful litany of failures in healthcare, to end the year-long waiting lists, to end the two-tier health system in our hospitals. We have a radical 5-year plan to be published in a few short weeks that will take big, bold steps towards universal healthcare. We will deliver a major reform and expansion of medical cards and reduce the cost of medications for all families. We will deliver 5,000 hospital beds by 2031 to make our hospitals safe. We will legislate for safe staffing levels, revolutionise youth mental health and disability services for children, and we will deliver and implement a landmark public GP contract to bolster local health services. A general election will be called in the next number of months or in the next number of weeks. Sinn Féin stands ready. We have the people, we have the policies, we have the vision, and we have the leader. And we will go into this election campaign to win a Acharja. Gormila Malgwib Galer.
Kiva Archibald, East Derry MLA and Finance Minister. Since I took up the position of Finance Minister almost 8 months ago, I have been determined to stand up for our public services and for workers and families. My first act as Finance Minister was to allocate £688 million to settle pay disputes for our hard-working public sector workers. I negotiated with the British Treasury to secure additional funding for our public services, and I continue to negotiate to ensure we are properly funded, that we get what is quite simply our fair share, and that we have the fiscal powers to better deliver the services and infrastructure people expect and deserve. 14 years of cuts and chaos under the Tories have brought our public services to their knees and trashed the economy. I have been clear with the new British government at every opportunity that we need a new approach. Investment in public services and public sector workers must be a priority. They must make the right political choices about how to spend money and raise money. Those who can afford to pay most, the super rich, the energy giants, the big corporations, must pay the most. That means tax the rich. Despite warm words about resetting relations, the British government's actions over recent weeks haven't matched those words. The rollback on redeveloping Casement Park for the Euros 2028 is shameful. It is a lost opportunity economically, it is a lost opportunity for our young people, and it is a lost opportunity for our football community. But make no mistake, Casement Park will be built. On the same day that the British government reneged on its commitment to build Casement for the Euros, they also paused commitments to fund our city and growth deals. And while it was belatedly clarified that the Belfast region and Derry and Strabane city deals would go ahead, we need to see the pause lifted immediately on the Causeway Coast and Glens and Mid-South West growth deals also. Time, effort, commitment and money has already gone into developing those deals too. So I will continue to work to hold the British Government to the commitments they have made to those deals. They will be game-changing for those areas, creating jobs and driving prosperity. It is abundantly clear that the North is well down the priority list for the British Government in London. We can do better with the tools to make the decisions at home which matter to our own people. Ultimately, though, only through constitutional change and uniting all the people of this island, those born here and those who have made this island their home and whose contribution we greatly value, that we can truly fulfil our potential as a country and as a people. Gur míle maith.
Mairead Farrell, TD, Galia. Acharja, we live in an incredible country and there is so much that we can be proud of. Yet this year marked the largest level of emigration to Australia since 2013, with over 10,000 of our young people heading to Australian shores. Now, of course, there are those who want to travel, and that's a really good thing, but we do need to listen to the facts. A doubling of our young people heading to Australia should ring alarm bells in government. Instead, it falls on deaf ears. You can work hard, get a degree, or become an apprentice, and still not be able to move out of your parents' home. No matter if you're in Galway, Derry, Cork, or Belfast, we want more for our young people. That means equal access to third-level education. We will abolish third-level fees, because education is a right and not a privilege. We will build genuinely affordable student accommodation and end the scourge of vulture funds dominating the student accommodation market for their profits. We would invest in our researchers so that we can continue to deliver the very best research right here on this island. Agus Acharja, we value our apprentices. These are the people who want to build those homes that we so desperately need, and they need to be treated with respect. If an apprenticeship should take 4 years, then it should take 4 years, not 5 or 6 or 7 years like it is under this government. Sub-minimum wage rates are exacerbated by years of backlogs, uncertainty of where and when you're going to do your off-the-job training. All of this has contributed to over 1,000 of our apprentices dropping out each year over the last 3 years. You have spoken with your feet and we have heard you. Acharja, we're in this room because we want to build something better for every single generation. Tá físeán gon todhchaí. And we have an incredible opportunity to reimagine the kind of society in which we want to live as we build for Irish unity. A new and a united Ireland that puts people first, that our nurses in Australia and our teachers in Dubai want and can come home to. Collectively, I know that we can harness all the good that is on this island and expand on it and make it a better and build a better future for all of us. Together, we have that vision. Not only do we have the vision, we have the ambition and we have the ability to make that happen. And I know that we will. Berimish Bua Acharja.
Pat Cullen, MP for Fermanagh and South Tyrone. Acharja, it is an absolute privilege and pleasure to address this Ard Fheis as a proud MP for Fermanagh and South Tyrone. 2024 has been a historic year for our party. In the last 3 years, Sinn Féin has returned as the largest political party in successive elections. And you may ask, what does this mean for Irish unity? Well, comrades, let me tell you. In the last 10 years, the idea of a new, united Ireland has gone from being an aspiration to a living project. At every level of society and in communities across the island, the topic of reunification is on people's lips. Now more than ever, people are taking part in a conversation about a changed constitutional future. What would our health service look like? Our education system? Our rural way of life? As a registered nurse and former leader of the largest union for nursing in the world, I know our health service would be better off in an independent Ireland, where we make our decisions based on the needs of all our people. In a new republic, under a Sinn Féin-led government, our health service would be free at the point of access. Paid for by progressive taxation, Ireland's health service would ensure all our citizens are catered for and all our workers are valued with fair pay and safe working conditions. Our health system in the north is in a state of decay. For 14 years, the Tory government ransacked our public services, starving them of the funding needed to deliver quality care and services. Successive British governments have shown time and again they are not interested in the needs of the people on this island, and there is a better way. In a new Ireland, we will control our own affairs, invest in public services and value all our workers. The British government will not control our destiny. Decisions will be taken here at home in the interests of all the people who share our island. It is time for talking to become actions and actions to become plans. Working together, we can build a fairer and stronger island, an improved health service, reduced waiting lists and better cancer outcomes. This is the decade of opportunity. Let us renew and rededicate ourselves. Let us build a republic which lifts up ordinary people and protects our most vulnerable. Acharja, together we can and we will win. Gora míle maith agad.
Acharja, the story of Ireland is a story of colonisation, oppression, partition and occupation. But it's also the story of rebellion, of resistance, of a people refusing to be held down, rising again and again in a courageous struggle for independence. I'm proud to be part of that story, as each of us here is, because Sinn Féin is central to the story of Ireland's fight for freedom. We have never given up on our core ambition of ending British rule in our country, of ending partition and creating a new country, a united country, a 32-county Irish republic. We will have setbacks, of course. Let's be honest, the elections in June were a setback. And now our opponents think we're on the ropes. Fine Gael think that they're going to waltz back into government propped up by Fianna Fáil and independence. Well, I think Fine Gael are in for a shock. Because what they don't understand, what they've never understood, is that we are proud Irish Republicans, patriots, champions of our communities. We are proud Sinn Féiners, and we're at our best when our backs are against the wall. Acharja. Acharja, the fight back starts now, because Ireland needs Republican politics now more than ever. I predict that one morning not far from now, dawn will break in a new Ireland, a better and fairer Ireland, a united Ireland. And I predict that when that story is written, a pivotal moment will be the general election of 2024. Make no mistake, Acardja, together we are walking the final length on the road to unity. We are living in the end days of partition. We walk the pathway forged by those who came before us, those who met injustice with revolution, those who laid down their lives for this great country. We are the generation who will finish the journey to Irish freedom. Irish Republicans have proven time and time again that nothing is beyond us. We never give up. It's just not in our DNA. So keep your eyes on the horizon, keep your eyes on the prize, and be certain of this. Irish unity, a united Ireland is coming. And when Acardja, Ireland, united and free, takes its place amongst the nations of the world, we will do so alongside a free Palestine. Irish hearts over the last year have been breaking for the Palestinian people as they have endured a relentless genocide. Israel is one of the best funded, heavily armed, ruthless, oppressive forces in the world. But even still, they will never secure their obvious objective of destroying the Palestinian people, and they will never extinguish the Palestinian desire for freedom. Acardja, whatever Israel does, and by Jesus there is no limits to what it will do, but Palestine will survive. Palestine will live. Palestine will win. Acardja, once again, it's my great honour to ask you to welcome and extend a very special Ardesh Céad Míle Fáilte to the Ambassador to Ireland of the now officially recognised State of Palestine, Dr. Jalan Wabda Abdelhamid.
Madam President, Your Excellency, Michelle O'Neill, and Your Excellency, the Deputy President of South Africa. I am honoured to be here today to address your Ard Fheis for the second time. Acardja, I'm here today to bring the message of the people of Palestine to you and to the world. This genocidal war must end. The Israeli occupation must end. This ongoing annihilation of our people must be recognized for what it is. It is an attempt to wipe out an entire nation, one generation after another. Your solidarity matters. It inspires hope and courage. The people of Ireland have fought for centuries to protect your identity, your culture, your language, and your freedom. The people of Palestine are also fighting for our very existence. We will never give up our struggle for justice and freedom. You, Irish people, have played a significant role in the momentous decision of the Irish government to recognize the State of Palestine. Today, it has almost a year since I addressed your Ard Fheis. It has been a year of slaughter, not just for the people of Gaza, but across the whole Palestinian territory. We are witnessing how Israel has extended its war into Lebanon, killing hundreds of people, in the south of the country and Beirut. It's now replicating genocide in Gaza in its effort to spark a disastrous regional war, displacing hundreds of thousands, bombing cities, homes, schools, and hospitals. Israel launched the war on Gaza, not for revenge. Its main goal, to uproot our people, to displace and destroy a nation. There is no denying this fact. We remain steadfast in our land, the land of olives and za'atar. No one will overcome our resolve, our resilience, and our aspiration for freedom. Israel is waging this genocidal onslaught without any fear of consequences for its crimes. The occupation is dehumanizing our people, stripping away our dignity, stealing our lands, killing indiscriminately. But all their plans will not succeed, and their goals will not be achieved, not this time, not ever. For a year now, its savagery continues, with the whole world watching live-stream massacres day after day, no end in the horizon. In Gaza, the atrocities have killed over 41,000 and injured more than 100,000 people. The majority are women and children. Many more hundreds or thousands lie under the rubble. We have 500,000 women of reproductive age and 55,000 pregnant in Gaza. Since October 2023, more than 50,000 new children have come into this world, born into deprivation and war instead of safety and security. How can we end this brutality and slaughter? 12 months on, the Israeli military machine continues unabated. Vengeful and lethal campaign of collective punishment, destruction, and starvation. Israeli military assaults, including airstrikes, have also surged across the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, killing and injuring more Palestinian civilians and destroying infrastructure. The extremist colonial settlers militia maraud side by side with the Israeli occupation forces in their daily violent raids across the cities, towns, and refugee camps. Where should our people go? Where should our people go? To the moon? Israel must be held accountable. No efforts to shield Israel from accountability. There must be political and economic sanctions put in place. There must be a ban on armed trade with Israel. No weapons to kill us. No trade with the settlements and their associated regime to rob our lands and our resources. There must be no more protection that encourage Israel to commit more war crimes. Peace and freedom must prevail in Palestine. From the bottom of my heart, I thank all of you here today for the friendship, solidarity, and support. Palestine will be free. Justice for Palestine.
Delegates, that concludes the live section of the Ard Fheis. Just a reminder that there are 2 fringe meetings. They're in your pack. One on Rita O'Hare memoir and another on the 21st century councillor in local government. Details are in your pack. You should go there now straight away because places are going to be limited. Go straight away, I'd advise you.
And that concludes the live section for today, for this morning. And we'll be back after a lunch break. As you heard there will be some fringe events taking place over the lunch break. And then we'll be back for more discussion at 2 o'clock when there will be a section on, let me just check, health, actually. And we heard there from David Cullinan the ambition we have to deliver a functional and all-Ireland health service. So join us then. We'll be back just before 2 o'clock and we'll run through what's going to come up. So, Gur Míle Maith, Slán. Agus Thomas Bio arás an seo a Malia Áha Lún Crí Lárna Tíre le haid Ard Fheis Sinn Féin fihe cahar agus tá mbeadh seo le ceapam an cóirleoir is óige tofa sa stát an bhfuilm ceart.
Yeah, ceapam
Sean
gohfuilm
Nick
faoi
Carna,
láthair an duine is
Cunda
óga.
Lou,
Yeah,
Anna
an cóirleoir
Wá.
is óga.
An bhá, agus cén isiú?
Tá mé fiche trí le gátheacht in nús.
Okay, well, gorgeous. Spread la honna.
Cúpla maige.
Agus so ví tú fihe dó an sin mar nuair táú tú ag
Yeah,
Gunda Lou.
fiche dó,
Aintach. Agus ví tú mar chuidste tá fear an láidir a gí na Gunda Lou go bhislam.
Tá seachtar is midne an 40 is mó ag cóirla cantar chun
Aintach.
Is intach mai.
It's Mo ag Gunda Lou.
Yeah.
So we're back here at the Sinn Féin Ard Fheis in Athlone. The lunch break is ongoing. People are getting fed and also taking part in the fringe meetings that are happening at the moment. There's one where there's a book about Rita O'Hare and there's also another fringe meeting about being a member of local government and how to make the most of your role as a councillor, which is why I'm here with the youngest councillor in the state elected, Sean Nick Carna. And you're avoiding the other meeting to be here because you don't need lessons. You don't need lessons
No,
at this
I'm
stage.
learning from the best.
This
You know,
is
we
it.
have a
This
good
is
team
it.
in line.
This is it. But and so how are you finding it? How is it? How has it been since you got elected, got on the council?
Yeah, it was a bit. The month of June was a bit surreal. It was a bit in the immediate aftermath of the election. It took me a while to come to terms with what had happened, but I'm really enjoying it. I love the work, but it's a lot of problems with the structure of local government, particularly the fact that the national government doesn't give us enough money.
If you've heard that, if anyone from the national government is listening,
yeah, if there's any TDs out there
Yeah.
in government.
it's something you might want to get on to County Louth in particular. I'll always say Galway could always do it a bit more funding as
They
well.
all could.
They all could. There you have it now. That's a true 32 county approach. Everyone needs more money. Brilliant. And tell me, so, táú do bhfuil goch má?
Yeah, is scéal go mé,
Ítach,
scéal
agus
mé.
Tá mami a géisteach?
Tá má mama géisteach, tá
Hello, Mammy.
my partner géisteach, hello Lou Bosch.
Hello.
Birch Folamori, yeah.
Anna, agus an ritu kaint fí rang an a gweilge tá ag Sinn Féin, go muid ag
Yeah, so hussy mid rangana in Dundalgan, govlin o hin, agus vi mar Genevieve muid hen, agus inis tá cenol conra acu leis on LMETB.
Oh, ítach.
So tá ferganibh tá siomrí níos mó agin agus tá go rangana á bhúnú acu.
Wow.
So Folamori agus Folamori a dó. So dine bhí á dhéanamh rangana blin sicáte. Tá siad sé an asce, tá siad ítach,
Sin
is
ar
rud
éasar fad,
ítach. Yeah, go
Sin
bhfuil
ar
siad ar fáil.
agus nuair bhí an play ar mágin faoi conas taú leis an gultúr leis an danga leis an na halíonn bhí lán rún faoi agus fiú iné actually bhí rún freisin faoin gailge máidir leis an pártí agus structúr an pártí gohfuil gáil a gcuilú. So I suppose there is that sense that we understand there are loads of people out there who wish they could speak Irish. And we're trying to, both in terms of our policies with regard to Irish in education and providing free classes for adults, which is something we've committed to now in the alternative budget, but also internally in the party we can do our bit, and it's great to see that's being led in
it's phenomenal that they've managed to do it, to partner up with the education organisation to provide free lessons at home. It's in terms of Gaelicisation, there's a huge desire there for people, young adults who want to, and it's about giving them the space to learn and ferbert and
Sinné go díreach. Agus so mar cóirleoir a mín deis agat an gailge úsáid mór an.
Sin rud atá arm trid. A gcóir. Is mise an taon cóirleoir le gailge lífa massam. Sin chuna sa mohíonn si, mis sin taon duine tó gailge ó úsáid acu. So tá sé cinál Dakar bhí córa agin maidir leis conar na gailge, Marial go bhfuil siad a géirí go méic gailge ar na SPCs, nó go méic cean dó hain SPC don gailge, so language and development. Agus bhí an córá sin ionach Dakar. Bhí an cór le chunde I bhóbhar ach ní raibh na córlóirí.
wow.
So bhí sin iontu Jacker. So the chief executive was happy enough, put it there, put it in social development, but there was a bit of pushback about having the Irish language on the SPCs in Louth. Some of the councillors are very dismissive, which is always really hard to take, I think. A couple of weeks ago, there was also a question asked about why we need to have Irish signs on the roads.
Wow.
And it's just very disheartening in the south, in the 26 counties, that you have to try and fight the same uphill battles that we're fighting in the north for just basic respect when it comes to Gaeilge and, respecting the rights of language of Irish speakers. Like, it's very frustrating.
That's fascinating because, there's wide consensus. People like seeing Gaeilge. Like, there have been loads of studies done that demonstrate people want to see more of it, want to have more of it used. The barrier most people have, aside from problems with the education system, is opportunities to be exposed to Irish outside education, and street signs and things like that, and council, the council's role in that are vital to exposure to the language.
Yeah, absolutely. There's an onus on us to preserve and push forward the language, and to make it visible within our local community. So to know that there are people who don't want that to happen is very disheartening, particularly if they are members of government parties, that if that's what they're saying on a local level, what's happening higher up the chain, do you know what I mean?
And I think it's something that, and you see it always, and it's something like being in Cora Agin and Gaeilge, we can have this conversation in Irish, but one of the problems is so often when you're having that conversation about rights, about access, about visibility for the Irish language in Irish, the same conversation isn't happening in English, or at least people aren't participating in it. People aren't listening to that, and it's always difficult. I mean, I can't imagine how hard it is for yourself as the one councillor in the room who can make that case, who has that lived experience. And do you find, being such a young councillor as well, being a young woman, a Gaeilgeoir, do you find there is a dismissive attitude to you? Is it still a very patriarchal structure in local government?
People please make their way into the hall. We're about to start the afternoon session. In this, we're dealing with the health section of the Clá, which is motions 83 to 112. So más féidir libh teachtas teachta hala le burdal, bemi ré contosu, again copla no me.
In Louth, and I do feel like sometimes it does get a little bit dismissed, where it's kind of like, oh, well, what do you have to worry about? Or, what kind of experience would I have to be able to add to certain conversations, which is very frustrating, but it was to be expected. And I think on what you were saying about the conversations around Irish, when you have them ask Gaeilge, you're kind of preaching to the choir. Anyone who is an Irish speaker, who grows up speaking Irish or is trying to have Irish be their daily language, they know the struggle because they're living with it every day. But for English speakers in this country, they don't recognise that those issues. They don't see how it is a rights issue, it is a cultural issue, and it's a personal issue, and then it betters all of us if we make it, less of an issue, that we'd all be better off.
Yeah, it is in a way it's an issue of access. It's, can you participate fully in society as an Irish speaker, or do you always have to accommodate? And do you always have to change? And if we are to encourage Irish, which is a goal most people have signed up to, or most people want, how do we do that if we're also at the same time making people switch to English on any occasion?
Exactly, yeah. Like for me, I obviously grew up in an English-speaking area, went through Gaelic Kiss.
Every single
day as my daily language, as a social language, and then the minute that you leave the education system, you lose that access. Yeah. Because suddenly those social spaces, lunchtime, it's not there anymore. You can't, like speaking about things like literature, even if it is in a history class or whatever, you lose those conversations, you lose those relationships because it's not facilitated. And that's very difficult when, we're trying to push for Irish medium education. You have to push for the spaces then for that generation of kids to be able to use it fully in their adult lives afterwards. And it's just like we're not there yet. And even today is the last day that Club Cunran na Gaeilge will be open.
Yes,
and that is going to be even Dumsa. Like for me personally, it is outside of Rathcarn the only Irish speaking pub in Leinster. which is
Wow.
a huge, it's going to be a huge loss for all of us that live on the commuter belt who want Irish, who speak Irish daily and want to use it as their social language. I'm going to miss it dearly over the next 3 years.
We're going to start this afternoon session again. To repeat, it's the health section of the clár. And motions
We'll go more le tachtarash an conra northa on achorú jainter fraj arker. Govistum by kainchina eg tosu golua fwy sláinte. So Mariella Shin by Majig her creatla show or for Tamil. Ach tom fear week lat honan as the which tahi a leru. So we'll be wrapping up now because there'll be a discussion on health motions. So we'll leave that to the floor. They're currently explaining that there are a number of motions that are not mutually exclusive, I suppose is the word, in that if we can't adopt two motions that contradict each other, as much as people might want to hold contradictory views, we have to take a stance on some things here. So that's where there are motions that they will decide. It's up to the members which of those motions will fall and which of those motions will stand. So that's part of what's being explained at the moment. And then we'll go on to the full debate on health, and we have again a big queue, long queue of people waiting to speak, and David Cullinan raring to go as always. He was pointing out earlier about Simon Harris being like Bart Simpson and saying it's not my fault about everything. I thought that was
Children's Hospital, not my fault.
Yeah, this is it, and it's a problem up and down the country. Healthcare, and this idea, I'm sure it's of key concern in Louth, the idea of a 32 county health service.
Yeah, and even for us, there is no hospital in Dundalk. They closed it the year before I was born.
God.
So I've grown up without local access to many medical services. So
In one of Ireland's biggest towns.
in the second biggest town in the country, it's unbelievable.
And which the biggest now? Is it Drogheda?
Drogheda.
Are you able to admit that now as a Dundalk person?
But the wee county has the two biggest towns. So
I always see every census that comes out, there's always like a few hundred people in the difference or something, and
always
makes a world of difference, you know.
That bit of Drogheda that's in me, they always get on.
Oh, this is it. But
here into the hall here, Tommy Drayla Tosu Inish. So can I have the first speaker, please?
Liz Kimmins, Tollhart Common Clevey, County Armagh, home of Sam Maguire and MLA for Newry Armagh. Acardja, our health and social care system in the north has been neglected and underfunded for far too long. 14 years of Tory austerity have been felt most acutely by the sick, the vulnerable and the poorest in our society. And now we see the real impact of these cuts in our health and social care system. Spiralling waiting lists, overcrowded emergency departments, families unable to secure care packages or support for elderly and vulnerable loved ones, and the worst cancer waiting times on these islands. Our health and social care staff are overburdened and burnt out by demand, with many having left the service over the last number of years, making it ever more essential that we pass safe staffing legislation. Safe staffing legislation will help to ensure that patients are appropriately cared for and staff are able to work in safe environments that are properly resourced and they're able to do the jobs that they love and trained to do properly. Comrades, our health and social care system was once a source of great pride for both patients and for those who work tirelessly to care for us. But unfortunately, a lack of strategic vision, coupled with a British government unwilling to fund our services according to the level of need, have decimated public services. Sinn Féin are clear. The provision of healthcare should always be free at the point of access and should serve the needs of the population. Healthcare is not merely about providing medical treatment, but about helping people to live long, happy, productive and active lives. It's about ensuring that every child has the best start and that every elderly person has the support they require to maintain their independence for as long as possible. The health service should be available and accessible to all. And one of the greatest challenges in modern healthcare is the inequality and disparity between the haves and the have-nots. Those on lower incomes or in areas of deprivation are more likely to die younger and are more likely to have complex health and mental health needs. This is totally unacceptable, and tackling health inequalities is vital to creating equality within our society. I commend the motions to the floor. Gur míle maith.
Acharja David Cullinan, Ard Corla from Port Loriga and the party's health spokesperson in the South. I want to first of all extend solidarity greetings from this Ardèche to all of those who work on the front line in healthcare, north, south, east and west, whose daily sacrifices keep our hospitals running and save lives. Sinn Féin has their back, and we stand with healthcare workers in their demands for safe staffing levels and better working conditions. Sinn Féin is a party that values care, that values our public health services, values family carers and all of those who contribute to health and social care across this island. That is clear from the motions that we will debate for the next hour. This is a party brimming with ideas and potential, a party with a real vision and appetite for change. Sinn Féin has a plan to transform our public health services in the South and to deliver an all-island national care system that puts ordinary workers first. We will take big, bold steps towards universal healthcare and implement a plan to deliver that within a decade. Our plan will transform local GP and health services. Our plan will deliver a landmark public GP contract and invest in local health services that will provide more care closer to the home and indeed in the home. Our plan will drive on reform of our hospitals and deliver the beds and the staff to make them safe. Sinn Féin will deliver 5,000 additional hospital beds by 2031, including replacing 1,000 unsafe beds. A Sinn Féin government will legislate for safe staffing levels right across the healthcare system and double undergraduate places to ensure that we are training enough graduates to come and work in the public system. We will rapidly modernise the healthcare service through an unprecedented and ambitious investment in digital transformation. Our plan will make rights real for people with disabilities. Sinn Féin will enforce the Act and make sure that every child who needs an assessment of need gets one on time. But children and adults also need and deserve access to services, and family carers deserve access to support and respite. Acharja Sinn Féin will deliver the health and social care services, including personal assistance, to ensure that people with disabilities can live equal and independent lives alongside their peers. Our plan will revolutionise youth mental health. Sinn Féin leading experts in child and youth mental health to develop our plan to deliver universal counselling, equitable access to Jigsaw and transform the ailing CAM system into a world-leading child and youth mental health service.
Tina Relihan, Chairperson of the Hannah-Shees Gefin Common, Canturk, speaking in favour of motions 84 and 91. Carja, I'll start with the more straightforward of the two, motion 91. The diet supplement was cruelly discontinued in 2014. We're now a decade on and it still hasn't been restored, despite people who had it prior to its removal still receiving it. As usual, Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael lack logic and fairness. A lot of people with other health conditions require a specific diet, and it runs in families too. The diet supplement allowance must be reinstated immediately. First, I would like to commend the huge number of Commemorations across the country who have put in motions on trans rights. It is very clear that we as a party know which side we are on the issue. Unfortunately, many others do not. A handful of vocal local representatives have hugely damaged our support amongst the trans and wider LGBTQIA+ community. This is being compounded by the recent decisions by the Executive Office. This motion will again nail our colours to the mast. The far right know well what our policy is. However, it's much too late to give them any concessions on this topic. After decades of being firmly on the right side of history, you can't pick and choose which trans rights to support. After all, even acknowledging trans people exist is too much for them. Well, they do. The 26 counties have the worst trans healthcare in Europe. The waiting list is up to 8 years now. When people are seen, they are met with doctors who turn away fully grown adults for having unsupportive families, being unemployed, or for their sexual orientation. In the 6 counties, 13 people were seen for their first appointment last year. The waiting list will take 63 years at the present rate. Imagine the horror that wait must be. Compound this with the refusal of the HSE to engage with private trans healthcare suppliers and its abject cruelty. Our trans comrades are in a situation that is a living hell. Even if everything was ran as it should be, it's still a major and complex journey that nobody enters lightly and takes all the strength they have. So we must do everything we can to make this process as easy as possible. So, Carja, I am appealing to you to support Motion 84 and send a clear message to trans people and their allies, of which I am one. I'm not a member of the LGBTQIA+ community. I don't have any trans relatives. I'm speaking on this because as Socialists and Republicans, we must speak up for the voiceless, marginalised and those that are struggling. Whether it affects us or a loved one, directly or not, the system might fail us, but we must not fail ourselves. So let's send a clear message to our trans comrades. We see you, we care, and we are in your corner, and we will remain in your corner. Garv Maithne.
Geraldine Campbell, Paddy Wright Common in Kildare. So I'm speaking on Motion 83, but in fact I'm in favour of all the motions for healthcare. So Motion 83 spells out what this country needs in a healthcare system. I've been a carer for the last 32 years, 18 years as a home carer. I've been that mother ringing the health board daily trying to get a wheelchair fix, singing that song, you know, there's 3 wheels on our wagon, now we're stuck in the house until this thing is fixed. I've been in the local school pleading to keep an SNA. We all have awful stories connected to the healthcare or the lack of it. We all have our stories to tell. So I've been working in a nursing home the last 4 or 5 years. Our residents there live there as they already have nursing needs. And when they're sent to A&E, our residents can be in their 80s and 90s, left on trolleys for over 24 hours, often going to A&E as the on-call doctor has no idea when you get to the nursing home. This motion has set out plans to give us all more GPs. Care in the community is where it all starts. Too many people arrive into A&E as the doctor has no appointment for maybe the next 10 days. So when you go out canvassing for the general election, remind people about the queues in the GP. We all know someone out there waiting on patient care. The appointment arrives for maybe 2026 if you're lucky. Money wasted on the Children's Hospital, all the young GPs leaving the country, cancer care a joke, children with disabilities waiting for assessment of need. On-call out-of-hours service can be an hour away if you can get there. People waiting in severe pain for hip and knee surgery, unless of course you have private health insurance. Your need should, and not your wallet, should mean you skip the queue. Please support Motion 83.
Screening programmes in Ireland published in September 2020 in Ireland is estimated to increase by 50% by 2045. International evidence suggests that screening early saves lives. Research published in the Lancet Oncology Journal in 2020 states that screening mammograms at the age of 40 instead of the age of 50 saves women's lives. Yet breast check in Ireland is aged 50 to 69. The recommendation from the American Society for Breast Surgeons in August 2022 states that all women over 25 should have a formal risk assessment for breast cancer, and women with an average risk of breast cancer should start screening at age 40. Early detection is so important and provides a better outcome for patient. So a lot of people that know me would know that in 2020 I was diagnosed with breast cancer, triple negative breast cancer stage 3. And what I seen on the oncology wards was not women between the ages of 50 and 69. I seen older women and I seen younger women. I seen women coming from college, I seen women with young children, and I seen women that were in their 70s. So cancer does not discriminate by age, so I think we should not discriminate by age when we're checking for cancer. The other motion in the motion 100 is regard to reconstruction and women's reconstruction after breast cancer. So you might not be aware, but when women have breast cancer and they have a mastectomy, the reconstruction is not considered as part of the actual cancer treatment. You get your cancer treatment, and once you get the all clear, then you're sent off to a different section to get your reconstruction. And women are languishing on waiting lists, trying to get their life back together for 3 and 4 years and longer. So this motion is about your sisters, your nieces, your mothers, your grandmothers. Please don't let women's health be the poor relation in healthcare. Thank you.
Martin Brown, P.S. McCann, Cumming, Tipperary. I want to speak on motion 95. I welcome this motion because while reflecting the situation on the ground in my own county, Tipperary, I know from my time chairing the Committee of Petitions and the Ombudsman that the ripping away of district hospitals and similar facilities in local communities is an actual disgrace. St Bridget's in Carrick and Shore was a shock stay unit with 16 beds, including 3 palliative, 2 respite and 11 convalescent shock stay beds. It was closed under the guise of COVID and never reopened. And while this never happened, St Bridget's, they have forgotten about it. And the HSE, despite concerted efforts on the part of the local community and 11,000 signatures on a petition, they've just completely ignored the will of the people to reopen that hospital. But this is what communities across the state are faced with, and the removal of beds from community connected to it, and instead to reduce the number of beds available and locate them away from the communities. They make a big thing about caring for people in our own communities, but at the same time, as I said, they keep ripping hospitals away, and we've seen it above and all. Look, our respite beds, they're like gold dust, as they are right across the country, and we all know that, yet the Department of Health and the HSD think it is feasible to rip away these from them said communities. So look, we're asking for support for motion 95, and just while I have time left, I just want to do motion 87, mental health. Look, when a member of the Gardaí has to make a decision whether a child needs to be taken to A&E due to mental health issues, it's very clear that there's a breakdown in proper pathways to that care, and the availability and the suitability of that kind of care. Like, unfortunately, we have a situation in Tipperary, we have no mental health beds. If someone in South Tipperary has mental health issues, we're driven to Kilkenny. North Tipperary, they're driven to Ennis. So we're asking you to support motion 95 and 87. Thank you.
Councillor Janice Boylan, Dublin North Inner City, Cavan Barry, Frankside, Cumming. I'm speaking in support of motion 88. And firstly, I want to commend the work that Mark Ward TD has done with his brief on this. We need mental health reform. The Mental Health Act 2001 is out of date and out of touch. We need to protect people who go through mental health difficulties. We need a new child and youth service to replace CAMHS. Too many times, children and their families have been let down and neglected, making the horrifying situation that they're going through 10 times difficult to deal with. We need to give those in active addiction suffering through mental health difficulties the chance they deserve by supporting the call for a dual diagnosis service and for the reopen of Keltoy, closed since 2020. We need more funding, we need workplace planning and a mental health act that puts patient safety as the priority it needs to be. We need services like Shannon's Hope Line to be recognised for the amazing work that they do in our communities. At Carja, we must deliver for our communities. When in government, we need to enact our Sinn Féin Mental Health Action Plan. Gormagat.
G. Eve Accordia. Alex Connell, Ruth Hackett Cummins, speaking in support of Motion 105. Accordia, I grew up in a community ravaged by the opioid crisis of the 1980s in Dublin. From my earliest memories, I understood the lasting impact of addiction on our island. However, I always found myself bewildered by people who spoke about it in the past tense, as it was always clear to me that the crisis has not ended. It has merely been passed on to a new generation. It has taken a new image, it has silenced itself, but it is more prevalent than ever. There is a youth addiction crisis on our island. Be it cocaine, opioids, prescription drugs, young people, north and south, are succumbing to the grips of addiction at increasingly critical rates. So you may find yourself shocked to hear that there is merely one HSE youth drug and alcohol addiction treatment service in this country. This service serves only its catchment area in South Dublin. In 2020, Ireland had the fourth largest number of drug-related deaths in Europe. And following the release of this statistic, there was radio silence from government, while some of the most vulnerable people on this island have been left behind time and time again by successive governments, north and south. From Cove to Coleraine, there are young people crying out for support and being met with nothing. It is time that there is equity and accessibility across the island for those suffering from addiction. It is time for the Department for Health to become answerable to this neglect. The question at the core of this motion, Accordia, is not one of facts or of figures or of funds, but it is one of compassion. Do we follow the status quo? Do we follow the politics of Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil and the DUP and the SDLP? Their way of doing things, of burying our heads in the sand, of viewing our most vulnerable as political burden, or are we in Sinn Féin better than that? Do we believe in services for all, regardless of class or creed? Do we believe in empathy, in morality, in compassion? Accordia, with your vote on motion 105, I hope you make your answer loud and clear. Gurv Mila Moyagwiv.
Nolene Hayes of the Sean South Common, Lisnaskea, County Fermanagh, and I'm asking for your support on motions 84. This motion is incredibly important for reaffirming our commitment to the LGBTQIA+ rights, and I would like to concentrate on transgender issues for a moment. Transgender, which includes non-binary people of all ages, are facing a huge increase in transphobia, abuse, hate and exclusion across Ireland and indeed across the Western world. There is a deliberate, hostile and concentrated movement to demonise the community, spreading lies and disinformation and trying to exclude them from healthcare, education, employment and even everyday living, sometimes in the simpler task of using a public toilet. The US, since 2018, have enacted 48 anti-trans laws across 19 different states, resulting in, according to a recent study, an increase in suicide attempts in youths aged 13 to 18 by up to 72%. The ultra-conservative think tank responsible for most of these laws, the Heritage Foundation, had members consulted with by researchers for the Cass Review in England. The Tory government used this review to bring in a ban on hormone blockers for under 18s, which now, although apparently over temporarily, has been extended to the 6 counties. Ironically, although the Cass Review has been debunked and discredited by nearly every medical and academic expert body, even that did not call for a ban. No medical body has called for a ban. Hormone blockers are a legitimate, safe and effective treatment for transgender youths and has been used safely and effectively with clinical advice and support for decades. Yet it's only been banned specifically for transgender youths. We should be looking to international best practice and expert knowledge for gender-affirming treatment, including blockers, which advocates for high-quality care and accessible pathways to this care, which at this moment does not exist in the North. We need investment, training, access to care and ongoing support from transgender youths and their families and trans adults to ensure that we keep our commitment to protecting their human rights here in Ireland. Just to finish, I asked my daughter if there was anything she thought I would include when speaking here, and she simply said, "Please remember when discussing and debating trans issues, we are not some sort of strange entity, we are normal human beings. So please respect and treat us as such," and that would be a good start. Gura Maiga.
Is Mr Pippa Black, Bowen Marin Common, Agus Cola Canta Schleggy, speaking in support of motion 98 on scoliosis treatments and motion 84 or 87 if 84 falls. Accordia, we look forward to the policy conference on the issue of gender identity that motion 84 mandates. This conference must take place before our next Ard Fheis. Sinn Féin has been looking at this for a year and we are still only talking about it. Meanwhile, trans people are not getting suitable healthcare, some cannot access gender recognition, and non-binary people legally do not even exist. I told you last year that Europe is going to ban the unnecessary genital mutilations that are routinely performed on intersex babies to normalise them. I have since learned that 3 UN committees are also directing states to put a halt to this practice. The Committee Against Torture, the Committee for the Rights of the Child, and the Committee for the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which I interned with last month. In 1999, Colombian courts ruled that it is against their constitution for parents to choose the gender of an intersex infant, and, barring medical emergencies, they must wait until the child can make their own decisions. Both Malta and Greece have banned these non-essential and painful surgeries. When we stop this abhorrent practice, those children will need an appropriate gender marker. Other states already use non-binary gender markers. Everyone deserves to be seen and heard and validated. And when that doesn't happen, there is a huge toll on people's mental health and quality of life. We see this in the high suicide rate amongst trans and gender non-conforming people. Talk is cheap. The trans, non-binary and intersex communities need action. We need to move to create and implement the policies that will literally start saving lives. Goromela Margaret.
Emma Sheeran, Brian Keenan coming on the screen. I'm speaking in relation to motion 84. Aharja, we in Sinn Féin hold a unique place in Irish politics. We know who we are and what we stand for. We have principles, convictions that we are true to, and we care about the people that we represent. We can stand on a long history of doing the right thing, standing up for the most vulnerable in society and trying to build a better country for everyone to enjoy. And how we treat our LGBTQ+ community, or indeed any minority group, says a lot about any society. Sinn Féin have been to the forefront in campaigning for social justice for our LGBTQ+ population throughout history. Our record in rights is beyond reproach because it isn't a tick box exercise for us. It's not something we have to be publicly pressured into. It is the bedrock of our Republican politics. And at this time, when we see a targeted and cynical attack from the right on the rights of our minorities, there is an onus on us to stand up and do what is right. Because if you don't stand for anything, you fall for anything. And sadly, it is in that vacuum of integrity and conviction that we have seen the spread of misinformation and hatred, ultimately manifesting in the abuse of our most vulnerable communities. Let's stand up for them. Gura míle maith agam.
Sandra Duffy, Chantal Martyrs Common, Derry City, speaking on motion 84. Transgender and non-binary people face unique challenges that stem from societal misconceptions, systematic discrimination and deeply ingrained stigma. These challenges manifest in various aspects of life, from healthcare, access to employment and even in our schools. It is our responsibility to dismantle these barriers and create a world where everyone feels safe, respected and valued. This means supporting legislation that prohibits discrimination based on gender identity in all areas of life, ensuring that everyone has access to healthcare that respects their identity and their needs. Let us remember that trans rights are human rights. Every person deserves to express their identity freely and without fear. Together we can create a future where love conquers hate, where acceptance replaces intolerance and where every individual can live authentically. In closing, let us commit ourselves to the work ahead. Let us educate, advocate and stand together for trans equality. Together we can build a world that celebrates diversity and champions the rights of individuals, affirming that everyone, regardless of their identity, deserves to live with dignity and respect. Gramagat.
Joseph O'Callaghan, Mick Murray Cummin, Clontarf. I will be speaking in favour of motion 85 and on motions 84, 86 and 87. Comrades, the trans community has been the target of a vile, hateful campaign in recent years. And the leaders of these campaigns are the same people who are against marriage equality and rights to abortion. We cannot allow our communities to be dragged into this hate. Trans people are our friends, they are our family members, they are members of our party, and they are members of our communities. Trans people exist, and Sinn Féin must be their allies. We're in the health section of the Clár, but trans healthcare is not just a topic of health, it is a topic of human rights and equality. The National Gender Service in the 26 counties has waiting lists up to 8 years. This is unacceptable, and I just want to send my solidarity to Transgress, the NGS, who occupied the Department of Health during the week, demanding better services. Trans rights are human rights, and this cannot be a soundbite. Well, the Cathaoirleach has said that motions on the Clár contradict each other. If motion 84 should pass, then motions 86 and 87 should fall. Well, motion 84 calls for a review, and I think any logical review of our trans policy will come to the same conclusions as motions 86 and 87, particularly 87, which calls for the recognition of intersex and non-binary people, and also which gives the same rights to people who are naturalised citizens to those that were born in this state. I want to draw your attention to the Clár and the support for these four motions from our structures of Common right up to the Ard Fheis. They are, and trans rights are the most supported issue on the Clár of this Ard Fheis this year. That's who we are in Sinn Féin, and that's who we will continue to be. Gurmargat.
Daniel Loftus, Drumdarty Clark, Cummin, Dublin Midwest. I am speaking in favour of motions 94 and 95, and I encourage you all to do the same. We must focus as a party and a country to transition to a health-led approach towards drug addiction. The war on drugs was imported from the US by successive Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael governments. The war on drugs has failed as it always was doomed to do so, as you cannot declare war on your own people. We should not be penalising drug users or criminalising addiction. We criminalise these people for having an addiction to a substance we deem as illegal, while people who are addicted to legal addictive substances are not criminalised. I am not an expert in frontline addiction services, and I am not going to pretend to be. What I do know is what I've seen in my community, among my friends and my family. Addiction can destroy somebody's life, and it destroys those people who are around them. The way to stop this is to not to criminalise these people and their addiction, but to give them the help they need and deserve. Vote in favour of motion 94 and 95. I also support motions 97, 90 and 88. Gurmir Magat.
Patrick Kelly, Mulvoy, Campbell, McGear, Cummin, Galiev, speaking in support of motion 109. Aherja, it'll be 3 years on Thursday since I lost my father to suicide. And even now, I feel some sense of guilt or shame saying it. Why is that? If it was cancer or a heart attack, I would not pause for 1 second. So why do I hesitate to mention the #1 cause of death for those between 15 and 34? There's not one answer to that question, but it starts at the very top. As recently as the 80s, we had burials in killings, the families of the victims having to lie so that a son or daughter could have a dignified funeral. And when the church runs the state, it becomes de facto government policy. Think of the toll this takes on a family to feel shame rather than grief after losing a child. It is time for change. This has got to change. Because the stigma attached to mental health runs the whole way through the system. We are told from childhood that real men don't cry, women are too emotional. All of us are collectively conditioned into silence. You go to A&E out of fear of suicide and you're turned away. Each year, hundreds of people leave A&E without being seen. If you arrive outside working hours, they'll turn you away. They'll tell you to go to hospitals as many as 60 kilometres away. It's outside of hours. There's no public transport. What are you supposed to do? Can any of you imagine right now arriving to a hospital with tightness in your chest and a pain down your left arm and they tell you, travel 50 miles? Because I certainly can't. To conclude, we must work to elucidate the myth that mental health somehow is less important than physical health. We need to dispel the illusion that an illness as complex as depression can be cured by going to the gym and eating better. As a society, we must do better, and in Mahuram, it starts from the very, very top. It's time for change. Thank you.
Cordia Dean McGrath, speaking on behalf of the Tipperary Cola Cantor in favour of motion 96. I'm proud to stand here before you, speaking on behalf of my friend, mentor and comrade, Councillor David Dunn from Carrick-on-Shore in Tipperary, who can't be here today. Our district hospital in Carrick-on-Shore was closed in 2020 at the stroke of a pen by the HSE. They hollowed out our inpatient services in rural areas. They implemented a retrograde step in the provision of care. It doesn't reflect the best interests of the patients. It doesn't reflect the best interests of the community the health service is obliged to serve. As a healthcare worker, as a trade unionist, as a Republican and a socialist, myself and others within the community came together to form an action group. Door to door, day by day, night by night, 11,000 people signed our petition. 11,000 people from counties Kilkenny, counties Waterford and County Tipperary for the reintroduction and the reinstatement of those services. End-of-life care is absolutely such a harrowing experience, and I'm looking out at the floor, every one of you, I would say, have known somebody. But to say that because of a HSE arbitrary decision, that people in rural communities, a place that served almost 100,000 people in terms of its population, that they cannot die in the town that they loved if they can't come home to receive care. They could have died in St. Bridget's. Please support motion 96 and save St. Bridget's Hospital. Thank you.
Díomh Harja. My name is Sam Brooks and I'm coming in South Roscommon. I would like to voice my support for motions 88 and 90 needing clinical intervention. This focus on a broad and diverse mental health service that actually helps everyone at every level is vital. This focus must include a renewed focus on mental health care in rural communities. There are too many people in rural communities facing chronic loneliness, suicidal thoughts, depression, and so on. Residents of rural areas are more likely to experience depression and are more likely to commit suicide. That is my community, my friends, and my neighbours. There are solutions and there are so many wonderful organisations working so hard to tackle these issues, but they are facing an uphill battle if they don't get the support that they need, and that starts with supporting motions like Motion 88 and 97, which start vital conversations on critical mental health services for everyone in this country. Gura míle maith agaibh.
Leah Cole, Culla and Timon Cumann Arigna, and County Councillor for the Boyle LEA in North Roscommon, speaking in support of Motion 88. Simon Harris said a couple of months ago that he wanted to make Ireland the happiest and the best place for children to grow up. And although I'm sure every single one of us here can warmly welcome that statement, if anyone has read the CAMS report for 2024, I find that statement slightly insulting. If you have read every year, after every report, I think to myself, this is the year there's going to be real change. But no, it's swept under the carpet like every other year. Barely a headline about it this year. Where is the leadership? The system is simply underfunded, understaffed, and not fit for purpose. Our children and their families lay idle for months on end and sometimes years, where they're deemed too depressed to be autistic and too autistic to be depressed. We have some fantastic and excellent and highly skilled people working in the sector, but with little to no support from government, they cannot provide the care that is needed. Our suicide prevention, mental health and wellness charities all across the country that are holding up a failed health system with little to no help from the government, and I dread to think what our country would be like without them. All hushed among people whose day job is to prevent this from happening. The government know the amount that's recommended. The work is done for them, so next week's budget will tell all. Although extremely proud of the stance this party has taken on this, and especially to Deputy Mark Ward, we have to be so much louder. Guys, as a party, we have to be so much louder. They're not listening. Someone needs to stick up for our children. It is easier to build strong children than what it is to fix a broken adult. Gura míle maith agaibh.
Sandra Murtha, Bobby Sands Cumandrada, speaking in support of Motion 89. No one ever sets out deliberately to deliver or to develop an addiction or to abuse drugs. Life experiences, traumas, family breakdowns, and societal pressures pave a person's path to addiction. To the pain and suffering, to the family breakdowns, to the cycle of imprisonment, release, and imprisonment. It must be known by all now that policing, the war on drugs, and seeing addiction as crime alone does not work. If it could work, addiction would have ended decades ago, and so we must try a new path. Community and parental support, education, information, counselling, and understanding the roots of the problem must be the priority going forward if we are ever to tackle drug addiction. The problem in society is too fast for any one government agency to tackle this. It also cannot be tackled unless government agencies work together. So I fully support the call for the government to establish a working group to develop a multi-agency strategy which tackles both the underlying issues such as poverty, education and trauma, and the prevention of the supply of drugs and substance abuse support motion 89. Gurv Mila Maiagat.
Lou McDonald, Cún Baile Clia Huig, agus Corla Náisiúnta, Form Náisiúnta na Gárlóirí. Heachtaí Éireamh tacu le rún 8-3, agus is léir ón chláir seo cé chomh táhachtach is atá cuasaí chomhairm sláinte don pobl agus don party seo. It's very clear from the chláir the importance of healthcare to our party and to our people. I just want to briefly recall in the past week that I spoke to a good friend of mine, the founder of the charity Avion's Pink Tie, a children's cancer charity. And he explained to me how families of children with serious illnesses, including cancer, scoliosis and so on, are absolutely horrified at the disaster, the debacle and the scandal of the National Children's Hospital perpetrated by successive governments. It's one of the greatest scandals in the history of this state. It's the biggest single spend by any government in the history of this state. Our money, public money, and we see the way it has been squandered and the way the deadline for completion has receded and receded into the future, and how the bill has gone up and up and up under this government and under successive governments. It's an absolute scandal. It's been made plain medical politics, politics between business and government. And at one time, as we know in this state, successive governments got down on their knees to the churches and they handed over health, education and such social services as there were to the churches. Nowadays, they're on their knees to corporate interests and international capital, and they have allowed vultures to make this disaster out of the National Children's Hospital. It has happened on the watch and the direct responsibility of Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. They must be held accountable. But most importantly, the voices of children with serious illnesses and their families must be heard, and we need a Sinn Féin government to get this right in healthcare. Gramila Magriv.
Shannon McCann, Councillor Dundalk South, Duffy Downey Coleman. Accordia, I'm asking you to support motion 93, which would see the rescheduling of cannabis from a Schedule 1 drug to a Schedule 4, making it a controlled medicinal product, and decriminalise small possession. This would be a first progressive step forward in tackling the drug problem on our streets by taking the drug trade out of the hands of organised criminals. Cannabis has significant medicinal value in treating conditions such as epilepsy, multiple sclerosis, chronic pain and cancer. Rescheduling it would facilitate more research and development of cannabis-based medicines. It would improve patient access and provide some relief to those suffering from incurable illnesses or at the end of life. It is the compassionate and right thing for us to do. Decriminalising small personal quantities of cannabis would reduce the burden on our criminal justice system by reducing the numbers of non-violent criminals in our prisons. Cannabis charges are disproportionately brought against young people in working class areas who are already marginalised and disadvantaged. With the criminal record, these young people are locked out of any opportunity of improving their future, and it continues the cycle of poverty that we see in our communities. Countries like Portugal and Uruguay have successfully implemented regulated cannabis markets, spearheading policies that have proven to be effective and beneficial in harm reduction. By rescheduling cannabis, we can harness its medicinal benefits, start the reform in our criminal justice system, and ensure public health and safety through proper regulation. Gurmila Mila Maiba Vicarja.
Alan Power, Merlin Byrne Cummin. I'm speaking in favour of motion 92. The Portuguese model of drug decriminalisation is held up as a leading example across the world, and for good reasons, because it works. As a health-led approach, there's been a lot said and a lot written about decriminalising drugs. We've all heard about it, and about how criminalisation does not help those who need the help. making criminals out of addicts is not the way to go, and this motion recognises that rightly so. Working class people are being arrested for having a few small grams of drugs in them, are being dragged through the court system, getting criminal records, and having their lives ruined. Criminalisation is a waste of time and resources, and it's time to do the smart thing and support motion 92. And I just want to also ask to please support motion 84, 85, 86, 87 for our trans friends, our trans comrades. There's been too much debate about trans people. We need to support the trans people. Up the trans.
Deagwich, Accordia, it's Mr. Courtney Kenny, Councillor for Dublin Bay South, speaking on behalf of the Farrell Smith Griffith Commemorations. Today I'm speaking in support of motion 92 and 94. We in Sinn Féin acknowledge that addiction has devastated our communities across the country, with the most vulnerable among us suffering the greatest of consequences. We in Sinn Féin recognise that addiction is not a moral failing, but a public health crisis. We will abandon the punitive and stigmatising approach that has failed too many for too long. We understand that recovery is not a journey that anyone takes alone. Families and communities must be supported and empowered through recovery. We are committed to a health-led approach and will fully fund services that prioritise treatment, rehabilitation and harm reduction, including, but not limited to, access to detox centres, recovery programmes and family counselling services. We recognise also the close relationship between addiction and mental health. We will prioritise an integrated approach that treats the person, their family and their community. Addiction is a challenge that can be overcome, but it requires the right leadership, compassion and commitment to the health and well-being of all of our citizens, not just those who can afford it. We will step up and ensure that no family, no community will have to deal with this crisis alone. Together we can build a society. Recovery is possible where every person is given the dignity and care and support that they deserve. I'm calling on everyone here to support motions 92 and 94. Gurmila Margot.
Gary Flanagan, Clancy O'Callaghan, Cumming, Limerick City North. I'm motion 99. Children with more complex disabilities and needs are let down by the lack of summer programme in the special needs schools. The children have no friends, extremely limited activities, can't play outside without a carer, often have to stay at home during summer months, and as most public amenities are overcrowded and too busy. Local charities such as DOCUS, Enable Ireland, ASD Ireland try to provide camps, but due to underfunding and stretched resources, these charities are unable to fill the gap that a proper summer programme in special schools would provide. This results in these children losing skills worked hard and learned over the school year, not only education but personal skills like toileting, sleeping and interacting with others outside of the family. Self-injurious behaviour increases due to boredom, frustration and can even lead to violent meltdowns and aggression towards others. Many children in these schools have to be hospitalised and are medicated due to regressions. It can also take kids a long time to adjust back to school in September due to the break in routine. Shorter summer holidays for complex needs children should be introduced. If special needs schools refuse to support the most vulnerable children in disability services must be funded to provide summer camps and activities for these children, as the only other people that would have the experience to prove an alternative summer programme. Trainee teachers and therapists should be made take part in summer programmes in special schools so they can get the necessary training with the complex needs of children and get the benefit of the 4-week summer programme. Long and waiting lists of staff with disability services in the HSE have led parents going for private assessments and languishing waiting lists of children do not receive relevant therapies in the last case of school placements. Thank you.
Okay, Accordia, that's the end of
that section. We're now going to move to vote on motions 83 to 112. Can I ask delegates, when I ask you to please show your cards clearly so that I can make sure that I get the counts right.
Okay. And the health debate has just come to an end, and a variety of motions there and some good debate. So, Smisha Oshino Shikhan, I'm from Kunte Karki. We're just getting the microphone settled here.
And I'm Dahi Fitzgerald from Kerry.
So, tell me, Dahi, how have you been finding Ard Fheis?
Good. Yeah, it's been very positive. Yesterday there was good discussions and debates from the floor. I spoke on the legislation for social media to hold platforms to account. So yeah, no, it's been very positive. And today I'm planning to speak on the motions around Palestine. How are you finding the Ardèche so far?
It's fantastic. I think it really reminds us every year. Owen is telling me now to go even closer again. I think coming to the Ardèche every year reminds us why we do this, why we're here, why we're in Sinn Féin. You know, earlier on we heard the Vice President of South Africa speak to us, the Palestinian ambassador reaffirming that international solidarity. Of course, then this morning, Violon, Clare, Cursi Gaelga, Cursi Guelta, Cursi Tangan, it's Lairga with Sinn Féin, Fear Radical, Fear Violach. And the quality of the debate, particularly from younger members of Ogra, members of our college coming from right across the country, north, south, east and west, it really is impressive, and it bears well for the future.
Yeah, and I think kind of Sinn Féin kind of stands out to other any political parties, or especially with the younger members that have come up through Ogra. We've obviously both come up through Ogra over the years. I started over 7.5 years ago. We was called Sinn Féin Republican Youth at the time, and I think our international kind of solidarity that a lot of the young members have kind of stands out as well, especially listening to a lot of the younger members speak. Like when I was 16, I went over to Catalonia with the Sinn Féin Republican Youth delegation, and kind of do stuff like that's kind of brought Sinn Féin, especially through the younger generations, how it's brought it on so well. And now we see kind of with the Palestinian, the genocide that's happening in Palestine, and a lot of our younger members are very well read up on the situation. They're strong activists. They're out with the Palestinian activists, and like I was there last year as well. So yeah, the debates have been very good because they're knowledgeable, and you can see that there's a bright future for the party.
Yeah, I think my microphone was actually off before this, so just again, it's Misha Oshino Shekhan Okunte Kirky, and just what you were saying there, Dahi, particularly about the international aspect of it, and what it reminds us as well is this struggle across the world really is one struggle, whether it's for national self-determination here in Ireland or elsewhere. I think when we look at the catastrophe that's taking place in Palestine, that's kind of incredulous at this stage. We were here last year, only a few weeks after Israel's bombardment began, and little did we know that it would still be taking place, not just in Gaza, but elsewhere in Palestine and now in Lebanon as well. But really to remind ourselves that at the end of the day, this is a matter of self-determination, and if Sinn Féin isn't going to stand by the Palestinians and their national liberation struggle, who will? You know, every step of the way it's been Sinn Féin and mass movement in Ireland that's pushed the government kicking and screaming to take these smallest measures, recognising the state of Palestine and so on. But now what we need to see is consequences, and whether the government is willing to act on that is yet to be seen. And then another thing about the Ardèche as well, we're looking at it right at the moment, is the democracy of this, people offering different views in a comradely fashion, spirit of republicanism, and then voting to see what Sinn Féin policy is going to be.
Yeah, and I always think that's kind of a key part to all our Ardèche, is to show that our republican principles are coming through, and listening to all the speeches and contributions from the floor and from our elected reps and members of the party. Joel, you can see that the republicanism is still alive and well. And that's what kind of drives our policies, and it's important to remember at the end of the day what this party is all about. It's a 32 county united Ireland country of equals, and that's kind of the foundation of where all our principles kind of come out of.
And there's not many, I would struggle to find any other party in Ireland that is so certain about its identity in that way, that we are a national organisation. Fianna Fáil can't say that, Fine Gael can't say that. They're regional parties only representing their part of Ireland, whereas we're nationally representative. And then people ask as well, maybe not here, but people ask, what is it about a united Ireland that invigorates us so much? Why is that so much at the centre of our politics? But what other country in the world can say that they have written into their very constitution a referendum, a vote to simply start again, start afresh, take all that's good about Ireland and craft that into something great in a new Ireland? And then everything that hasn't worked, the Conservative way of the past, a lack of a public health service, sectarianism, division and so on, to do away with that, to move on from that. And I think it's important as well, particularly in the context of Leo Varadkar's remarks this week, that United Ireland won't happen without Sinn Féin, but it certainly won't happen with Sinn Féin alone, and others need to be part of that. And I think that's true in colleges as well, going back to what we were saying about young people. The demand for United Ireland is supported, in such a widespread way across the country. But our job isn't to convince those people, it's to convince people that aren't there yet, And
I think a lot of younger people as well, they see it as more so an opportunity of change, especially like, just for example, the healthcare service. You can have an all-Ireland national healthcare service that actually works for all. There's opportunities like that young people are kind of reading more into it now than maybe they would so in the past. And obviously in the north with Brexit is kind of a catalyst of change, you might call it, where they obviously voted to remain in the European Union but were dragged out due to the UK leaving.
Sinead, so we'll move on now to the Giving Workers and Families a Break section with Pierce Doherty, Caoimhe Archibald, Rose Conway Walsh and Conor Murphy. Gurmagov.
O'Reilly,
Boland, Harford, Cumann. Akarja, I am a proud trade unionist who has campaigned alongside and fought for workers all of my life, and it is my honour to introduce this debate. Why? Because Sinn Féin is the movement that will realise the ambitions of workers and families right across this island. I entered politics because I want to play my part in changing Ireland for the better. I was born in Ballyfermot. I raised my family in Crumlin, and I have seen at first hand the challenges that our people face and the strong representation that they need to overcome those challenges. I am the daughter of a trade union leader, the granddaughter of a shop steward with the Women Workers Union. I am proud of my upbringing, and I believe that there is no better vehicle for the ambition of the Irish working class than our party. We are right to be proud of our record. We are right to be proud of our record and confident in our plans for the future. Comrades, there is no better protection for workers' rights than for workers to be active in their trade union. Sinn Féin in government will deliver the right to organise for all workers. Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael don't understand the pressure that our communities are facing, and they are not one bit interested in any of the solutions. Sinn Féin is the party who will speak up and stand up for workers and their families. We are the party of the working class, and we will apologise to nobody for putting workers first. And by contrast, Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael are the parties of tax breaks for vulture funds and tax relief for people with massive pensions. Fairness means decent pay for your day's work. Fairness means the right to choose to retire at 65 or work on if you want to. Fairness means the right to organise. Fairness means delivering the living wage. Fairness means reform of the industrial relations machinery to make it deliver for workers. Fairness means strong collective bargaining rights. Fairness means affordable childcare. Fairness means 10 days paid leave for victims and survivors of domestic abuse. We know what is fair. We know how to deliver it. Comrades, I encourage you to engage in this debate. Raise your voice for workers. There's no shame in workers demanding a seat at the table. We've been left outside by the establishment, but our time is now. Comrades, up the workers, up the rebels, and for Block the Boo.
Well, good, Louise. Can I also remind delegates that this section will take emergency motions 1 and 2 on the Giving Workers and Family Break. We're on your yellow sheet.
Acciardia, Colm Gildernew, Dan McAnallen Common, Tyrone. 14 years of cuts and chaos from the Tories has heaped huge pressure on ordinary people, on our people. Crashing the economy, driving up energy prices and playing fast and loose with our public services are just some of the things that the Tories will be long remembered for. Sinn Féin is determined to do everything we can to protect workers and families from decisions made by politicians in London who have absolutely no mandate here in Ireland. From day one in the executive, our immediate priorities were giving public sector workers a well-earned pay rise and challenging underinvestment across the north. Finance Minister Civa Archibald has led the battle to deliver more investment in our public services, having already secured an additional £60 million. At Acciardia, we will not give up fighting for fairer funding. Sinn Féin has made the case directly to the British Chancellor that she must not return to the austerity agenda of the previous administration. Cuts and austerity is a political choice, and it is the wrong political choice. But we know there is an alternative. To fully invest in our hospitals, our schools, our roads, in our workers and in our families. To build a strong, vibrant and dynamic economy that serves the everyday person and not just the wealthy elite. Sinn Féin's focus in the executive is to create a better future for workers and families and to uplift ordinary people. Our Economy Minister, Conor Murphy, is bringing forward legislation to strengthen workers' rights, to ban zero-hours contracts and to strengthen trade union representation. Working alongside other parties, we have successfully rolled out a childcare subsidy scheme which will keep more money in the pockets of families. Infrastructure Minister John O'Dowd will recommend moving ahead with building the A5, which will save lives, address regional imbalance and improve connectivity right across the island and unlock the huge economic potential of the North West. First Minister Michelle O'Neill and Junior Minister Aisling Riley have now launched a strategy to end the scourge of violence against women and girls in our society. And there is much work ahead, a camarade. Every day, our Assembly, Executive and Dáil teams are out there fighting for ordinary people. We will not give up on that goal, and we will do absolutely everything in our power to give workers and families the break they so richly deserve. Coramila Mayaga.
Hello, I'm Francisca Augusta from the Emmett Clark Common in Dublin 8. I would like to speak in favour of the motion 129 on the development of a policy for disability. I have been just told I have 2 minutes. I have a lot to say about the subject, so I'll try my best. I have been working as a clinical psychologist for the public system for the last 15 years, so I have a lot to talk about. The disability network teams, it's 2 aspects I will talk about in this motion. Disability network teams, I work for one. They have been created by the HSE to develop a very fair and transparent system. I can tell you the development of these teams was not based on research. It was chaotic, and it has not created a transparent and fair system. Every disability network team is different. Every disability network team has different composition of staff. There was not enough thought put into, even though they had a long time to do it. There was no meaningful consultation with any of the stakeholders involved, and clinicians have never been asked their opinion. So the aspect, what will need to be done is a full review of how services are delivered in the disability network teams. The HSE are currently working on a roadmap to fix the problems, to put plaster on the problems they have created, and they're doing the same thing. They're coming up with very ambitious targets and cannot deliver on them. So what they do, give me a little bit more time, what they are doing is they are then outsourcing the delivery to private
You have to
companies.
finish up. There are other speakers.
So assessment of need is the other thing. That is outsourced to private. That needs to go back into the public sector. So I am out of time. Please support the motion. There's a lot to be said about it.
Akarja, David Monaghan from James Stevens Cummin, speaking on motion 148 on participatory budgets in local government. Recent EU reports have found that Ireland boasts the most centralised form of democracy within Europe. Our democratic institutions need to be revitalised to ensure working families across this island have a real say in the infrastructural issues that plague our communities. There is a need to radically democratise democracy on this island. Participatory budgets have been shown to be a real solution to addressing deep infrastructural problems from New York to Porto Alegre. When local people have access to provide local solutions to their problems, they pragmatically solve them with fiscal prudence. The establishment parties are not willing to truly listen to local communities, as they know that their solutions, in all their pragmatism, are reflective of our political movement, because Sinn Féin's policies aligns with the needs and aspirations of our communities. Thank you so much, and please vote in favour of motion 148.
And just before we continue, can I also remind delegates that supplementary motion number 5, which is on the green sheet in your pack, is also taken in this section.
Friends and comrades, my name is Cathal Malachan, Cahirloch of the East Tyrone, Collier Cantor, and the new MP for Mid-Ulster. I want to speak in support of emergency motion number 1, supplementary motion 9, motions 120 and 121. I was the chair of the Mid-South West Growth Deal when we launched it in East Tyrone with the First and Deputy First Minister at Edge Innovation 4 years ago this month. In that time, we have moved mountains and jumped through all the hoops to ensure this new deal is a success. In Mid-Ulster, it means a new 839 Cookstown bypass, a robotics centre at the College for Agriculture, Food and Rural Enterprise at Loughrea, and a Green Innovation Centre at Desert Creek. We have worked incredibly hard to get it to this point. We were to sign the heads of terms on the 9th of October, and now the pause in this deal is deeply unfair. Mid-Ulster deserves this investment. We must get the deal unpaused immediately. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Michelle, John and Connor in their executive roles in working with us to escalate these projects. We would not be where we are in terms of progress before the pause without your interventions. Gora Míle Mayogav. Comrades, the Fire and Rescue Learning Development Centre in Cookstown and the NI Executive Flagship Project at £50 million has been delivered. I stood with Michelle O'Neill as Minister for Health in 2016 as the first sod was cut. This is a world-leading centre for learning and development, unlike anything else on these islands. I want to commend all the firefighters up and down the country who, when a crisis emerges and all run away from danger, the men and women from Fire and Rescue run towards it. Friends, it is my view that LDC Cookstown should become a campus for the entire service. As part of rebalancing our regional economy, we should begin a scoping exercise to move Fire and Rescue headquarters to Desert Creek and Cookstown. This will enhance the service with Fire and Rescue senior management team, the board, the control centre and the learning development team all within one site. Gora Míle Mayogav.
Ahu. I've been asked, again, I'm going to get sacked if I keep this up, but On your supplementary motions for this section is motions 5 to 9, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. Okay.
Carja, Declan Cairns, Joe McDonald, Commemorations, Dublin West. Speaking on motion 152. Comrades, I urge you to support this motion. As a person who works in the construction industry, I can attest to the lack of skilled workers in different trades, from sparks to chippies, from plumbers to painters. We need to make apprenticeships an attractive option for our young people, and we will not do this by offering substandard wages and conditions. It costs an 18-year-old person as much fuel to travel from Galway to Dublin as it does for a tradesperson with 20 years' experience. They also have to pay for digs, food and taxes. Young people also need to live. This is near impossible on €7 or €8 per hour. No one should have to work for less than the minimum wage. It does not incentivise people to take up apprenticeships. Please support this motion. Gormir.
Councillor Dahi Doolan, James Connolly Cumming, Ballyfermot, speaking in support of motion 123. Public ownership and control of essential services must be back on the political agenda. Healthcare, housing, water, waste management should not be simply cash cows for private companies and big businesses. Nowhere is that clearer than when it comes to the domestic waste collection service, better known as the humble bin service. Privatisation of the bin service has been an absolute disaster here in Dublin, with 12 bin companies riding roughshod across the city, putting their big hands deeper into our pockets, taking our hard-earned cash to pay for a service that doesn't deliver, is not comprehensive and not fit for purpose. With Forsa and SIPTU, Sinn Féin have been at the centre of turning the tide on this privatisation. We have developed a vision that is comprehensive and delivers for workers, the environment and households. We've brought this hugely popular campaign right into Leinster House, and I want to commend Darren O'Rourke TD and Murren Speed, his PA, for anchoring this work. We now need to step up this campaign. In the run-up to the general election, we need to bring that campaign to every doorstep, community centre, community hall and streets right across Dublin and beyond. This is the time for change. This is the time for a Sinn Féin government who will take back the essential services and put them back where they belong, in the hands of the public. Nationalise these essential services and start with the bin service and put it where it belongs, back in the ownership of local authorities, so we can develop and deliver a comprehensive service that meets the need of the communities, not the sopranos of the industry. Gurda Míle Maith.
Good afternoon. My name is Maminzi Mankoy from James Connolly Common in Ballyfermot. I'm originally from the Democratic Republic of Congo. I'm Irish, and I've been living in Ireland for almost 17 years. I'm a mother of 3. Speaking in support to motion 125. This motion calls on Sinn Féin in government to mandate automatic salary deduction for child maintenance payments from the non-custodial parent, ensuring direct transfers to the sole guardian. A July 2019 national survey published by the Irish Examiner found that 58% of parents seeking child maintenance had to go through court orders describing the system as adversarial. Additionally, 42% of primary caregivers receive no financial support from the other parent. And in 91% of cases, payment did not meet the child needs, highlighting significant flaws in Ireland's current system. This motion seeks to reduce disputes between parents, lessen domestic violence, and prevent tragic outcomes related to financial stress in separated families. Thank you. Please support this motion.
Hello everybody, I'm from McLaughlin Cahill in Howth, supporting in support of motion 127. SNA allocations have been frozen in mainstream primary and secondary schools for the last 1 year. As a worker, I have seen the strain every day this can have on colleagues because our children stays the same and because we receive additional students with different care needs. We are struggling to provide the support that these children need and deserve, with over 10,000 children waiting assessment. This is crazy. If we don't find a different way of managing allocations, the situation will only get worse, with some students without support. SNA and SEN children deserve a fairer way. I'm asking you to support this motion. Thank you.
Aoife Masterson, Matthew Kane Cummin and Councillor for Tullamore, rising today to speak in favour of motion 128 and 139. Friends and comrades, I grew up in a family where education was prioritised, a family who truly believed in the power of education to open doors, minds, and indeed the world. And yet, my father's long-standing fear was that I would ever follow in his footsteps to become a teacher, because the career and opportunities teaching afforded him and our family have long gone. At 23, my father walked into a permanent and pensionable job, a job that he only retired from a number of days ago after over 45 years of service. A job that provided a secure, stable and comfortable life for him and our family. But that's not the future offered to our young teachers and our SNAs. Today, they're instead faced with years of job and wage insecurity. They are often forced to teach in overcrowded and underfunded schools. Teachers and schools are operating under severe financial constraints, struggling to cover the basic running costs. Teachers like my dad are left returning year after year because they know that if they don't, there simply won't be anyone there to teach our children. This broken system has not happened by accident. It is a direct result of this government's underfunding of our education and undervaluing of our teachers and SNAs. We're now in the shameful position where this government invests less in education than any other OECD country. Accordia, there is a better and a fairer way, and we in Sinn Féin can and must commit to providing this. We must commit today to taking active steps to ensure teachers and SNAs are fairly supported and rewarded. I therefore urge you to vote in support of motion 128 and 139. Míle buíochas.
Carja is Masha Paul Boggs, Jim McGinn, Common Strabane, supporting emergency motion number 1. Sinn Féin's recent policy development in relation to the arts is a welcome step in ensuring the arts are respected as an important part of our society. Artists right across Ireland are a significant part of Irish culture, in particular our love for music, song and dance. It is therefore deplorable that in recent weeks we have seen the continuation of what has become known as dynamic ticket pricing, a practice which blindly drives up the price that the consumer will pay for a ticket based on popularity. While this is not a new issue, it has come back into the spotlight following the release of maybe much anticipated Oasis tickets. Carja, I said maybe. At the heart of this issue is fairness and whether or not it is fair to ask people to queue for several hours online with no idea of whether the tickets they want will be affordable for them if they are fortunate enough to reach the top of the queue before tickets are sold out. The importance of the arts, including the music industry, cannot be understated. It is embedded within the very fabric of our society, and the practice of dynamic pricing is reducing the accessibility of concerts for fans and music lovers alike. I think it is imperative, particularly after the impact that COVID had on the industry and its fans, that we do all we can as a party to ensure a fair approach is taken going forward. I would therefore urge delegates to support this emergency motion, particularly the call for further policy proposals to be developed in a bid to tackle this long-standing issue in the ticket market. Gurmila Malgat.
Sandra Duffy, Chantal Martyrs, Common, Derry City, speaking in support of motion 118. Adequate infrastructure is vital to growing any economy, and the North West has suffered more than most from this deficit. The North West City region, Derry, Strabane and North Donegal, a critical mass of over 350,000 people, an area that has suffered continued discrimination from the old Union Estate and more recently from economy ministers who did not want to see economic development in the North West and indeed worked against it. This has resulted in poor roads and infrastructure, a university that struggled to grow, and an airport that, against all odds, was working to provide necessary connectivity to the region. With this in mind, I want to commend our ministerial team, led by Michelle O'Neill, with Keith Archibald in an overarching finance role, who have, since the restoration of the executive, worked to address these regional imbalances, and to Conor Murphy for his work on the task force that has recently reported around the expansion of McGee, that has at last set out a pathway to addressing historic wrongs. We are ambitious for the North West, we are ambitious for Derry, and key to that is the delivery of vital infrastructure, and we welcome the commitment from Minister O'Dowd to the delivery of the A5. We need to redouble our efforts looking at the implementation of the Strategic Rail Review. We need to ensure that our airport is supported, bringing vital connectivity to the North West. We need to be pursuing a PSO between Derry and Dublin, our nation's capital. Sinn Féin are ambitious for our future. We are ambitious for our children's future, and we are ambitious for them to thrive here at home. And key to that is ensuring that we have infrastructure and connectivity for our economy to grow, providing good jobs, prosperity and opportunity for our young people to build their lives here. I would just finish and say supporting emergency motion 2, which is the unpausing of the city deals for Causeway Coast and Glens and Mid, South and West region. As Derry City and Strabane District Council knows the importance of these deals for our prosperity and growth, so please support that emergency motion.
Cathy Mason, MLA, Betsy Gray, Common, South Down and 6th County spokesperson for childcare, speaking in support of motion 116. Acardja, delivering high quality and affordable childcare across this island is a priority for Sinn Féin, and we are working hard to ensure that working families get a break and children have access to first-class services from birth. Sinn Féin Finance Minister Kiva Archibald secured the initial £25 million investment to fund the necessary first steps in delivering affordable childcare, extending free preschool education places, creating more childcare places, including additional places for children with special educational needs, and delivering the childcare subsidy scheme is extremely welcome. The high cost of childcare is a real burden for many families, leaving parents struggling to make ends meet after paying their bill. This month, thousands of families will have seen the impact of the childcare subsidy scheme, affording an additional 15% reduction in their childcare costs. Cardja, that's money back into the pockets of hard-pressed families. Whilst there is much more work ahead, this is a positive step towards fully bringing down childcare costs and supporting parents, children and our childcare providers. Sinn Féin are committed to building on this progress by creating a bespoke childcare scheme that expands existing services to support families and providers and to ensure childcare services are accessible for all. They are high quality and they are affordable. We need to transform childcare to meet the needs of children with special educational needs and physical disabilities. Childcare providers must be supported to utilise early intervention practices in their childcare setting to improve educational outcomes. Every child must have fair access to suitable childcare. So Sinn Féin will continue to work hard to delivering high quality, affordable childcare to ensure that families are supported and our young people get the very best start in life. Gur míle maith agam.
Carja, John Feely speaking on behalf of Joe McManus Common Fermanagh and speaking in support of Emergency Motion 2. The Mid and South West Growth Deal was going to be a game changer for people of the area and especially for people in Fermanagh. The British government pausing this has put in jeopardy the Enniskillen A4 bypass, a £20 million project for the Culca Lakelands and also an innovation centre for concrete products based in Fermanagh. And the British government are telling us that they cannot afford this. But my constituents don't buy what the British government are trying to sell. They can find £500 million to support the Windsor family of London. They can find money to send military aid to Israel. They can find money for tax breaks to millionaires. They can give back the money to the hard-working taxpayers of Fermanagh and the Mid-South West deal. Thank you.
Siobhan Curry, Tom Flatley coming in Enniskillen, County Fermanagh, and I'm speaking in support of motion 146. And I'd like to thank the Maria Farrell Common for bringing such an inclusive motion forward about All Ireland Rail. So speaking from a Fermanagh point of view and looking at this in the context of poverty, over the past 6 years, relative poverty in Fermanagh has averaged, has averaged at 23%. That's 5% higher than the six-county average. Poverty is a cross-cutting issue, but clearly transport in rural areas is a major factor. It's one of the largest outgoings of any rural household, and we need to be looking at public transport provision through the lens of tackling rural poverty. With regard to the rail strategy, Fermanagh people are outraged at being left out. People aren't just angry because we're the only county in Ireland to be excluded, although that does sting. But it's the way we were dismissed in both the draft strategy and then again in the final strategy, despite over a quarter of submissions. Actually, I think it was over a third coming from Fermanagh. We were afforded less than a sentence in both of those documents. The claim from highly paid consultants that they don't anticipate demand is a bit of an afterthought. We've no idea what to base the data on. We don't know how they're backing it up, and we can only surmise that it's because of the current lack of use of public transport that either doesn't exist or is ridiculously poor and doesn't meet the needs of rural people. That's why it's not being used. At the launch of the new strategy, we were told that the cost of providing any link to Fermanagh was prohibitive. And we just say this, it's not just about Fermanagh, it's the wider Northwest. The answer should not be that the cost is excessive. The question should be, what is the actual cost if Fermanagh and the wider Northwest of Ireland continues to be discriminated against? Support motion 146. Urmaga.
Is Misha Kieran Brown, Munster, Coiga, speaking in support of motion 130. Akarja, I wrote this motion as a first-time student. Too many students are locked out of further education because of the Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil policies. Enough is enough. A Sinn Féin government would commit to abolishing student fees and reform of the SUSI grant and increased funding for higher education. Education is a right, not a privilege. Thank you, Akarja.
Akarja is Misha Unamaris, Mayo Corlahan Linstag, Ballina, speaking in support of motion 139 and on the wider topics covered in this section. As usual at this time of the year, there's a media frenzy about the government budget. Who are the winners, who are the losers, and how much will the government's generosity cost us this year? But all of us here in this room know who carries the real cost of the government's budget. The real cost is to the young person struggling with issues at school or with their mental health who can't access proper supports because they're underfunded and under-resourced. It's the young traveller who dies by suicide because they can no longer take the daily racism and discrimination that is still allowed to exist in some parts of the education system. It's the child with scoliosis living with daily pain, his educational future on hold, waiting for Simon Harris to keep his promise. It's the young person who drops out of college because they can't afford accommodation or find any. It's the young adult in foster care who does their Leaving Cert, finishes school, turns 18 and then has to move out with literally nowhere to go. It's the teenager growing up in a deprived area where the local after-school services have been stripped back till there's nothing left. It's the parent trying to access learning supports and services for their children with additional needs. It's the graduate who has to move to Australia or Canada because they can't afford to rent or buy their own home. And it's the graduate stuck in Australia or Canada who can't come home for the very same reason. These are the people who know the real cost of the Fine Gael budgets this year and for the last 13 years. I don't know how any supporter of the current government can sleep at night. They should be hanging their heads in shame. They have had 13 years to get it right. 13 years. That's long enough to prove you've failed. So let's get Sinn Féin into government, continue the journey to a powerful, united 32-county republic, and a republic where we are all given the opportunity to thrive, not just survive. Thank you.
Giadich Makara. My name is James Mooney from the Patry Hill Common in Ballyhaise in County Cavan. I seek your support for Supplementary Motion 5. It's on the green sheet regarding road safety based on education, enforcement and engineering. And just at this stage, I'd like to offer my condolences to the families of 2 young lives lost in County Mayo last night, 14 and a 19-year-old teenager. And I'm sure you'll all agree that's on behalf of myself and everybody here. The motion that I've put forward seeks mandatory education to enhance a better attitude and behaviour for all road users from an early age, with an opportunity for secondary school students to obtain a theory test pass before leaving secondary school. The motion seeks a Garda enforcement programme fit for purpose to deter driving offences. Dangerous behaviours such as speeding, driving while impaired, i.e. alcohol and drug use, not wearing seatbelts, using a mobile phone. Research shows that almost 1 in 5, 18% of drivers and passengers killed do not wear a seatbelt. Imagine. We need to update driver training and licensing requirements, develop traffic legislation fit for purpose with common sense, targeted enforcement, speed, drink driving, drug use. Speed limits will only have a positive impact if adhered to and enforced. To ensure fewer people drive dangerously requires an increasing Garda presence on our roads. Speed cameras will never be the alternative to policing on our roads. Speed cameras won't catch somebody driving with drink or drug use. 2023 has seen the highest number of fatalities in the last decade. More definite focus is needed on enforcement to change the current culture of driving. We need road engineering policy to update and maintain roads, footpaths and cycle tracks. Gurmay
Díomh Carja is Misha Corla Maria White, Lynch Grogan Cummin, ag Sammy Glower to live in you is son Rune Kate Strucker Knee. The current government simply fails to understand the meaning of our beautiful Shanukkel, Mullinoga agus Chucky Shee. And I say this because they fail to tackle educational disadvantage to ensure a brighter future for all of our young. Increased spending per pupil at primary school level is without a doubt a must in addressing this. Currently, a clear disparity exists in the spend per pupil at primary level versus secondary, and then an even greater disparity exists with primary versus third level. This is important to know because not all of our children benefit equally from this disparity, as still only a minority of children from working class areas go on to third level. This is an example of how inequality in education is embedded and upheld in the state system here in Ireland under successive Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael governments. The status quo works for them, so they continue to maintain it at all costs. It's essential that funding be increased at primary level, but in particular for deaf schools. Fundraising as a source of income is not an option for these schools, where those on low incomes are always struggling to make ends meet, not to mention how difficult this has become with the cost of living crisis. Some stakeholders in our education system are calling for a new band called DESH Plus, and I believe we in Sinn Féin should actively support this call and we should lead this campaign. DESH Plus means an escalation of supports in schools in the most deprived areas in our country. DESH Plus means targeting the highest level of support where the highest level of need exists. Unfortunately, current DESH supports do not go far enough in tackling educational disadvantage. DESH schools are further disadvantaged during this teacher shortage crisis. Data shows DESH schools are struggling significantly more than non-DESH schools to fill vacant teaching positions. I urge you, Acharja, to please support this motion.
Miriam Kivlahan, Common MacDiarmid the Gilgon, Man Hamilton, County Leitrim. Acharja, I call for your support for Motion 136, which seeks the immediate removal of the 12-month qualifying period for the fuel allowance. At its core, this motion speaks to a matter of welfare, justice and equity, and the fundamental responsibility of any government to protect its most vulnerable citizens from undue hardship. Today in Ireland, thousands of households are being failed by this arbitrary and punitive rule. As of April 2024, the Commission for Regulation of Utilities reported that over 237,000 electricity customers and a further 169,000 gas customer accounts were in arrears. These numbers are not abstract figures. They represent families, pensioners and individuals who have been left behind, enduring cold homes and rising energy costs. Their reality is stress and anxiety trying to stretch already meagre resources as they face the indignity of having to choose between heat and other essential needs. Between 2019 and 2023, this government collected $3 billion in carbon tax receipts, funds that were intended to support a fair and just transition to a low-carbon economy. Yet despite this significant revenue, the commitment made in the 2020 programme for government to allocate these funds towards social protection measures remains unfulfilled. The reality is that this 12-month waiting period compels some of the most vulnerable people in our society to endure an entire winter without the support they desperately need. And let us be clear, this is not a government policy rooted in necessity, but one of inaction and indifference. It perpetuates a cycle of disadvantage at a time when energy poverty is worsening and the cost of living is spiralling. It asks the most vulnerable to bear the brunt of a crisis they did not create, and it leaves them exposed to the elements in the most literal and devastating sense. Removing the 12-month qualifying period for the fuel allowance is a small but essential step in addressing a very real human cost, the very real human cost of this crisis.
Claire Curran, Mulrennan, Cone, Common, County Roscommon. Acharja, childcare costs remain far too high, and no matter how many times our government tell us that they have cut childcare costs by half, parents are still paying up to €1,600 a month for childcare in some cases. This is unacceptable and it is unsustainable, and that is why Sinn Féin have published a comprehensive and costed childcare plan to make childcare affordable and accessible. On the other hand, Fine Gael, after 14 years in government, have decided to start a conversation on our early years. In government, Sinn Féin will deliver childcare for €10 a day for all. This would be a game changer for children, for parents, for our economy and for society. It would bring down fees to a capped amount and make sure that no parent pays more than €200 a month for childcare. Our plan also recognises that reducing costs is just one element of the problem. Childcare has to be accessible in the first place, and we have a major problem with capacity, with over 33,000 children waiting for childcare places. Our plan proposes 3 immediate measures on building capacity. The first is paying our early years educators properly and what they deserve. Our Minister for Children tells us today that early years educators have had their pay increased. Their latest pay increase was 65 cents from this year, a slap in the face to our early years educators who deserve far better. If we want to retain these professionals in the sector, then we have to pay them. Sinn Féin have committed to the initial €1.50 increase called for by SIPTU across all grades, and that is just the first step in pay increases for our early years educators who deserve no less. I'm asking you to support motion 113. Gur Maithagh.
Donna Colera, Trelach Moxivna Common, speaking in favour of motion 114. Much has been said accorda in relation to Sinn Féin's position on migration. People have sought to put words in our mouth and misrepresent our views. But the truth is, where Sinn Féin stands on migration is where most Irish people stand. Most Irish people recognise that where people are truly fleeing conflict and oppression, then they deserve protection and support. People know that migrants make an important contribution to Irish life. But people also want a system that works, that the migration rules are applied and are enforced. No one, accorda, has been served by the government approach that is chaotic and has led to conflict. It does not work for migrants, nor does it work for communities. At the same time, it has led to massive profits being made by a number of companies. The Sinn Féin policy, a fair system that works, would deliver faster decisions, proper enforcement, decent conditions, improved checking of documents, a criteria for locating centres, and proper resources for communities that have been starved of services. Our policies are underpinned by the principles of common sense and common decency. Accorda, people will have a wide range of views on this issue. There is a spectrum right across Irish society. It is important we do not make the mistake of other parties of the left in wholesale dismissing large swathes of the community. It's important that we articulate our views and that we are not neglecting this issue. But the terms of such discussion and such debate must be marked undoubtedly by patience and understanding, but the boundaries must also be marked by no tolerance for racism, for intimidation, for violence. Such characteristics are repugnant to republicanism and always will be. Gurmil Maithagh.
Carja Dean McGrath, speaking on behalf of the Tipperary Coalacanter, and it does pain me to say that I will be asking you to vote against motion 154 from the Waterford Coalacanter in relation to water services. Just to say that the first 3 points are already stated Sinn Féin policy. We want to see a public referendum on the ownership of water services, certainly. The last point that we have is point 4. Irish Water should remain publicly owned as a national standalone utility. Now, our opinion in the Tipperary Coalacanter is that Irish Water is a corporate vehicle created by the 26 county establishment to lead us into water charges. We believe that Sinn Féin's policy should be to work over a 5-year term to dismantle this corporate entity and re-administer control to our local authorities, democratic control, some level of accountability, and listen to our water services workers. I believe that Irish Water as a standalone public utility is actually a retrograde step. Bring back the services to our local authorities. We have heard Councillor Daithí Doolan speak about bin services, bringing the bin services back to our local authorities. Bring our water services back to our local authorities. So on that basis, I will have to ask you on the last point to vote against motion 154, abolish Irish water and make water public. Thank you.
There's Mr. Paul Gavin, Robert Byrne, Common Limerick City, speaking in favour of 123, 127 and 152. Comrades, there's an old union song, some of you will know it. It's called Which Side Are You On? It's a song about the need for workers to organise, and it's as relevant today as it's always been. As we look around Simon Harris's Ireland, what do we see? We see ever-growing numbers of young people in precarious work and bogus self-employment, from workers in construction, early years education, home care to our university lecturers. We have a crisis in low pay. 1 in 5 workers in this state is classified as low pay. And I particularly want to mention our apprentices, many of whom don't even get a minimum wage, never mind a living wage. We have widespread wage theft. €2 million were stolen last year. They were recovered through the WRC. It's just the tip of the iceberg. And above all, we have union busting. Workers being fired just for joining a trade union or trying to organise a trade union. You see, we know which side Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael are on. They're on the side of the bosses, the wealthy, the tax exiles. We, as Louise O'Reilly has said, we are the party of the working class. We are the party who will stand up for workers regardless of who they are or where they come from. Every worker who works for a living has the right to earn a living. And as Connolly said, our demands most moderate are, we only want the earth. What we really want now is a Sinn Féin government. Gurmurgud.
Mark Lowen, Galway, Corley Cantor, Giva Corja. I move motion 119 and speak in favour of the many other motions on improving collective bargaining rights for workers across Ireland. As Paul Gavin said, those who work for a living ought to be able to earn a living, and a union job is a better job. When it comes to outsourcing public services, we can see how that spend goes to the private contractor, who must bid with wages, profit margin, VAT and shareholder dividend included, while the insourcing of that work not only removes that chunk of taxpayers' money going directly to a private bank account, but also creates good jobs for a local worker that has paid sick leave, defined benefit pensions and union negotiated pay increases. The private contractor does have a place, but that place is in the private market, where the private contractor can compete with other like-minded people and keep their hand out of the public purse. The direct hired nurse, cleaner, craftsperson and clerical worker delivers for us, and all the more efficient. Privatisation of our public services is a big business scam, and it's a scam that has grown with each successive pro-business government. The Irish trade union movement and Sinn Féin have a long and intertwined history, and today that history has evolved into a pragmatic, interlinked function where we are two hands working together to build a more just and a fairer workplace. We can see this in the large number of trade union representatives and shop stewards who are Sinn Féin public representatives. It's an organic and practical reality, and this Ardèche will strengthen those bonds and continue to focus that work. And a union job, brothers and sisters, is a better job for the worker, for society, and a Sinn Féin government will be a better government for Irish society with Mary Louise Taoiseach and Louise and Minister for Workers. Gurmila Wagwav.
Anton Waters, Campbell Donnelly Common, North Loud, speaking in favour of motions 118 and 126. Work has now started on the Narrow Water Bridge, a project that Sinn Féin has supported for many decades. When completed, it will see huge potential for the North Loud and South Down area. It will increase jobs and bring more tourism to our area. We need to ensure that we work together with our teams north and south to utilise this bridge and ensure that we can bring it to its full potential. In relation to Motion 126, it's clear that successive governments have failed rural communities and funding essential services that we badly need. For example, every year we see the school transport system is failing students. We should be encouraging students to go to school, not giving them reasons not to. We also see the rural planning guidelines which are constantly being delayed. We need these in place to help communities which are suffering. It was also mentioned in relation to Irish water. Irish water is not fit for purpose. I have hundreds of constituents at the minute without water, some since Tuesday. We have no power in the local authorities anymore. Irish water needs to be under the umbrella of the local authorities, to be answerable to councillors, be answerable to public reps. It's not good enough a councillor and a TD like Rory O'Murchu ringing looking for answers for our communities and not getting them. Gurmagat.
Díomh Cóide, my name is Louise Cavan. I'm representing Sheena Campbell, Cumman and Blanchardstown. I'm speaking in favour of motion 130. I'm absolutely delighted to see it come to light. I've been a student activist for the last number of years, and I was on the front lines supporting students in higher education who were faced with dire situations and circumstances throughout their entire education journey, with the level of the cost of the student contribution charge and the different costs across the higher education institutions. So, like, the burden of the student fees often forces students to take on crippling debt. Their families are affected. Their mental, emotional and physical health and future career choices are impacted as well. This financial strain disproportionately impacts those from what we call the squeeze middle. You'll have one end with Susie, you'll have the other end who can afford to pay their fees, but there's those people in the middle, like myself included, who are really pushed to the limit. There's already a free fees initiative out there, so the government do pay free fees. But what they call it is a student contribution charge now, and it's basically a fee in disguise. And that differs depending on the university, anything from 3,000 to 11,000 depending on where you're going. We should be investing in our youth, not pricing them out of their future. There's also a document called Funding the Future, and it identified a €307 million annual funding shortfall in the universities. We were heavily impacted in the university that I represented. In the last year, only 105 million of this has been allocated, so that's only a third of what they could be getting. Like, the funding gap has resulted in fewer resources, larger class sizes, and not forgetting the academics who are teaching our students, they're not being paid enough, which means that they're not getting the opportunities to develop and grow as well. So everybody is losing out. The Now Taoiseach is well aware of the issues. I've met him. I have members of USI that I know are in the room that have definitely met him. He is well aware of the issues. Just doesn't seem to have the will or the want to do anything. But you know who does? The higher education spokesperson, Mairead Farrell, who I've met on many occasions and knows the issues and is there to support and is willing to help when she gets into office. Guys, I really want you to support this motion and stand behind the students who are the future leaders of the country. Thank you.
My name is John O'Sullivan. I'm representing the Mill Street Macroom Cumman, and I just want to support motions 144 and 145. 144 is something that I've kind of always dreamt of, I suppose, and I do think it's kind of a no-brainer going forward, and that is the 4-day working week. Now, for people that work in monotonous occupations such as factories, we feel that a 4-day working week would benefit the people of the country no end. People have more time to spend with their children, which also has an impact on creches, relieving slightly the pressure, and of course road traffic in the mornings. So there's several. The ripple effect would be enormous in a very beneficial way, and people generally will be happier. And I've always felt that a happier society is a progressive society. So I always stand by the mantra: work to live as opposed to living to work. And briefly then on motion 145, which is the insurance cartel, one of my pet hates, to be honest, but we feel that insurance cartels can be tackled by the insurance, by the government basically creating their own insurance cover, which you would hopefully operate at cost that are very, very close to it. This, at the very least, would create a viable alternative that would lower the cost and would force these insurance cartels to compete with the government-run insurance. Again, as in every year we see it, businesses are crippling and are falling apart due to insurance costs, as well as everyday life. So let's bring power back to the people. Let's get this government running, and let's get a Sinn Féin government in where we can hopefully get this insurance idea up and running and give power back to the people. And also, on another note, we have a lot of new candidates going forward, and we have an election coming soon. So I just want to give a shout out to our activists on the ground. Get active, get out there, give them a hand. And to our own candidate in Carton West, Nicole Ryan, you got it, you know. So thank you very much, and Chucky your law.
Carja, is Misha Councillor Sinead Flynn, Tony Ahern, Common, Clones and Monaghan County Council in support of motion 127. We brought forward this motion in support of our special education teachers and special needs assistants. These unsung heroes work tirelessly behind the scenes in our schools, ensuring that students with additional and significant care needs receive the support they deserve. These dedicated professionals help students participate in school life, develop independence and thrive within the educational system. Latest figures show that the number of special classes in mainstream schools has climbed significantly in recent years, up to 1,800 last year. According to a recommendation from the National Council of Special Education to the Department of Education, all students with special education needs should be educated in mainstream schools instead of separate special schools. The NCSE says that such a goal would involve significant challenges. This is at a time when we are experiencing a teacher shortage crisis, brought on by this government as a result of the housing shortages, the high rental costs, lack of affordable childcare and the high cost of living, all of which is leading to our young teachers leaving Ireland to work overseas. The Department of Education recently published their inspectorate report on special education and needs in mainstream schools. Inspectors found some special education teachers in primary schools were being deployed to teach maths and English curricula to mainstream classes rather than supporting children with the greatest needs. Needless to say, this is not only having a negative impact on the quality of teaching for young people with greater needs, but it is also affecting our special educators who feel overwhelmed, unvalued, stressed and burnt out as a result of these staff shortages. In County Monaghan, we do not have a special school, despite repeated calls on governments to establish a special school for the county. We have 23 ESD units with 39 teaching posts in primary and 22 in post-primary. However, our schools remain understaffed and underfunded. In my constituency alone, many within education have reported lack of training, limited or no allocated time for planning and large class sizes to be some of the biggest challenges faced by many teachers and SNAs. We call on the Government to recruit and train additional teachers and SNAs and to give a commitment that not only our special educators receive proper ongoing training to deliver a better education system, but they receive proper remuneration for the crucial role that they play. Furthermore, additional supports must be put in place and a retention plan to be implemented to ensure that our young teachers stay within the Irish education system. Without these invaluable professionals, our children would not receive the education they are constitutionally entitled to.
Carja, Paul Gibbons, John Francis Green, Common, Casablaney, County Monaghan, speaking in favour of our motion 150. We're all aware of the benefits of education, promoting equality, independence. It opens doors to career opportunity and increases the chance of financial stability. It plays a pivotal role in empowering individuals and communities and social mobility. Our motion 150 proposes that Sinn Féin strive to create free at the point of entry childcare for all third-level students who are parents on the island of Ireland. Being a parent should not be a hurdle to accessing education, but in Ireland it is. Education is a right, not a privilege. Lack of suitable childcare is a major impediment to parents continuing in or returning to education. I urge you delegates to support motion 150 and give your practical support to a motion that if fully implemented would have a transformative effect on so many of our citizens. Thank you very much.
Councillor Louis O'Hara, Merqualter, Cummin, Athenry, and speaking in favour of motions 113 and 143. Accordia, as we know, so many people in our communities are under huge pressure right now. Household energy costs, petrol, diesel, childcare, rents, mortgages and so on have become so expensive, and so many people are struggling to afford these basic necessities. I meet people every single week having to make the most difficult of decisions, like deciding whether to put fuel in the car or to heat their home, whether to put food on the table or pay their latest utility bill. This is not sustainable, and this is not the Ireland we should be living in 2024. But Accordia, the cost of living crisis is not something that has come out of the blue or happened by accident. It's part of the wider problem of inequality, and we know that we live in an extremely unequal country. It's the result of decades of government policy that has placed the wealth of this country in the hands of a very small minority. And while government may provide token measures from time to time, and we have the budget next week, we know that they will not address the core of this problem, which is inequality. There is a better and a fairer way, a government that delivers a living wage and fair conditions for all workers, one that supports the elderly, people with disabilities, carers and the most vulnerable in our society, and one that will give workers and families a break. A government that will deliver on the vision of the 1916 proclamation, equal rights and equal opportunities to all its citizens, cherishing all the children of the nation equally, and Sinn Féin will be that government. Gurmaigat.
Hello, Deborah Reynolds from the Michael Moore and Cummin and Tuam, here in support of motion 153. So we need to recognise the value of care work in Ireland, and we call on the party to pursue policies that stop outsourcing, privatisation and profiteering from care sectors, particularly in care sectors that are funded by the government and have seen increases in funding over the past number of years. Sectors like disability care, elder care, childcare and home support care. And while wages have remained very low in these sectors, we have seen an increase in private companies seeking to make profit from these sectors. There have been tens of millions put into the care sectors, and we've seen the health and the Minister for Children, the Minister for Disability put lots of money in, but they're putting it into private companies as opposed to functional public systems. A voter in Galway relayed a story to canvassers during the recent local election that over the past 18 months, their elderly parents have seen 55 different home support workers. This is the slap in the face to quality of care, because the continuity of care is not there for our older people. We need to as well look at the reliance on agency work in the HSE, where over the past 11 years, we've seen 4.2 billion spent on agency work in the HSE. And while money was poured into the childcare sector during the COVID pandemic, we also saw the same company that owns the Irish Lottery, a Canadian pension fund, being sent €1 million to their shareholders as dividends. 40% of private nursing home beds are owned by one French investment company. We need to stop putting public money into private systems. We need public money to fund public systems of care for the public good. Thank you.
Díomh go léir a cóide géil, Ethnaí Húil is Anam Dum, Cummin McGrath, O'Brien, Port Lariga, and I'm here to ask for your support for Supplementary Motion 6, asking Sinn Féin to support the extension and restoration of the runway in Waterford Airport, which is now sadly neglected. Many years ago, the very first commercial flight of Ryanair took off from Waterford Airport, and what a fairy tale that turned out to be commercially. But unfortunately, we're the Cinderella of all the sections, all the areas in Ireland. And many times, Fine Gael have offered us some few funds to support the extension of the runway, and it's always ended in tears, never forthcoming. So what we have now, instead of a thriving commercial airport, is tumbleweed and tears. So Michael O'Leary has stated many, many times that he's willing to reinstate a thriving passenger sector in Waterford, which would relieve pressure from Dublin and generally help the South East in its development. So I'm asking you to lend your support. Gurmila Mahagut.
Acharja, Brona Hahai, Councillor, and Carher McCreesh Cummon, Greymore and Ballymacnab. Many of our elected reps and activists here today will know that come April in the north, when the preschool allocations come out, we are inundated with upset parents and pupils who did not get into their preschool of choice and sometimes no school at all. For example, in Greymore, the O'Neill family lived across the road from their local preschool, but due to entrance criteria limitations, their child did not get a place. The Lougharn family in Clady lived 200 metres from their local Tiny Tots. Their child was denied a place and placed in a preschool facility in Katy. For that family, with both parents working, required a 14-mile round trip for drop-off and pick-up. That is not practical or fair on families and children as young as 3. Entrance criteria as it stands puts children and families in rural communities as a great disadvantage. We cannot let this continue year on year, asking families to go to great lengths for their children's education, which they are entitled to when it is literally at their back door. This motion seeks to review access to preschool education in rural communities in the north and explore measures that can be taken to improve access to preschool education for children from rural communities. Please support motion 158. Gormagov.
So it was great to hear the discussions there, Danica. Some really interesting discussions there on the cost of living crisis.
Absolutely, yeah. It was a very varied set of motions, but I think very clear that an awful lot of new proposals that have been formulated in recent weeks and months, and I think it is, along with housing and migration and so on, like the cost of living is really very much one of the big issues.
I was going to say it's
on the doors.
It's impossible to overlook the impact that this is having in conjunction with the housing crisis. It's really, and I know we're going to be discussing the housing crisis next, and it is Sinn Féin's #1 priority coming into the election.
Yeah. It is, and you can see the queue for the housing motions really threading right around the square. Around the running track.
I was going to say around the running track. We've just been told that we're actually on the Athlone Technological University's running track here.
Yeah, this is a funny sort of setup. You go around the edge of the arena and you can kind of see the sloped track there. So
I think it's the first and last time I'll be on a running track for a while.
Well, you will be running. You will be running.
Just maybe not on the track.
Aoife here is running for the general election. I was thinking. I met Eric Donovan earlier. Eric Donovan is one of our councillors from County Louth, but not a lot of people might remember. But he does a lot of the coverage for RTE on the boxing for the Olympics.
Yeah.
Really capable guy, very impressive guy, and a very good boxer.
I have to say, I was watching the Olympics all right. It's there was a lot of phrases that I wasn't familiar with, but you get to grips with it fairly quickly.
You do, sure. You're an expert on most sports at the end of it all.
Well, I'm certainly an expert from the sidelines anyway.
Yeah. People watching in now might be wondering what we've done with Owen. Owen is taking a break, so we're covering for Owen.
We're taking over housing.
We're very much the Martin Carney to his Marty Morrissey, so we're the substitute team. But that's actually, has it gone muted again?
No, we're still on there.
What's this?
So I think we're just going through the motions at the moment before we come back to Owen. And Owen's going to give a speech on Sinn Féin's housing policy then before we go into the motions in relation to housing.
Yeah, and Owen himself actually, Owen's a very, very impressive activist, actually done an awful lot of work in policy areas, but one of the areas he would have done a lot of work is in relation to policy in terms of housing in the Gaeltacht, because it's a significant issue when you talk to people in Gaeltacht communities. The difficulty, people who are passionate about raising their family in Irish, but very difficult to find houses to rent or to the opportunity to build or to buy. So it's a big constraint on the sustainability and the growth of the Gaeltacht. Like I suppose the place I'd be most familiar with would be the West Waterford Gaeltacht, and I know it's very, very hard. It's very hard for people to...
I know myself, I used to work in the Gaeltacht in Clough-Lurgan years ago, and it was an issue even back then, and that was, at the height of the Celtic Tiger, so I can only imagine that it's gone from, worse to worse over the years. If it's anything like the housing in Offaly, things certainly haven't gotten better. Yeah,
there's no doubt about it. It is, right across the country, it is still the number one issue, right, in every aspect. Like, you're talking about Gaeltacht housing or rural housing there, but like there's, people living in unsuitable, overcrowded accommodation, people waiting on social housing waiting lists, maintenance issues, and obviously the cost of housing. Like, there's an awful lot.
I'm part of a generation that home ownership is just slipping further and further from our grasp every day. And year after year, even month after month, we're told that this policy is going to address it, that policy is going to address it. But the fact is, it's slipping further and further from our grasp, and there's people who have put their entire lives on hold, who have put having a family, starting a family, everything on hold, waiting until they can have that home, that bit of security, and it's just not happening. And the window where people can have their first home, where they can have that bit of security, is closing every day, and it's a shame because we know that we have the policies and the ambition to deliver, but for so many people that window is closing by the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I was out leafleting canvassing yesterday morning, and there is an awareness, I think, increasingly of our policy. We need to get it out there more, but I think it's made an impression with people because people can see the need for a different approach. Like the government's policies are in fact making things worse, pushing house prices up, and making home ownership further and further away from people. I can think of estates where houses are going for sale and they're almost 100,000 more now than they would have been a year and a half, 2 years ago. And
that's the estates that are even going for sale. So many of them are being snapped up before the people even get a chance to look at them by vulture funds.
Yeah, exactly.
So it really is, it's having a huge impact. I know even just, coming back to Offaly, houses are few and far between, even if they do go for sale. It's coming to a stage where, it's not having a mortgage, you take whatever is out there. You don't even get to buy for a home or search for a home. You're just taking the first home that comes up on the market, if you're lucky enough to find one at this stage.
And there's so many people out there that just, if they don't qualify for social housing, and the waiting lists for social housing are so significant in any event, that's a huge challenge. But if you don't qualify, and if the banks aren't going to talk to you, or if they're going to approve you for an amount that's not adequate, then you're at nothing. Unfortunately, there isn't anything. There isn't anything for people in that category as things stand.
I'm thinking of the last discussion we just had was on the cost of living, and one of the issues that came up was the need to address the crisis in our schools and the lack of teachers. But the reality is, if teachers and nurses and other professionals can't afford to buy a house anywhere close to where they're working, or sometimes even at all anywhere, well then they're just not going to stay in Ireland. And it's a huge problem with all our nurses, our teachers going abroad, because there just isn't a future here for them. The policies that have been implemented are absolutely locking them out.
Yeah, and I think that is going to be an important theme of the next election, is being able to build a society in Ireland that people believe that there's a future for them, that they believe that they can start their family, and that they can make a start for themselves in life. Because I think an awful lot of young people don't feel those opportunities are there for them at the minute. And that's right across, all those occupations you talked about, but right across society, tradespeople and teachers, nurses, across the whole swathe of Irish society. It's just very, very difficult to see where the opportunity is going to come from.
What I would say is, there's great opportunities looking at reconsidering housing in our proposal, and reconsidering the way that housing can be offered, and the job opportunities, and particularly in relation to reconceptualising the trade. And I'm thinking of the centre that we have down in Offaly in Mount Lucas, where it's really reconceptualising what trade can offer to people. The idea of being on the site from 5 a.m. till God knows what hour at night, looking at that, and looking at building more off-site and then minimal on-site, and the opportunities that offers people, not only for employment but for a better standard of living and a life at the end of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think
It's a really, really impressive document that Owen and his team have put together. Really, really comprehensive, and I think offers a really comprehensive alternative approach. I'd say we'll be finishing up soon in a minute, so we might as important we give Aoife a plug there for her campaign. So if you're living in County Offaly, to vote for Aoife. And Offaly is a special place in my heart too. My mother is from Banagher, West Offaly. So.
And we're going to put on the record that Donncha has promised to come down to us in Offaly to visit us if I manage to get elected. He's promised to come down for a commemoration or maybe even the opening of the office in Tullamore.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I'd be delighted. Very happy to make a trip to the faithful county anytime.
We've got it on record now.
Very good, yeah.
And
I think Aoife, it's fair to say, Aoife, you're one of a number of, we have, as well as our established TDs, we've a lot of really capable new candidates standing in the general election. Whenever that comes, very likely in the next few weeks, the latest, the next few months, but along with yourself, very capable, impressive candidate. But we have a lot of really, really good people that we've heard speaking over the course of the Ardèche that are standing for the first time, or the likes of Louis O'Hara, who wasn't successful last time but is standing again, and hopefully he'll be in a position to take a seat. So really impressive.
And I know
speakers.
we've Sean Tracy as well running in Dublin, and Shane O'Brien as well in Dublin. So we do have a lot of younger people coming to the fore in the party as well, and it's important to keep that momentum because our policies really do speak to young people, and I think that shows in our membership and in our belief in our candidates that we're putting forward as well. It's a real we have skin in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you can see in the response that we receive from younger people, the people are hungry for an alternative. But it is brilliant to see the quality of speakers throughout the Ardèche has been really impressive.
It's been absolutely fantastic. It
very
really
encouraging,
has.
And that's candidates, but also just the general membership has been
Absolutely. And now we're going to go to the trust of our policy here with housing.
Gur maigat, Eamon is Misha Emma Sheeran, agus Tammy sa Caithir Don Rannig Shaw. So in this session we'll be dealing with motions 160 through to 176 in the Making Housing Affordable section of your Clár. Ta and Gisbracht Osculcha, William Cunis, Sahala. Could all delegates who wish to speak on these motions take their place in the queue, and I'll call the first speaker.
Ciara Ferguson, MLA and Six County spokesperson for housing. I am delighted to open this section of the Ardèche here today alongside my colleague Owen O'Brien, TD, which focuses on making housing affordable. I wish therefore to also speak in favour of motion 159 from the Ard Comhairle. Access to an accessible, safe, secure and comfortable place to call home is a basic human right. Sinn Féin
William Cunis, Sahala.
Our plans to bring home ownership back into the reach of workers and families across the 26 counties. In the north, Sinn Féin had worked tirelessly to ensure our new draft programme for government includes boosting the supply of social and affordable homes, tackling planning and infrastructure challenges, and delivering on retrofitting and decarbonisation and construction. As we gather here today in Athlone, we are closer to leading government right across our island, from Derry to Dublin, than ever before. For Sinn Féin, this would provide a real opportunity to deliver never-seen-before investment in our housing, in public amenities and in green infrastructure. Whilst the old saying goes, the only certainties in life are death and taxes, we challenge to say another certainty is this: the partition of Ireland has failed, and failed utterly, and it's now run its course. We together must collectively work to seize the opportunity. Our opportunity to strengthen the regulation of landlords, letting agencies and building safety standards, our opportunity to tackle rip-off rent, unjustifiable letting fees and soaring housing prices, or opportunity to invest in prevention, intervention and housing first models of good practice to end homelessness throughout Ireland for good. Onwards to delivering our decade of opportunity. Together, let's build a new and united Ireland. Thank you.
Owen O'Brien, Tommy Grant, Cummon, Clondalkin, TD for Dublin Midwest and spokesperson on housing. Accarja, Fine Gael have been in government for 13 years. Fianna Fáil have been propping them up for the last 8. And during all of that time, the housing crisis has gone from bad to worse. We now have the highest rents and the highest house prices in the history of the state. On Friday, the latest homeless figures were released by the Department of Housing, and every single category of homelessness is up. Adults, children, singles, families and pensioners. And the longer Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael are left in charge of housing, the worse this housing crisis will get. Well, I'm here today to say to you that it doesn't have to be that way. For all of those people who are losing hope that they'll never be able to put an affordable roof over their heads, Sinn Féin has your back. We have published the most detailed, comprehensive and fully costed housing plan of any political party that will be contesting the general election whenever Simon Harris calls it. And at the heart of our policy is the belief that every single person has the right to a secure, an adequate and an affordable home. Our plan, A Home of Your Own, sets out how we believe we can deliver 300,000 new-build homes over 5 years, doubling the delivery of social homes to 75,000 over 5 years to cut waiting lists and end long-term homelessness. 50,000 genuinely affordable homes to rent or buy, a tenfold increase on government delivery to ensure that those people who want to own their own home can do so at a price they can afford. But we also want to ensure the delivery of far more private homes into the open market for first-time buyers and other working people to buy. And our plan sets out how we would do that. And for those people in an overpriced and insecure private rental sector, we've set out how we would ban rent increases for 3 years, put a full month's rent back into every renter's pocket, and give you real security of tenure and adequate standards. And as with previous Ard Fheis, our commitment to deliver 100% end-to-end redress for all of those living with defects and defective block remains steadfast. But the plan isn't just about delivering homes, it's also about building communities, ensuring the places that people live meet their social, economic and cultural needs. Since we published the plan at the start of this month, we've been going door to door with summaries, explaining to people how our plan would transform housing in this state. And for those activists who haven't read the plan or the brochure, please acquaint yourselves with the information. Get out and convince people that we have a plan that works. And crucially, in the days and weeks ahead, ensure that when people go into that ballot box to cast their vote, they vote for change. They vote for change of government, change of policy, and crucially, they vote for a home of your own, so we can show in government that once and for all, we can tackle Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael's housing crisis. Thank you very much.
Accarja, it's Adam Tomás Schools, Sinn Féin TD for Cork North Central. Countess Markovich, Tigbarry Cummon. I'm honoured to be here to speak to you today at this Ard Fheis. The government haven't just been bad in relation to housing, they've been a disaster. And for the people I represent in Cork North Central, every day that Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael have been in government, house prices have risen by €54. That's €378 a week. That's €1,512 a month, almost €20,000 a year. That's what Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael have delivered for people in my constituency, but right across the state. And you think of it, if you were on a minimum wage job, you'd have to work 5 hours every day extra just to keep up with the house prices. What chance do people have? I ask you, your sons, your daughters, your family, your friends, what chance have they under this government? That's why what we're offering is a radical plan, a radical change that will hopefully deliver 300,000 houses, 60,000 houses a year, so that everyone has an opportunity. I remember when I bought my only house. Myself and my wife, we've risen our children together there. We've had Christmases and communions. We've had sad times, but the majority have been good. Everyone should have that chance to have a home of their own so that they can build their own memories under a roof that they know won't be ripped off them by any minute, by speculators, by vulture funds, by Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. We want to give people a chance. That is the difference between us and them. I'm a proud Republican. I don't believe in the status quo. I don't believe that vulture funds and cuckoo funds should pay no tax. I don't believe that speculators should be able to evict people when they want to do it. I don't believe they should be able to drive rents through the roofs and house prices to the sky. That is the difference between us and them. We oppose those things. We are Irish Republicans and we believe the people should come first, not profit and not vulture funds. Yesterday, figures came out. 14,486 people homeless. 4,419 children. 2,099 families. And 224 pensioners are homeless. How could a pensioner be homeless in this country when we're all awash with money? Do you know why it can happen? Because Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael and the Greens, who've done what they're told in power, have made this possible. And that's why we want to change it. We want to deliver. Owen O'Brien has a plan. Sinn Féin has a plan. A home of your own. We want to give people hope. That's what we offer today. And when you go to the doors and you're knocking at the doors, you tell them, Sinn Féin has a plan to deliver housing. We have a plan so everyone has a chance to build their own dreams and their own memories. And I'll ask you for this. People think that the tide has turned against us, but they're wrong. There were many Republicans that came before us and they were told that our time wasn't right. This is our time. We have a housing plan now we want to deliver, and I'm asking you, get on the doors and sell it, and sell hope for people. They're among us.
Councillor Joe Lynch, an cumann Tomás de Barra, Leo Murcu, Ballion Colleague, Cúnta Kirky, Iglarat Evolver, Rún, Iver, Acade Sashaska Hain. A Chorja, Agus a Comroijaha, despite the spin that we must now endure from Simon Harris on a daily basis in media outlets that seem incapable of fawning over his every word, the reality is that he has been part of government for 13 years and he has sat around the cabinet table as a senior minister for 8 of those. If his record was actually scrutinised instead of sound bites amplified, it would be very quickly revealed that his fingerprints are all over the worst housing crisis in this state's history. Throughout Simon Harris's tenure in public office, Fine Gael have delivered record levels of homelessness, record house prices and record rents. That is not just Fine Gael's record, that's his record. And that's a record that has made it impossible for those who have grown up in places like Ballincollig and Carrigrán, which I'm proud to represent, to afford a home, to buy or to rent in their own communities. My generation who are more or less the same age as Simon Harris, know very well that every day the current government remains in office, things are getting worse, and no amount of bluster will change this. That's why we need a new approach and a new plan, and that's what we in Sinn Féin have set out in A Home of Your Own, and that's what's set out in Motion 161. A plan that has, as its core, the delivery of homes for ordinary workers and families. A plan to make home ownership a reality at prices that are actually affordable. A real plan, not a soundbite and not a slogan, and a plan that stands up to scrutiny, unlike Simon Harris and Fine Gael's record on housing. Iram Tachiacht, the ruin Cades to Shaskahain. Gurmeen Wahagwif.
Alex McCardle, Moira Drumcommon, speaking in favour of Motion 165. A Carja, 5 months ago at the Fine Gael Ard Fheis, Simon Harris pledged to the people of Ireland that he would fix the Irish housing crisis once and for all. Despite the empty assurances of the TikTok Taoiseach, over 14,000 of our people remain homeless. Most shockingly, his party and government have allowed for 4,000 helpless children to languish in homelessness. They are the victims of a country that has utterly failed them. The government has no excuse bar its own ineptitude. Our coffers are awash with money. We have more than enough to clean this shameful stain upon our nation. Apple's €14 billion is testament to that. Yet still, Irish children are forced to live in cramped hotel rooms, damp shelters, and even on the street. It brings shame upon this nation. Today, there is a record number of families in emergency accommodation. Yet the Housing Minister, Darragh O'Brien, seems unfazed. As he himself said, the numbers represent a very, very slight increase. Of what consolation does he think those words are to the victims of his negligence? Every single night, there are children in this country who lie awake in fear and confusion. They don't have homes that they can call their own, places where they can feel safe and secure. Instead of offering them what they deserve, Simon Harris can only give them empty words and hollow promises. He and his government lack the political will, the compassion, and the courage to act. They have failed. They have failed the vulnerable. They have failed the voiceless. They have failed the children of Ireland. Their approach is one of incompetence and neglect. It is defined by an allegiance to property developers and investors, not by an aspiration to build a better Ireland. What is needed now could not be clearer. A specific and targeted accommodation programme for the homeless children of Ireland. Nothing less will suffice. Is Fiarantain Gniv a one nócéad focal? Sinn Féin must be unwavering in its commitment to those left behind by Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. Idle words are not needed. A change of government is. Gurv Milia Mahagav Akarja.
An adverse effect on our country, our people and our future. We have the highest rents, the highest house prices, the highest numbers of homelessness, and more shamefully, the highest number of children in emergency accommodation ever recorded. In my office alone this week, I've had 5 people who've had their rents increased beyond their means. That's the reality many of our citizens are facing now. How many young people do we know that are at the far side of the world because of the government's obsession and the reliance on a capitalist free market and their reluctance to tackle the vulture funds and the big developers? As the W.B. Yeats poem goes, they fumble in a greasy till and add halfpence to the pence until you have dried the marrow from the bone. Eoin O'Brien as the next Minister for Housing in Sinn Féin. So let's make it happen. Please support Motion 160. Mahu, Sinn Féin Abu and Fublok Abu.
Francis Malloy, Sinn Féin, Colleen Clonoo, Martyrs Common. I've been campaigning for housing since 1968 and as both before it. When we marched in the streets of Caledon looking for housing and where people had squatted looking for houses. In a deal which was neglected by Dungannon Council at the time, when unions were in control and whenever unionists were rejecting and refusing planning permission and building houses. An agreement to build houses that would be accommodated by both unionists and nationalists was rejected by the unionists. So 1968 is a long time ago. I support Motion 161, which gives us a new opportunity to create the opportunity to have a house of your own, a home of your own. And that is very important to have that, because as the MP for Mid-Ulster, a previous MP for Mid-Ulster, I had campaigned for people to have housing, to support an application for planning, support an application for housing. And so there was this great regret that I was shocked when Sinn Féin councillors objected to 6 houses being built in Brockderg. So we're going to have a policy which ensures everyone can have a home. Then we need to ensure that our councillors across the 32 counties of Ireland support the right for people to have a home, support the right to actually ensure that people can build a house for themselves in their own land, in their own townland. In that townland of Brockderg, there's been no new houses built for 100 years. The old Unionist Council in Dungannon, Alan Kane, insisted that there would be no houses built in that area, and that has been the case since the 1960s. And so we are still suffering from the same legacy. We're still suffering from what happened in the past, and nothing has moved forward. So if we are going on a new policy, and I hope we are, and I welcome that, and I support that, then we have a job in our hand. We have a job to ensure that councillors reflect that. I supported that family looking for 6 homes in that area, 6 bungalows in a rural area where nobody had built a house for 100 years. But was rejected by the Sinn Féin councillors in the area who opposed it, and it was coming with a plan approval. Twice it had been recommended for approval by the planners. So they're there for the taking, and yet the councillors rejected that and refused it. Now, a different situation in the north where the council panel actually recommend and accept the approvals or otherwise. But surely it is time for us to make sure that if someone comes forward and gets approval, that they also are backed up by the councillor. Councillor's job, like MLAs, like an MP, is actually to speak up for the community, speak up for the people of the area, speak up to make sure that people actually get what they're entitled to. I also took up that campaign afterwards to
Carja, Ismisha Ifa E Enagain, Isas Ardwaha, Maris Harvey Common, Kirsch McGlennon. The housing and homelessness crisis on our island knows no borders, affecting thousands of our citizens who find themselves in housing distress across the island. In the north, a decade of Tory austerity has severely hindered vital investments in our housing stock, and with cuts to pensioners' fuel allowance, it seems futile to wait for Keir Starmer's government to tackle the housing crisis in the north. I welcome the Executive's housing commitments outlined in the programme for government, as it is better for decisions impacting our lives to be made here locally rather than distant parliamentarians in London. In the south, almost 15 years of Fine Gael governance, supported by Fianna Fáil for 8 of those years, have resulted in the most severe housing crisis we have ever witnessed. I urge the Dublin government to take a serious look at the policies proposed by Eoin O'Brien's A Home of Your Own, if they genuinely wish to address this urgent issue. Having a suitable home is the foundation for a secure and stable life. Without it, individuals and families can quickly find themselves in chaos. Consider the countless children who have only known the instability of constant moving, the stress of changing schools and being uprooted from friends and family. This is nothing short of disgraceful. The overwhelming need for housing calls for a comprehensive all-island approach. I am not alone in my conviction. Professor Paddy Gray, a highly respected commentator on housing issues, stated, There are more possibilities and opportunities from both sides of the border. The current housing crisis is affecting the whole island of Ireland and will require joined-up thinking and partnership to produce solutions so that all people have greater opportunities for accessing safe, secure and affordable homes. I call on this Ard Fheis to urge both the Irish Government and the Executive to develop a unified all-island strategy for housing. Additionally, I advocate for greater collaboration between housing agencies across our island. We cannot allow another generation to suffer the burden of housing stress. There is a viable path forward to address this crisis, and I implore you to support Motion 166. Together, we can create a future where everyone has access to a safe, secure home. Gur míle maigad.
G. Corja, Lorcan Keown from the Martin Herson, Joe McManus Common in Longford Town. I stood here last year as a local election candidate and detailed the multiple failures of Longford County Council in terms of housing. They set housing targets that did not meet the reality of what was needed for those on housing lists. What was surprising was the fact that they failed to build a single social house and how they failed to use a single cent of specifically allocated traveller accommodation funding where there was literally millions of euro there to be used. Today I stand here as a constituent of the county that does not have a Sinn Féin councillor and has not had one for 20 years. Nevertheless, I've made it my mission to attend every council meeting for my area and sit in the public gallery and attend and publicise a short report of the shortcomings of the establishment parties at local level. So far, I've been able to do this, and I've called out their poor work of the Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael councillors, what they're doing. When canvassing, it was obvious and it came as no surprise to us that the housing was the #1 issue for people of Longford. So you'd imagine that the same was realised by the establishment parties when canvassing the same areas, or so you would think. Despite meeting 0% of their social housing target last year, this year the target they set is somehow 12% lower. They have not discussed housing once since starting the new term. After having 2 months since the last municipal district meeting, this week's meeting was cancelled because not enough councillors bothered to show up. This is what Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael think of the people who voted for them. They genuinely do not give a toss. The people of Longford need a Sinn Féin councillor. At national level, we have the spokespeople, we have the TDs, and come the next general election, and it is coming soon, we will have the ministers, and we will have Owen O'Brien as our Sinn Féin Minister for Housing, but we need the local reps at local level. We have the people and we have the plan. Sinn Féin will end the Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael created housing crisis. On Fublach de Boo, Gur míle maigad.
Can I ask the Custis Juraha to identify the last speaker for this section, please?
Councillor Janice Boylan, North Inner City, Barrystag, Cumming. Akarja, I've been an elected councillor for 10 years and I was successfully elected for the 3rd time in June of this year. For those last 10 years, the majority of the cases that I deal with on a daily basis are housing cases. Women, men, children in horrific circumstances crying out for housing. Languishing on lists for years, waiting on their forever homes from a system that isn't working properly. And not because those employed by councils aren't doing their jobs, because they do the best they can. You can't get blood from a stone. There aren't enough homes for the tens of thousands in need. Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil have failed to deliver. They have a track record, all right, a track record of delivering nothing, only empty promises. Children growing up in family hubs and hostels in long-term homelessness. No one else is to blame for this, only the failures of Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil. They make me sick to my stomach. People want to buy a home have been neglected by this government, chased out of the country because they can't afford to buy affordably, living with their parents in box bedrooms, trying to save for a home that Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil keep far from their reach by propping up developers and their friends, the vulture funds. People renting at extortionate prices have been neglected by this government, with no rent security and no end in sight to the rent increases year in, year out. The only way to fix the housing crisis and make housing affordable for all is to use your voice at the ballot box and give Sinn Féin the chance, because we have the plan, a home of your own. We have the man, Owen O'Brien, and in government, Sinn Féin will end the housing crisis. Gurmagh Gutta Karja.
James Donnelly, Hurston McManus, Cumming Longford, speaking in general support of all the motions for housing today. Accordia, as of April 2024, Longford has social housing waiting list of 661. It might not seem a lot, but when the County Council state that their target for the year is only 66, you can see the issues creeping in already. The government are happy enough to rely on other housing bodies to try and solve their crisis, but even at that, they're missing targets year after year, and it's only getting worse. The town of Edgerstown, where I grew up in Longford, also has the highest commercial vacancy rate in the county and the second highest in the country, just behind Ballybuffet. All of this contributes to the current crisis we find ourselves in. 14,486 homeless, 4,419 children, generations locked out of home ownership, record high rent prices, record high house prices, and the policy allowing vulture funds to control the market. Darragh O'Brien is not the Minister for Housing. He is the Minister for Homelessness. He says Sinn Féin can't do this and we can't do that, but he spends more time and energy whinging about us than he does doing his own job. And speaking of energy, I'm sure you have heard of this new energy Fine Gael seem to have. The same new energy coming from the same party who have created these problems in the first place. You know, has this new energy suddenly increased the housing output? I don't think so. And with this new energy, I'd like for them to shed some light as to what exactly they're doing, because it certainly isn't fixing the housing crisis. The government did go into overdrive the last few weeks, releasing statements on housing, but it was about housing bicycles. They were more outraged about an overpriced bike shed built on their watch than they were when the latest homeless figures were released. They just don't care. You know, you have Fianna Fáil calling themselves the party of action on housing and Fine Gael on about their new energy. And I'm sorry, I won't be polite as my comrade Lorcan, but they're two cheeks of the same arse at this stage. 13 years to get it sorted. They've failed. I don't need to harp on about our housing policy up here. We're all in the room for the same reason. We know it. We know what it's about. We know what we can do if we get the chance. But every one of us in this room has to play our part. We need to get out and talk to people, explain the policy, explain our vision. We talk about wanting to change. We have to explain that change and identify what it is for people. Change is different to every single person on that door. But again, it's all universal. We're a united party. We want to make the country better, but we can only do this if we get into power, and that's where we all play our part. Again, talk to people, get the word out, do whatever it takes. Chucky Air Law.
Ismisha Michelle Brennan Shayabo, Cumming McDermott Gilgun, Manor Hamilton, County Leitrim. Accordia, I'm speaking to the merits of Motion 169 and the important role that a national tenant representative body may contribute to the cohesion of our Sinn Féin housing policy plan, A Home of Your Own. Ireland's history is rooted in the struggle for autonomy, equality and freedom from the feudal land ownership model that left many Irish people dispossessed. Yet, despite this, our public housing system today still bears the marks of British centralisation and paternalism. Ireland is a laggard when it comes to tenant participation in housing policy development. While countries like Sweden, the Netherlands and Germany have established strong representative bodies that empower tenants to negotiate rents, influence tenancy agreements and inform building standards, public housing tenants in Ireland have no such power or platform. The system of containment that we inherited was designed to control the poor rather than empower them. Housing estates were built without amenities, shops, or attention to the social or educational needs for families. As a result, poor planning and lack of tenant involvement in housing policy have diminished the social and economic opportunities of very many of our citizens, the consequences of which are being played out on the streets of many of our cities and towns this past few months. Similarly, the absence of direct female influence in housing policy has meant that women's voices, particularly those of mothers and carers, has led to poor housing design that fails to consider the needs of families and communities, further isolating those in social housing from society at large. The establishment of a national tenant representative body is grounded on the belief that tenants should be active participants, not passive recipients, in the decisions that shape their homes and communities. By moving from a charity model to an empowerment model, or, more importantly, a participatory model, tenants can have a meaningful influence on the development of both their homes and their communities. This proposition contributes to the Republican ideals of autonomy, self-reliance and solidarity, enhances accountability within the housing sector and promotes the development of a housing system that creates vibrant, sustainable and thriving communities. Go raibh maith agah.
Accordia, Councillor Donna McGettigan, Terence McSweeney, Mike McKee Common Shannon, and also Clare, which is home with the Liam McCarthy Cup. I'm here speaking for the Munster Cúige. Under this and previous governments, homelessness has continued to break all records. Year after year, despite promises from government, homelessness rises continuously, with children being left without a home. Housing has been transformed into a commodity for profit, rather than homes to feel secure in and a home for people's lives to flourish. Having a roof over your head is a basic human right. Right now, people are being left languishing in emergency accommodation with no hope of a home of their own. People are being discharged from care systems, prisons and hospitals into tents or doorways. Every day I answer calls to people crying in desperation for accommodation, and it's heartbreaking to see. But today we can give hope to those people. Sinn Féin will end long-term homelessness as a moral imperative. The actions proposed in motions 172, alongside our housing plan, will ensure that no one is left homeless under a Sinn Féin government. So I urge you to support motion 172. Go raibh maith agah.
Councillor Niamh Whelan, Markovitz Ryan, O'Farrell, Cummins Talla and General Election Candidate for Dublin South West, speaking in favour of motion 165. Accordia, let me be clear. This government is failing spectacularly in tackling the homelessness crisis, especially for our children. In one of Soundbite Simon's latest Vox Pops, he is quoted as saying, "I want this country to be the best country in the world to be a child, but for thousands of families, this promise, like many others made by this government, rings hollow." Currently, thousands of children are living in emergency accommodations, hotels and temporary shelters, often for months, even years on end. These children are not just statistics, they're individuals with hopes, dreams and the right to a stable home, but instead they are caught in a system and a government that fails them. They are growing up in overcrowded conditions, lacking the space, security and the stability every child needs to thrive. This government's response has been inadequate year after year. We hear promises of more social housing, yet the reality on the ground is a worsening situation. The supply of affordable homes has fallen well short of the demand, and the government's reliance on short-term solutions like private emergency accommodation and the spiralling costs of HAP is merely plastering over a deep wound. This approach has led to uncertainty, trauma and disrupted education for these children. At the heart of this failure is a lack of political will from this and successive governments to treat homelessness as the national emergency it truly is. Budget allocations have been insufficient and long-term planning remains non-existent. Only a Sinn Féin-led government has the will and the plan to fix this housing crisis, not just by providing real affordable homes, but by creating lasting solutions to prevent children from falling into homelessness in the first place. These children deserve better. They deserve homes, not promises. I commend you to support motion 165. Gurmaga.
John Sheehan, the Padre O'Donnell Cumming, Swinford County Mayo, speaking in favour of motion 171. In the recent local and European elections, while canvassing in rural Mayo, high rents and unaffordable rents was the very common theme we met on the doorsteps. Sums of up to €1,500 being asked to rent a 3-bedroomed, very modest, semi-detached house left many young couples with children in a position where aspiring to home ownership is only a pipe dream. Fair rents, not rack renting, must be the order of today in the Ireland of 2024. On my journey to this Ard Fheis here today, a poem I learned in my primary school days, for some reason or other, came to my mind. It was a poem written by Padre Colum, a poem called The Old Woman of the Roads. People my era would remember it. And basically, in this poem, this old lady is expressing her sadness that she has no home of her own. Well, thanks to the indulgence of the vulture funds and the landlords by Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, the sentiments expressed by that old lady in that poem 100 years ago are as relevant today as they were then. Please support motion 171. Vote all evolver, ruin, Cade, Shafto Hain. Goramina Magav.
So the debate is now finished, and we're going to now put the motions 160 to 176 to a vote. So I would remind delegates to indicate clearly with their cards so that we can see how motions are being passed. So I'm going to begin with motion number 160, Ruan Cade Shiska. Dini Favor. And I. Pashiglaka. Motion 161, Cade Shiska a Hien. A Favor. And I. Pashiglaka. Ruan. Motion number 162, Ruan Cade Shiska Dó, Favor, and I, Pashiglaka. Motion 163, Cade Shiska a 3, a Favor, and I, Pashiglaka. 164, Ruan Cade Shiska a Cahir, a Favor, and I, Pashiglaka. 165, Cade Shiska a Cuig, Favor.
Hello, Thomas Arash, so Tana Voti ar Siúl Fí Láthair, tá sin an a chlustáil tíomh here tá daoine grá in I agus a bhábhar, so that's against and in favour, they're counting the votes. These are on the motions to do with housing. And we will be moving on shortly to the next section, which I have managed to mislay my chlor, which is very unprofessional of me, but I believe we're moving on to international relations very shortly and our solidarity. But in the meantime, I've been joined by Pádraig Burke, who is a young Republican who's here enjoying the Ard Fheis. How are you finding it?
It's great, it's a good atmosphere, and it's good to be around comrades and be excited about the future and the challenges that lie ahead. Yeah.
Are there any particular issues you're passionate about now, or you've heard speeches that have kind of got you thinking?
I think the motions around drug use and criminalisation of cannabis, I think, were good motions. And
good, yeah.
I'm glad they passed, and
brilliant,
so we can have a look at them policies.
That's very good. Were you tempted to speak yourself, or?
No, I don't even know what I'm doing. I like to just look and listen, you know what
I mean?
no,
that's important too. I think we have a wide kind of variety of people here. Like, we've members who've been coming to Ard Fheis for years, and some people who can't stop speaking, and some people who love to listen. That's it. And
There's
it's
the
about
usual suspects. All
oh
right,
God,
actually,
yeah, that's it. That's it.
Yourself is one of them, I'd say. Like.
Guilty as charged. Any opportunity to ramble on at people, like I'm doing here. So, what do you do yourself in terms of as an activist? What would you see your role as being?
Well, I joined the party when I was 16 as a young idealistic Republican, and all these years later, it's still the same. So
You're still an idealistic. You're
still even
you
more
haven't been made
idealistic.
cynical yet.
Yeah, no, not at all.
God,
never,
give
no.
it time. Give it time. And so, what drew you in?
I just kind of grew up around republicanism, and I was looking to get involved and didn't know how, but I thought Sinn Féin is the way to go forward, and I was glad I joined my local Commemorations and get involved. You do leafleting, you do canvassing, get to know your comrades, get to know your other party members, and you just look around the Ardèche now, it's like people you know, and you've got to develop friendships throughout the years. It's It's brilliant actually.
It's great to have a gathering of people and to kind of bring people together like that. I'd say we'll be moving on very shortly to the next session.
International section, is it?
I think so. Oh yeah, no, Mairead Farrell is going to lead the next section, so we'll switch over to her.
So this session will deal with standing up for Ireland and independent foreign policy, and these include motions 177 to 188, as well as emergency motion 3. So emergency motions can be found on the yellow coloured sheet in your delegate pack, and I'm going to call on all speakers to start lining up there. But before our first speaker, we're going to show a short video on Palestine, so if we can begin that.
The Palestinian people have a right to their homeland. Having endured generations of dispossession, occupation, oppression, apartheid, human rights violations that should shake humanity, Israel claims to act in self-defense. Carpet bombing civilians, collective punishment, massacring children in their thousands is not defense. The world sees Israeli actions for what they are: barbaric, hateful, cowardly war crimes. This is a moment of reckoning for world leaders, for the European Union, a test of commitment to human rights, peace, democracy. We ask, where is the protection of international law for every child killed in Gaza, for every Gazan mother holding the cold body of their dead child? Israel cannot be allowed to commit atrocities with impunity. Only a peace process, dialogue, international law can deliver peace and Palestinian freedom.
Israel is doing what it is doing because it believes it can do so with impunity. And why wouldn't they believe it? In the 75 years since the Nakba, Israel has never been held accountable for the countless breaches of international law or for its relentless, brutal acts of oppression, annexation, apartheid or ethnic cleansing. This time it must be different. This time the world must make a stand. Sinn Féin stand with the Palestinian people, as we have stood with those from every corner of the world, of every race and of every creed, who loudly and proudly declare in our thousands, in our millions, we are all Palestinians. In our thousands, in our millions, we are all Palestinians. In our thousands, in our millions, we are all Palestinians.
Tá díosbrocht oscailte níos agus iarm ciúnas sa hala. Could delegates who wish to address this section of the Ard Fheis please form a queue near the podium? And once this section is concluded, we will then invite delegates, the delegate speaker to the stage. And delegates should be reminded to identify themselves and their common Cordia Cantor, Cordia Cuiga that they are representing. And I'm going to ask speakers to be brief and to speak to the motions because, of course, we want as many people as possible to get to say their bit. So now I'll call on the first speaker from the floor to address the Ard Fheis. Looks like there's two. Who will win?
Matt Carty, Sinn Féin spokesperson on Foreign Affairs and Defence, moving the hardcore motions in this section. Irish neutrality is something to be valued. It has been a great strength of our nation and it has never been a weakness. Yet Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael are on a pursuit to present it as such. And they have sought to undermine our neutrality by stealth, by decimating our defence forces, by dragging Ireland further and further into EU militarisation structures, and now by seeking to remove the triple lock neutrality protection, allowing an Irish government to embroil Irish troops in a foreign conflict without UN sanction. Such a move would have devastating implications for Ireland's international standing and would undermine our ability to play a positive and constructive role to the world. I want to be very clear to this Ard Fheis. Sinn Féin will fight tooth and nail against this dangerous move. We will resist any legislative attempts by Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael to remove the triple lock, and if they do, then Sinn Féin in government will restore the triple lock and ask the Irish people to enshrine neutrality in our constitution. Our neutrality underpins the ability for Ireland to pursue an independent foreign policy. And that's what gives us our strength. It gives us our consistency in every situation, because we can always be consistent in upholding the principles of peace, justice and freedom. Tonight, we send solidarity to peoples in struggle and people suffering from oppression and famine, whether they be in Ukraine or Sudan or Western Sahara or in Lebanon. We are unequivocally on the side of the occupied and never on the side of the invaders or oppressors. We are proud of our party's long tradition of standing with those who struggle for freedom. We welcome to this Ard Fheis our friends from the Basque Country, from Catalonia, and especially tonight our comrades from the ANC in South Africa, 30 years on from their historic defeat of the apartheid regime. We also welcome the Cuban ambassador to Ireland, Bernardo Guianch Hernandez, and we send our unrelenting solidarity to the people of Cuba and reiterate our call for an end to the disgraceful, unjust and illegal US embargo. Delegates, since the Ard Fheis last met, the dire situation in Palestine has worsened by the day. Tens of thousands of Gazans have been slaughtered by Israel. The genocide continues. I want to commend those in this hall, members of Sinn Féin and those beyond our party, who have campaigned not just over the past year, but for many decades in support of Palestinian freedom. You have shifted the Irish government from a position when we last met for refusing to even condemn Israel by name to finally and belatedly officially recognising the state of Palestine. You and your fellow activists deserve credit for that. Mod Shiv. But it's not enough. In fact, it's nowhere near enough. Israel will not stop in its murderous crusade until international pressure forces them to stop. Ireland won't be able to do that on our own, but we can play our part. Tonight we say that we must pass the Occupied Territories Bill, and we must do it now. We must pass Sinn Féin's illegal Israeli settlements divestment bill, and we must do it now. And at Carja, we must close the Israeli embassy in Dublin, and we should do that now. At Carja, please support the Ard Fheis motions 177 through to 182 and emergency motion 3. Pass them so that we can go into the coming elections with a pledge to rebuild the Irish Defence Forces and, crucially, to protect Irish neutrality. But also so that we can go with the categoric promise to the people that a Sinn Féin government will be unapologetically and unequivocally the most pro-Palestinian government in the Western world. Arailin Nikela Gurmaya Gavgaler.
Declan Kearney, Ard Corlia, Kaincher, Run, Cade, Shachtas, a Shach, Douglas Runig, and Dal ever a tree. Comrades and friends, the genocide, ethnic cleansing, and collective punishment against Palestinian people in Gaza and the West Bank shock our collective humanity. All right-minded people are sickened by the moral hypocrisy of those in the West whose rhetorical censures against Netanyahu's government are meaningless. Describing the massacres of women and children, or the murder of Palestinian negotiators, journalists, doctors, and UN aid workers as unhelpful or disproportionate is simply code to continue with the genocide. International laws cannot be applied selectively. No one state is more equal than others. The order from the ICJ in South Africa's case against Israel under the Genocide Convention are clear. States must act to prevent genocide by Israel against Palestinians. They must ensure that they are not party to violation of the Genocide Convention by aiding or assisting in the commissioning of genocide. And the implications are clear for the United States, Britain, Germany, France, and the EU. The murderous attacks on Lebanon are a direct consequence of complicity with and an acquiescence to the fanatics in Netanyahu's government. And those so-called global leaders cannot have it both ways. Arms embargoes and sanctions must be used against all states that break international law and violate national sovereignty. And the tipping point, Kharja, in the Middle East has now been passed. If Netanyahu does not call an immediate cessation in Gaza and the West Bank and end the aggression against the Lebanese people, then a price must be exacted by the UN and the international community. We know in this Ardesh what side we are on. We stand with the ordinary people of Palestine and the ordinary people of Lebanon. Occupation, settler colonialism and apartheid have been inflicted upon the Palestinian people for over 75 years. And in Ireland, we have lived and died under colonialism, occupation and apartheid. So we will not stay silent and watch as occupation and apartheid are inflicted on others. This Ardesh Kharja applauds the moral leadership of South Africa. So the Irish government should immediately join South Africa's case at the ICJ. We commend the popular solidarity shown by the ordinary people of Ireland. And today in Ireland, in our thousands and in our millions, we too are now Palestinians. The Sinn Féin leadership will discharge the mandate from this Ardesh to work with all the Palestinian leaderships to secure permanent ceasefires and achieve political unity within the liberation movement. It is time, Kharja, for Israel and its allies to understand the Palestinian spirit of resistance will never, ever be defeated. It is, comrades and friends, it is time for them all to realise that the only lasting solution is the establishment of a fully independent Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital. Guramayigav.
As Porrick walks up, I'll just remind all speakers that to try and keep to the 2 minutes or less, because we have a good crew there and I'd love to see everyone get a chance to speak.
Kjarja, we all know the statistics around immigration. 10,000 young people who left our shores last year. But these are not just statistics. their sons and daughters, their sisters and brothers. They're young people with so much to contribute to our society. And this cannot continue. So let this Ard Fheis send a message to governments in Dublin and in London today to say that my generation or the next are not made for export. We must work together and do everything in our power to ensure that our young people can see a future here at home. Imagine the potential we could have as an island, as a people, and as an economy if, instead of our young people setting off to be teachers in Dubai and stronger futures for our island. Let's make this an island that we can call home, the place where dreams can come true, where careers can flourish, and where the future for every young person has endless possibilities, because together we have the power to deliver real change.
Well done, Pádraig.
Is Misha Setting Kavanagh, Clancy O'Callaghan Common, Limerick City North. I am here to speak in support of motions 177, 180, 182, 186, 187 and emergency motion 3, and do so together because I believe Ireland's neutrality and diplomacy are key to our ability to further human rights and international law. Laws which protect not only those forced into conflict by the aggression of other nations, but us here and everyone around the world. Protection from the actions of countries that put their interests above the very lives of others. Laws these motions call for us to uphold. But our ability to contribute to international peace and equality hinges on our strong diplomacy, backed by our long-standing neutrality, open to dialogue with all who engage in good faith. Without maintaining and furthering this neutrality, we will lose a piece of that diplomacy and we will become only more dependent on other countries for our foreign policy. We know might does not make right, and we must maintain our position that enables us to stand up for that, whatever comes, even if no one else will stand up for the vulnerable. We must. Go of Margiv.
Good evening, Ard Fheis. Is Smisha Barry Campion, Martin McGuinness, Cumming, Longford Huig. I want to speak this evening in favour of motion 187. Since the foundation of this state, every government has taken the defence of this nation for granted and outsourced tasks which other proud, independent, neutral countries take for granted. Our Army, Naval and Air Corps staff continue to leave the forces in droves, and it seems impossible to recruit them. Atmosphere and morale on board naval ships is so low that crew members are laughed at when reporting harassment of varying degrees and type. A total of 758 left the Defence Forces last year, either due to forced retirement on age grounds, resignation or on medical grounds, with only 415 being recruited. The closure in 2012 of the barracks in Mullingar and Longford has contributed to decline in this area over the years. For the first time in living memory, the number of troops in the Army has reached a low of 6,000. Defence Forces personnel need to be paid sufficiently, and careers in the Defence Forces need to be attractive to increase numbers urgently. Why must Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael be allowed to continue to jeopardise our long, proud neutral stance and risk our sovereignty? How many here are happy that Charlie Windsor's flying club can and will fly into our space at will? We need to cop on and look after our own needs in cooperation with like-minded nations. Neutrality cannot be taken for granted and needs to be protected. We cannot continue to allow Shannon Airport to be used as a mid-Atlantic US Air Force base. It contravenes everything we should stand for. In government, we need to make urgent changes to the funding model of defence forces and to produce functioning naval and air services. Thank you.
Cathal Muraku, Cumney Gov, Garcarty, Clary, and Bailach Hill, Law here. Speaking on volume Lurch, Rune, Cade, Octo, Cuig, August Mullet, Jultu, Dunrune Shaw. Speaking on motion 185 and proposing its rejection. Currently the motion reads, Sinn Féin reiterates its condemnation of the illegal and brutal invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation. Fine. But how can we take a position on this war and ignore the very factors that generated and absolve those most responsible for instigating it? Surely in the interests of balance and a truthful account as to how these events really transpired, we should also equally condemn, first of all, the behaviour and machinations of the US and the European Union in fomenting the Maidan coup in Kiev in February 2014 that overthrew the democratically elected president there. The empowering, funding, training and directing of neo-Nazi fascist band-right bandits who burned scores of people to death in a trade union building in Odessa in May 2014. The indiscriminate shelling and murder of 15,000 people, the vast majority of whom were civilians, for 8 years till 2022 with NATO and Western supplied munitions. The outright shredding of the internationally brokered peace agreements such as Minsk I and II, shamelessly acknowledged by co-brokers Merkel and Hollande as a ruse to buy time in order to arm Ukraine for a future war against Russia, and the de facto militarisation of Ukraine and its integration into a dangerous and aggressive military alliance that is NATO. Sinn Féin has a commitment to defending and maintaining our neutrality and to be a voice for peace and for the peaceful resolution of conflicts. And that also implies the outright rejection of lying NATO narratives on any of the many wars and bloodbaths they have unleashed upon the world in their vain control and their vain attempt, imperial quest for full spectrum dominance. Their words of Corja, not mine. So Jultaki Dorún, Cade, Octo Cuig Leverdol, Gormagav.
So there's a good crew, so if everyone can be as succinct as possible.
Councillor Daithí Doolan, James Connolly, Cummin, Ballyfermot, speaking in favour of motions 176, 177 and 185 in solidarity with our Palestinian brothers and sisters. At the last Ardèche, our hearts were breaking at the sight of whole families being killed by the Israeli forces. Since then, Israel has opened the gates of hell and broadened and deepened their genocide in Gaza, across the West Bank and now into Lebanon. Meanwhile, a government minister can't recollect getting a phone call from the Israelis. Who does he think he is? What does he take us for? If any of us got a phone call from the Israeli government, we would certainly remember it. Meanwhile, Israel continued to be armed, funded and given political cover by Washington, Britain and Ursula von der Leyen. Well, shame on them. Shame on every single one of them. But Sinn Féin remains standing, shoulder to shoulder in solidarity with our Palestinian brothers and sisters and our Lebanese brothers and sisters. And next Saturday at 1 o'clock at the Garden of Remembrance, there's a Palestinian demo. We need to be there. We need to mobilise for it and make it the biggest demo in Irish history with one chant: free, free! Palestine. Free, free!
Palestine.
Free, free!
Palestine.
And since last year, Dublin City Council have signed a treaty of friendship with Ramallah to offer 5 years of support to the Ramallah municipality. We have a motion for the next Dublin City Council meeting urging the Irish Government to enact the Occupied Territories Bill to cut trade with Israeli goods, services that are produced in the illegal settlements. And I want to thank Francis Black for assisting us with this. And I urge all parties on Dublin City Council to support this motion in October. But friends, when we leave here today, we will leave with our heads held high, because we know we are on the right side of history, because we know Palestine will be free from the river to the sea. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea. See you next Saturday at 1 o'clock at the Garden of Remembrance. Gurda Míle Maith.
I really hate having to try and stop people's speeches, so if everyone can just try and stay to the 2 minutes, I don't have to.
Chris
Hint,
Hazard,
Chris.
Corley Cantor and Dún Haas. Comrades, in recent years, the Irish political establishment, including many of their acolytes in the broadsheet media, have sought to vanquish any notion of Irish sovereignty. This comprador class despise any mention of an independent foreign policy, besmirching all who seek to protect and defend the very concept of neutrality. In their attempts to further align with the Western war machine, they tell us Irish neutrality is no longer fit for the 21st century, that we are vulnerable to attack from new forces in the East, entirely oblivious, of course, that part of our country remains colonised by old forces in the West. They are embarrassed by the Irish people's support for Palestine and our fraternal bonds with those people still struggling for freedom across the global South. They are blind to the fact, as the world's oldest colony, Ireland sees our collective subjugation in the eyes of those who still suffer today. That for the ordinary people of Ireland, we understand neutrality as a tradition of solidarity with all peoples of the world who are victims of imperialism, colonialism and oppression. In direct opposition to this, the comprador establishment want Ireland to operate as a US client state with an airstrip for US warplanes. So Irish government ministers have secret phone calls with their Israeli counterparts in order to kill off the Occupied Territories Bill. And they look the other way as planes carry the weapons of Israel's genocide through Irish airspace. With the remnants of Irish neutrality scattered at their feet, they will not cease until they have dismantled the triple lock and dragged Ireland into NATO in all but name. In the face of Israeli barbarism, against the backdrop of the genocide and ethnic cleansing, let there be no equivocating. Ireland stands with the people of Palestine. We stand with the people of Lebanon and those throughout the Middle East and beyond where imperialism continues to cast its large shadow. So, comrades, amidst the militarisation of Europe, we must resolutely defend neutrality. Let us do so in the spirit of James Connolly and that revolutionary generation who established the Irish Neutrality League, and let us borrow from their banner. Let us declare to the world that we still serve neither king nor Kaiser, but Ireland.
It's Misha Killian Sheehan. I'm talking to support motion 177 from Halpenny Worthington Waters Common. I would like to start off by commending our heroic allies that we've seen this year, such as Norway and Spain, and in particular, our friends in the ANC, who know apartheid and discrimination all too well. And I would like to condemn the shameful Western nations, such as the UK and the US, who know the other side of this discrimination and apartheid. I would like to condemn the Irish government, who has allowed 14 flights in the last year of shipments of arms to Israel and the 40,000 innocent lives that are on their hands as a result. It is imperative that we, not only as a party, not only as Republicans, but as human beings, stand together and support BDS, support the Occupied Territory Bill, the permanent ceasefire in Palestine and Lebanon, and arrest the fascist war criminals that populate the Israeli government, in particular Ben Gvir and Benjamin Netanyahu. As Martin Luther King said, our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. On behalf of everyone in Ireland and every young person with a conscience, from Athlone to Palestine and Lebanon, defend Lebanon, free Palestine, agus Chucky Arla.
Mahu.
Smisha James Stokes. I'm representing the Gravy, Martyr Cumming and Kildare, Corley Cantor. Aharja, one child killed is one too many. But how many more? How many more lives will be taken? How many more will be killed? How much more hearts will be broken? How many lives shattered? How much more blood will have to shed until the world stands up with one voice and declares this genocide must end now? Aharja. And when will this government find its backbone? Because it's been gone. Young Fine Gael last year declared they stand with Israel. Fine Gael MEPs failed to stand up to President Ursula von der Leyen. And Fine Gael Minister Pascal Donoghue is assuring the Israeli government, his Israeli counterpart, that he will not allow the government to enact the Occupied Territories Bill. That is disgraceful and that is not on. And Aharja, if this government does not enact the Occupied Territories Bill, I assure you the next one will. So
I'm asking for the final speaker to be identified. Come on.
Michael McDonald, Clone Balia, Clea Huig, Agus, Forum National to Nagar Lorry. I just want to ask you to support 178, which condemns the appointment of Ursula von der Leyen and commends our MEPs, Lynn Boylan and Kathleen Funchion, for opposing the appointment of Ursula von der Leyen. Netanyahu is a mass murderer. Ursula von der Leyen is an accomplice to mass murder. And she and her cohorts in the European Parliament are also arch hypocrites, because they pushed through a motion last week which would have supported Ukraine to use long-range NATO missiles to fire them into Russia, something which even the British and the US government is not calling for at this time. Yet the warmongers led by Ursula von der Leyen want to do this, and Irish MEPs voted for it, thanks to our two Sinn Féin MEPs who refused to vote for that motion. These people, von der Leyen and so on, they are warmongers. But it will not be them who will have to fight such a war. It would be the ordinary people of Ukraine, Russia and many other countries who would suffer. Reject the hypocrites, support Irish neutrality.
Adrian O'Gallagher, Rathmelton Common, speaking in favour of motion 183. Sinn Féin has always valued non-alignment and cooperation with the nations emerging from colonialism. While we acknowledge the importance of trading with all nations, it is important we do not rely solely for trade with the US and European powers. Instead of relying on the IMF and other economic institutions of imperialism, we in Ireland should trade with the economic institutions that offer development with no strings attached. If Ireland is to have economic sovereignty, it must trade with countries that respect our national sovereignty. Countries within BRICS, such as South Africa, China and Brazil, can provide an important future to progressive trade agreements. By trading with these nations, it allows us to create trade relations that will not be dictated by the dollar or imperialist institutions. Cooperation with BRICS will also allow us to open up relations with revolutionary nationalist governments across the globe, from Algeria to Cuba and Nicaragua. As more nations cast off the chains of imperialism, we must look to a multipolar world in order to consign imperialist domination to the dustbin of history for once and for all.
Come on, good Adrian. Adrian was given a minute and he stuck to the minute, so mahu as Shin. So that ends the debate, but before we take any votes, I'm going to ask our party chairperson, Declan Kearney, to say a few words.
We are proud of our internationalist commitment with all of those who have struggled and struggle against injustice and equality. Whether that has been in the townships of South Africa, the refugee camps of Palestine, the mountains of the Basque Country, the Sierras of Cuba, or the barrios of Latin America. And the connections between South Africa's liberation struggle and Ireland are historic and enduring. It's now a matter of historical record that the relationship between South African and Irish freedom fighters was directly overseen by Umkhonto Wesizwe leaders Joe Modise and Joe Slovo. The prisoners on Robben Island, including Nelson Mandela, took inspiration from the sacrifice of our 1981 hunger strikers. And for our part, Sinn Féin and Irish Republicans were always deeply committed to the struggle to end apartheid in South Africa. When democracy was finally achieved, the new Republic of South Africa and the ANC became important partners for Sinn Féin in the development of the Irish peace process and in helping to shape our pathway to self-determination. And in more recent years, President Cyril Ramaphosa and other ANC leaderships, along with our own party leadership, have renewed those historic relations between Sinn Féin and the ANC. We are therefore deeply honoured to have our comrade and friend, Deputy President Paul Mashatile, attend and participate in this Ardesh. On your behalf, I am delighted to welcome him now to deliver a keynote address on behalf of the ANC
2024 Annual Conference of Sinn Féin today. They remain the one of solidarity forever. After all, practical political experience has vindicated time and time again the truism that the people united will never be defeated. As left-leaning parties, we have an obligation to persist in our efforts to combat poverty, ignorance, disease, as well as to dismantle the pervasive barriers of racial and gender discrimination, homophobia, xenophobia, and other forms of intolerance. The ANC believes that rekindling and strengthening the bonds of human solidarity across the globe is essential for achieving a more just world. Unless we ceaselessly promote humanist values and reinforce the moral hygiene of our human condition, we will not achieve the people-centered societies that are the defining feature of more just, socially and politically stable societies. Today, we applaud Sinn Féin for initiating an intricate process of mobilizing popular opinion to secure the unity of the whole of Ireland. The ANC is ready to support this process wherever we can, and we will offer our viewpoint for your consideration whenever you invite us to do so. Another matter that necessitates continuous cooperation and coordinated solidarity is the urgent and vital need for the reform of the global governance institution, particularly the United Nations Security Council, so that this body achieves equitable representation for all and not just for part of humanity. The ANC believes that we must unite to demand the reform of global governance institutions. Our International Relations Department will further engage with our comrades in Sinn Féin about the programmatic elements of this demand. We must continue our efforts to build the broadest possible global front to defeat the unfolding genocide against Palestinian people and also the tragic war in Sudan that threatens to dismember that country. We are often accused of being anti-Israel. This is not true. We have remained opposed to the wanton killing of innocent people. Human life is valuable, and no amount of pressure will oblige us to treat one person more equal than the other. Many of our comrades and leaders in the struggle against apartheid were Jewish people and continue to make an invaluable contribution to our national life. The ANC and the people of South Africa can never forget the immense contribution by leaders like Joe Slovo, Ruth First, Albie Sachs, Jill Marcus, Ronnie Casrels, and many others who made immense contribution in our struggle for liberation. We are unequivocal about our total support for the legitimate struggle of the Palestinian people for self-determination and their right to oppose continued Israeli illegal settlements. We therefore call on the peoples of the world to step up efforts to bring about an immediate ceasefire in a confrontation that now threatens to spread and bring about a wider conflagration, drawing in the wider Middle East. In addition, Israel must end illegal settlements and comply with international law. From the river to the sea, Palestine shall be free. We must also exert all efforts to support credible peace efforts involving the broad spectrum of the Sudanese stakeholders. Without an inclusive process involving civilians, including political formations, peace will continue to elude Sudan. As the ANC and Sinn Féin, we have worked together on a variety of international fora to advance human rights, democracy, and social justice. We also shared experiences and tactics for grassroots organizing, political involvement, and nation building. This should continue to be our mode of operation. The ANC and Sinn Féin should maintain a connection based on solidarity and shared goals, albeit operating in distinct national contexts and political landscape. Program Director, in conclusion, together we can bring a new world that is just, peaceful, developmental, and progressive. This we can because of solidarity forever, because our union makes us strong. Program Director, I want to end by saying, forward to a united Ireland. No surrender, no retreat.
Thank you for your powerful words to re-inspire us as we continue on our quest for a united Ireland. Now I'm going to move on to put the motions to the floor. Motions 177 to 180 and 88. And I'm going to ask all delegates to indicate extremely clearly if that's okay. What we're going to start with is the emergency motion 3. So this is the third motion on the orange sheet in delegates' packs. So emergency motion 3, Evolver. In aye, Tosha Glacka. Rúna Kate Shachtu Shacht, Evolver. In aye, Tosha Glacka. Rún Kate Shachtu Ocht, Evolver. In aye, Tosha Glacka. Rún Kate Shachtu Ni, Evolver. In aye, Tosha Glacka. Rún Kate Hochtu, Rún 180, Evolver. In aye, Tosha Glacka. Rún Kate Hochtu Hain, Evolver. In aye, Tosha Glacka. Rún Kate Hochtu Do, Evolver. In aye, Tosha Glacka. Rún Kate Hochtu 3, 183, Evolver. In aye, Tosha Glacka. Rún Kate Hochtu Cahar, Evolver. In aye, Tosha Glacka.
So we're just watching the voting that is taking place on the motions to do with standing up for Ireland and independent foreign policy. And you've heard their commitment to neutrality, to doing things differently with a rooting in solidarity, running through all the motions and discussions there, but in particular there from the Vice President of South Africa, and even like to have someone of the calibre of the Vice President of South Africa at Sinn Féin's Ard Fheis demonstrates, I think, the role of Sinn Féin and the respect for Sinn Féin among international actors, among groups and parties and organisations who have always struggled for independence, self-determination, fair play in the international scene, and who have stood against apartheid and genocide. Mairead Farrell is just congratulating everyone for bringing the voting to a conclusion. The Ard Fheis has been brought to an end, aside from the one main event left, which is the presidential address from Uachtaráin Sinn Féin, Lou McDonald, Teachta Dála for Dublin Central. So she'll be speaking at 6:30, and that'll go out live on TV, but it's also you'll be able to watch it here. So over the next while, we will prepare for that. We will leave you for a few minutes and then come back in to have a little chat just before Mary Lou starts with her speech. So thank you all so much for being here, for following, for watching in, for tuning in, for being part of this Ard Fheis, and I hope you felt like you were able to get a sense of the atmosphere, a sense of the views and the voices that take part here, and that make up this party, this members-based grassroots organisation of activists who want to make a better Ireland, want to make a united Ireland happen. Gur míle maithagibh go léir as ucht a bheith linn don lá. Bí linn le haigh an rud mór atá le teach go fóil sin an ráiteas ó Lou McDonald mar Uachtaráin Sinn Féin atá tarlú ag go leabhart éis sé. So ba muid a rás le sin go luath. Gur míle maithagibh.
I thought it would be a bit easier than this now, to be perfectly honest. So I would request that Matt Carthy comes to the stage urgently. But I don't see him moving. We obviously also had the Westminster election, and that was obviously a snap election in the middle of everything else. Like we weren't busy enough as it was, we had the snap election, and again, a really positive election that was as well for us. So I'm being told that finances across the party are tight, and with a 26 county election, like myself, if anybody wants to come canvassing in Galway West, they're more than welcome. But we do know that 26 county election is imminent and party finances are tight. You know these things, they cost a lot of money. And we do have the national draw coming up. Now, I myself have never actually won any money on the national draw, sadly, because it would be reinvested into my old campaign. But I would encourage everybody to get out on the doors and, and as well just push the whole national draw as much as possible over the next coming weeks, because we do need obviously strong party finances. But now that I have said all that part, I get to announce the results of the Ard Comhairle elections, as well as the National Officer Board. Woo! So, I hope I don't make a mistake. So the National Officer Board, suspense folks. Uachtarán, Mary Lou McDonald. Woo! Las Uachtarán, Michelle O'Neill. Woo! Cathaoirleach, Declan Carney. And our new Ard Rooney, Sam Baker. Sam, do you know what you've set yourself up for? I don't know, but you'll find out soon. And thankfully, Matt did listen to me and has come up on stage. Now, on Kishtor, the Kishtor has just joined us. Pierce Doherty. And we also welcome Claire Curran to the stage. And the second Kishtor, oh, he doesn't want to be welcomed. The second Kishtor, Conor Murphy. Woo! Now to the Ard Comhairle elections, and can I just say fair play to everyone who has put their name forward on the Ard Comhairle election ballot. It's hard enough to put your name forward for any election, but an election amongst our peers and our comrades is a difficult one, and I apologise profusely to Oisin McCann for taking far too long to write my bio, because I was embarrassed as to what I would write into the bio for, amongst our membership. But Matt Carthy doesn't suffer from embarrassment. So, Ard Comhairle elected on the female panel, Kathleen Funchen. Woo! Rose Conway Welch. Linda Dillon. Louise O'Reilly, Emma Sheeran, and me. So I promise, although it is me, that it wasn't a fix. Now we move on to the male panel. Matt Carthy, John Finucane, Daithí Fitzgerald, Gary Fleming, Chris Hazard, and Owen O'Brien. Woohoo! So that's all the advice they've given me. So now, thankfully, Matt has joined the stage, but he has not brought a mic with him. So how has everyone found the Ardèche? Woo! Jeez, you'd think like a bit of help me here, And how many are staying tonight? Jeez, you're very boring people. Matt, it wasn't like...
One of the people just elected, and that's another election for you now, a member of the European Parliament, Kathleen Funchen. So how are you feeling?
Much. Thanks for having me.
Good. Are you happy to be on the Ard Comhairle now?
I am, yeah.
Very
it's
good.
Always very nice to be elected by your peers, by your colleagues, by members of the party, to get that endorsement. Yep. So, excited now, particularly for, I suppose, kind of the South Leinster, South East region. It's good for us to have representation at our Comhairle level. So
100%, yeah. And it's great, the diversity of people who've been elected there, obviously North and South, and men and women, but even in terms of, we have people like yourself who are elected reps, we have members who aren't elected reps at all, like Daithí Fitzgerald, who was here earlier chatting to Oisin, and of course Louise O'Reilly, who was here yesterday. So happy birthday to Louise now, she's on the Ard Comhairle. And so what do you know, what would the Ard Comhairle involve? What sort of work would it do day to day?
Yeah, so I agree. That's a good point about having a range of people. I think it's really good. You don't want something just to be dominated by people who are elected, or maybe by people who work full time for the party. It is really important that we have a good range, and that also we have a good geographic spread, north, south, but also all of our different regions, like the west. And as people are probably I go on about the southeast a lot, but sure,
Rightly so.
Exactly. Who else is going to talk about it?
That's it.
So I think that's really important. First of all, I imagine there would be a lot of decisions, on policy. As in, I know obviously the Ard Fheis is where we formulate our policy, but I've often heard about decisions being made by the Ard Comhairle and particular policy lines or direction. Obviously, when elections come up, the ratification of candidates. So I think it is good to have a good mix of people. So looking forward to that work as well.
Brilliant. No, and it's great. It's wonderful to have someone of your calibre on the Ard Comhairle. They'll be lucky to have you, not least for the southeast. But tell me, in terms of getting elected, how does it feel to be an MEP? After that campaign and everything, it was a tough
grueling.
slog.
Yeah, it was actually my favourite campaign I've ever been involved in terms of I really enjoyed going around to all the counties. I really enjoyed tying in with our councillors, with our TDs, with our members. It was actually a lot of fun. But it was very tiring, just on a physical nearly 11. But I will say that the count was extremely long and stressful. And it probably was some of the most difficult few days. And I know there's lots of things that happen in people's lives, so it seems a little bit trivial in a way when you're talking about it. But it was just the not knowing. And it was a real roller coaster. And of course, it had been a little bit of a disappointing election in other aspects too. And it was really kind of bittersweet because I was thinking of our local candidates that had worked so hard and, then happy for the few that did make it across the line. So it was a really range of emotions over those few days, but it's so exciting. I'm really loving the role.
Brilliant, yeah.
I'm really enjoying I'm on 3 different committees. FEM, which deals a lot with gender equality, which
Brilliant.
people that know I have a massive interest in. That was even a learning experience in itself, that all the committees are obviously French names and French acronyms then. But housing and kind of workers' rights and social issues fall to that committee. So there's a huge range of stuff. Really
Ideal.
looking forward to
You
that.
have a big background in trade union activism and everything.
Exactly. And as we know, housing is such a big issue, and there's lots. And then Reggie, which is about kind of regional development. So I'm really happy with those committees, and I feel it's a good spread for Ireland South, but really conscious as well that we have 2 MEPs, so we're trying to actually, on behalf of the party, represent the whole country really, and really conscious of the impacts of Brexit, on the fact that the North wasn't given a choice really, and in fact voted to remain, but still was pushed out. So we're trying to make sure that we have that in the forefront of everything we're doing too, and in terms of obviously our project regarding Irish unity, but it's really important for people of the North, we feel, to have that voice into Europe. So it's really exciting, really interesting, very different to the Dáil. But I'm really glad I had that experience. One thing I have definitely thought is I'm not sure how anyone who doesn't have political experience goes into it, because there's so much to take on and so much to learn. So
100%. No, and I can't think of anyone better. And even just and like you said, the election was tough.
Yeah.
But to see your election, that moment in the Count Centre when you were hoisted up in the air, flag flying, it was a sense of kind of a moral boost, a morale boost.
Yeah.
For people who had been campaigning up and down the country, to have you there, having that victory for them, and it meant so much.
No, it was fantastic. It really was, and. Yeah, it was, as I say, at that point as well, the level of exhaustion. But it's so funny because people were like, and how did you celebrate? And I actually had a really big glass of water and drove home. So it's like we were so tired at that point.
There you have
the
it.
Celebrations had to go on hold. But no, it was great. It was really, really exciting. And I think it's important that we make sure we're tying in the European project to people here. And that that we're looking at how at a local level, at national level and at European level we can all work together, because one thing that really struck me during the campaign was people did feel like, oh, Europe, what's that all about? Or what are you really doing there? Or like people kind of swan off to Europe and are never seen or heard from again. And I think that myself and Lynn are really lucky that we've had the experience of either local and or national politics to be able to make sure that we are making it relevant, because actually the more time you spend there, the more you see. And I would have known, let's say that so much of our legislation, like 70%, comes from Europe. But when you're there, then you can actually see how that happens. So it is important. And often when it gets here, you know, that's at the kind of end game stage. So it's important from the very start where, you know, like we're feeding in and putting the Irish stamp on things and getting the Irish voices across, you know.
This is it. I mean, like it so much is decided there, but it's so detached from the ordinary people who are just living in Ireland, living in other member states as well, and making that link is really important. And I wonder, in the last few weeks, like you've spoken now in the in the chamber. So how have you found? What have you been speaking about? What have you been raising so far?
So I've actually been really lucky because that is something that was different. I'm coming from the position I was a committee chair, from bench spokesperson, so speaking time. We nearly probably took it for granted in the Dáil. There's obviously 700 MEPs. It's a lot more competition. So I have had the opportunity to address the main plenary in Strasbourg, and I spoke on the Apple tax, welcoming it, by the way, and you know, calling for investment into our communities, our working class communities, both rural and urban, for the money that we're owed, and obviously highlighted the fact that our own government here just totally wasted €10 million of taxpayers' money. Not that, given some of the things we've heard in the last few weeks, that'll come as any surprise to anyone. But and then I got to speak at some of our committees as well about regional development, actually, and making sure that, you know, just because I know Ireland as a country is seen as doing really well, you know, from an economic point of view, but there's regions within. I mean, like there's lots of areas in the west, border areas, the southeast again, where there is underinvestment. So, and then I mentioned and raised the issue of housing at Empel. So, really trying to take our opportunities. And I know Lynn has been speaking as well. She has been raising the issue of Palestine in the plenary, and then speaking on the environmental. She's such a strong background and strong track record in that area as well. So it's great, like that we, between us, we have so many, you know, different areas that we're covering. Given that there's only two of us, I think we're off to a good start anyway. See how it goes.
You're doing the work of leagues of people, and it's great to see. And in what you're saying there about Lynn and her background and yourself and your background, which is so perfectly relevant for the likes of Empel, the likes of workers' rights and women's rights, and to have a team, however small, but one that is so aware of what needs to be done, what are the issues. You're not going in there like some other MEPs perhaps from I'm sure around Europe, who don't necessarily know what they want to do. And to have that kind of background and that experience, like you mentioned, not missing the Dáil, but that it's over now. So do you miss it? How did you find your time in Dáil?
I had 7 years at council and 8 years in the Dáil, and like genuinely at each stage there's been really amazing parts, and like it really is a privilege. Like sometimes people say, people think that's something you have to say, but it actually, when you're involved in an election and you see those votes coming out of a ballot box, you realise, you know, because I've had, you know, I'm 21 years in the party, I've had a lot of bad elections as well, so you know it does pay to keep going, and that is something I would say to people. I know we had a lot of first-time candidates that might have felt very personally disappointed, but actually stick with it. Keep getting your name out there, keep getting a profile, keep doing the work, because actually, regardless of elections, that's why we all got involved in this, because we actually want to change our communities, you know. But I did love parts. I loved being able to be involved with the Children's Committee. I really enjoyed the chairing role. I was a temporary chair in the Dáil as well, and I actually really liked that.
You're very good by all accounts.
I like things that are collaborative and that are inclusive, and I feel like you're working towards solutions. I loved the children's portfolio. Like I do miss that sometimes, and hoping to raise the issue of children as well, because that was one thing that struck me. There's no children's committee in Europe.
Really? Okay.
And given so many different things that fall into that area, so I think, you know, it's incumbent on us to kind of raise those issues. Those parts were brilliant. I do think my big criticism is it has to become far more family friendly.
Yeah. Okay.
And I would say, that from local to national to European, and I'm conscious I'm only a few weeks in, but so far I would say this is actually ironically the most family friendly,
Wow.
even though this is furthest away from home.
Yeah.
So it's kind of funny how that works, but yeah, definitely, because they tend to stick to a schedule and
Yeah.
a structure, and you have your schedule a number of months in advance, and I think most jobs work like that. So I always wondered as to why the Dáil. I understand sometimes you have to be reactive, sometimes there has to be emergency situations and decisions, that's fine. But the fact that at times the schedule could be so chaotic, and I do think that affects not just women coming into politics, it affects younger people.
Yeah.
We're in a different generation, a different time now. Dads are as involved with children as mothers are, and you can even see young men going away from politics as well. And I think in general, like any minority backgrounds, any more vulnerable communities, when something is not in any way family friendly, because there's all different aspects to care. There's children, but you could be involved in elder care with parents and stuff. So I think that needs to change. I don't think we're going to see a big selection of what we should have in politics until we start changing that system,
That's a really interesting perspective, in that very few people, I suppose, would have that kind of like that 21 years, all the different levels to see what works and what could be done better.
Yeah.
And even when you're talking about how there's a children's committee in the Dáil, but not in Europe. But at Europe, it's more accommodating, more flexible for families than in the Dáil. There are things we can all learn from each other, I suppose.
Yeah.
And do you find at the European Parliament, there's an awful lot of travel involved. You have Brussels, you have Strasbourg, you have back home.
Yeah.
Have you, you're only there a few months now, but have you adjusted to that? Is it difficult, or are you just used to it now, or what's the
I think
situation?
So it will definitely take a little bit more time to get used to it. Lynn has been brilliant, I have to say, because she's been like my navigator, and just in terms of like my first day there even. So that has been like, I would be lost without her, genuinely, and it's been lovely to have her. So like, you definitely takes time to find your, like any new job. But I think the funny thing about politics is people kind of have an expectation that when you start you're going to know everything, but like obviously just even logistics around finding your way around, it's getting easier definitely as time goes on. But I think that's a really good point you made about learning from each other. I think that's actually one of the key things that we should be taking advantage of, the fact that we are members of the European Union. Like, just in general, in terms of, like, let's say disability, for example, disability organisations or disability rights, where is that working well? Is there countries that are getting certain things, right and much better than us? I definitely think there is, to say. But like, what, we should be looking at their systems and seeing what can we adopt. And that's something that I've never really understood. I don't feel that happens enough. And I hope to maybe do a little bit of that, even to highlight, where we can kind of learn, because a lot of the issues and the difficulties that people are facing in Ireland, there could be best practice out there. There could be places, there's countries with rent control, for example, much better. So, we should kind of look at things like that as well, I think.
Yeah, well, I think it's been interesting looking at the different motions that we've seen over the last day or two. There have been a good number of motions across everything from language rights to drug policy, where Sinn Féin is actively looking for international best practice that we can implement, because there is this recognition of, look, we have ideas, but we also don't have to start everything from scratch. A lot of countries have looked at these ideas before and they've worked out maybe not the perfect solution, but things to learn from. And I think that's something that perhaps is very different from the current government's model, which tends to be a bit less proactive in terms of trying to identify international best practice. It tends to more so go along with the idea of, look, we'll follow, but we're not looking to be part of the countries that lead. We don't want to be too far out ahead. And it's interesting seeing the stuff that I saw there about looking at Canada and what they do for language rights, or Portugal and what they do for drug policy. There are things there maybe we could look at,
Yeah, 100%, definitely.
Do you find, in terms of life in Brussels, life in Strasbourg, have you had a chance to even get to know the cities much at all, or
Not. It's funny because people were asking me about, with the travel, and because often you have a really early morning flight, and I was saying to people, I tend to be like, you go to work and then you just fall asleep. So I'm hoping I'll get into a bit of a better system of, adjusting to that.
Yeah.
But no, so I was really kind of, I suppose, awestruck by Strasbourg, because I had never been there, and it's just a fantastic city. Got to walk around it a little bit, but not as much as I would like to, and obviously this is the start, so I'm really hoping, and I'm really looking forward to being able to bring my kids over to Brussels as well and give them a bit of a different experience in terms of seeing the culture. And they would have been regular visitors to the Dáil more when they were a little bit younger. They were regularly waiting for me to finish up votes and stuff like that, but it'll be nice for them to see a different city.
Totally, yeah.
But I'm looking forward to that part of it too. Like, it is an amazing experience, an opportunity that you get to have in your life, and I don't take that for granted, and I don't take that lightly. Like, I really appreciate the opportunity that I've been given, and really want to work hard to make those positive changes, to make things more relevant. And then just to take that opportunity, like, sometimes you have to stop and step back and be like, of all the different things and roles I've had in the party, like, I do feel very, very lucky.
Yeah, well, we're lucky to have you. That's also
thanks.
true.
And also, can I just say, you're great with the compliments on.
Oh,
so I'm going to keep coming back here for those.
That's how I get you.
Yeah.
But no, 100%. I know Strasbourg in particular, its Christmas market is really famous. They claim to be the capital of Christmas. You hear about the German cities that have, but they do the German tradition, but with a French flair as well. So that's definitely a place, and I've heard a lot of people talk about that. But that's brilliant, to even just that idea of kind of bringing your family along, like having them as part of the experience of it all, because it's unique in a way. It's so rare. So few people get to do that from all around Europe. And in terms of the Ardèche that we've just had, and what you've heard here, have you heard much that you think this is something I'm going to be raising now? These are emotions that I think I want to raise. I want to bring this to Brussels. Have you? Yeah,
so definitely I think around a lot of the international section in terms of, like, I do think we have to be very careful about the direction Europe is going in. Obviously myself and Lynn voted against Ursula von der Leyen. She does want to see a more kind of defensive, militarised Europe. That's the direction she's going in, and I think we have to be really careful that we're really, really strong on, like, Irish neutrality, what our role is. Like, we're peacekeepers, particularly in Sinn Féin. Look at the crucial role that we had in the Good Friday Agreement, and how lasting that peace has been. And that is international examples. And I think that we have to be really strong on ensuring that, there's greater peace talks, there's more peace talks, come away from this militarisation. We don't want to get involved with spending any additional money on defence. We have to be really, really strong on that. And then a lot of the stuff around kind of the social aspect, like, I have a keen interest, I suppose, in the children's area, in disability rights. Just this week in Brussels, I spoke at a disability protest outside the Parliament. Brilliant. Yeah, so anything that we can bring to Brussels about that, or also learn from other countries, but particularly from this Ardèche, a lot of our motions on care and the caring role. Hopefully some of that's going to come up throughout the course of the FEM committee, and I think that we'll be feeding in kind of, our own policies and ideas around that.
Yeah, that's brilliant, and disability has been a theme that I've heard throughout motions on all the different sections, and I'm hearing in the background that we're getting to a point where we will be wrapping up shortly, in time for Mary Lou, who is going to be doing the presidential address. So by Mary Lou McDonald and Shaw, go lua, Ard Fheis ag tuairt ráiteas le chun sibh sppraga go léir, so bí gíobh ag súil go mór leis, agus gur míle mágad Kathleen as bheith anseo.
Thanks so much.
Agus go nair leat sa bhar sin.
Thanks, Owen.
Thank you.
Two minutes, folks, so everybody can please take your seats and start the quietness. No, it's on half German. Rory is not paying attention to the silence. Okay, 1 minute, so everybody, can we just take our total silence now, please? I now ask Pierce Doherty to come up to the stage.
Hey, Ardish Inta Avian Shaw is Perchi Inta Shaw at Studio Ugavsha Arbol at a agree lawyer where public chassis dog regini ig oper or son seal the dini a yosu. And it's our togetherness that sets us apart from Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil, the parties who have hoarded power in their own interests and failed repeatedly to deliver for workers and families. It's time for change. And it's the people in this room and our activists right throughout the country that will make that change happen. And a big opportunity is coming. Only Simon Harris knows the date of the election, but it doesn't matter because we are ready to go on our marks and ready to make history. Now is the time. Now, Okurja, is the time for new leadership for Ireland. A leader with vision, ambition and determination to deliver the real change our people need. Someone who leads from the front, come what may. To move Ireland forward, to unite our country, to deliver a future of hope, opportunity, prosperity for all. Okurja, raise the roof for the woman leading us into the next general election. The woman leading us hopefully into government, our leader, my great friend, worker in Sinn Féin, Mary Lou McDonald. We come here from Ireland's 32 counties to Athlone, our eyes on the future. From Dublin to Derry, Waterford to Tyrone, we want to end partition and unite our country. We believe in Ireland and our people. We are Republican activists in the tradition of Connolly and Markievicz, Sands and O'Farrell, McGuinness and O'Hare. We aspire, we dream, we reach for a new Ireland, for the Republic. Our demands, most moderate, are we only want the earth. And that is why we step forward, never backing down, to lead from the front. The general election is coming. And if you're through with bad government, waste of public money, failure to deliver, if you believe in an Ireland where workers, families and communities come first, we want you to know that when this election comes, Sinn Féin is ready. Ireland's story is shaped by determination to overcome and belief in a better tomorrow, in our people we have everything we need to achieve a great future. We need a government capable of harnessing that potential. We want to lead that government, bringing the voices of ordinary people to the corridors of power, putting your needs on the cabinet table. Give us that chance, because there is one certainty. Workers and families cannot afford another 5 years of Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil running the show. Friends, Ireland recognises the Palestinian state stands with the Palestinian people. We call for immediate ceasefires in Gaza and Lebanon and for an end to the genocide. Children are being slaughtered. Israel must be sanctioned. Ireland must act. The transportation of Israeli weapons through Irish airspace is illegal and unacceptable. Government can't say one thing in the glare of TV cameras and something very different behind closed doors. So the blocking of the Occupied Territories Bill and the Israeli Settlements Divestment Bill must end now. Palestine cries out for peace, for justice, for freedom, and Palestine will know that freedom come what may. Family is where we learn decency, compassion, how to be a good neighbour. Families depend on a secure home, healthcare, affordable childcare, decent work with decent pay, and the right to retire with your pension at 65. We need a government that really gets this and understands that even in the best of families there can be tension, in the best of societies too. We're a welcoming country. We dig deep when people need help. Racism is repulsive. It must be faced down, and it will be faced down. During the summer, as you know, we launched our plan on international protection. Community, fairness, common sense must be at the heart of how we manage immigration. The system has to be resourced, applications dealt with quickly and fairly. IPAS centres must not be located in working class communities struggling to survive. That's not reasonable and it's not fair. We will always stand up for what's right, and we will always stand up for communities. We have the plan to end the housing crisis, build affordable housing. The average age of a first-time buyer is now 39. Over 4 years, the price of a new home in Dublin increased by 100 grand. Average new rent now almost €2,000 a month. A record number of people homeless. 4,419 of those are children. Shameful. Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael don't get that €500,000 for a home just isn't affordable. But let's face it, folks, when they're building a bicycle shed for €300,000, they're hardly building affordable homes. Our plan makes housing affordable, brings home ownership back into the reach of working people. We will deliver the largest housing programme in the history of the state. 300,000 homes, 50,000 of them affordable homes at prices from €250,000. 75,000 social houses to get families off council waiting lists. We'll cut rents, stop rip-off rent increases, tackle dereliction and the scourge of homelessness, and we'll stop land hoarding in the midst of a housing crisis. That's the scale of ambition needed. You know, we tell our young people that if you work hard, opportunity will come. For over a decade, that promise has been broken. The housing crisis has driven young people to Perth, Boston, Toronto, denied them their chance to stay, denied more their chance to come home. A home of your own is the plan to restore that hope for a generation, to transform housing in Ireland. Give us the chance and we will get the job done. I was once that parent juggling work with 2 small children. I understand the crucial role of early educators and childcare professionals. I also know they must be paid fairly. We'll deliver the pay increase they deserve. Parents fork out a fortune in childcare fees. All Fine Gael offers you is a soundbite. Sinn Féin offers you a plan to make childcare affordable. Childcare for €10 a day per child. We can deliver that by September 2025. A plan that builds capacity, increases spaces in local facilities, extends leave to 52 weeks for parents to care for babies in their first year. Crucial steps towards public provision. It's time to get childcare right. No spin, no sound bites, just action. Children with scoliosis and spina bifida waiting in agony, waiting years for operations is a scandal. It's a scandal. In 2017, Simon Harris made a promise to these children. He broke that promise. So no more delay. These children must get the care they need now. Our hospitals are overcrowded, emergency departments in crisis, over 800,000 people on treatment waiting lists. And you know, there is a cost to this, a human cost. People have paid with their lives. Eva Johnston paid with her young life. Tonight we send our solidarity to Aoife's family, her heartbroken parents, Carol and James. The emergency at University Hospital Limerick shows a government unable to fix what's broken. We will deliver a second A&D for the Midwest. We have a plan to fix our health and mental health services, cutting the cost of healthcare, delivering free GP care, more medical cards, safely staffing our hospitals, supporting our ambulance service. We are the party to deliver universal healthcare within a decade, providing the right care in the right place at the right time. You have the right to walk the street safely. But after nearly 14 years of Fine Gael injustice, Garda numbers have dropped, community Gardaí cut, Garda stations closed. That's their track record. As a proud Dubliner, I am sick of the government line that our city is safe, having abandoned it to open drug dealing, criminal gangs and antisocial behaviour. That's the reality in Dublin and elsewhere. It's time to get real, to turn the tide back in favour of communities, to put enough Gardaí on our streets. We'll commence the most ambitious recruitment drive ever, starting with the recruitment of 1,000 new Gardaí. As women and girls, we have the right to be safe anytime and anywhere. Ending the scourge of domestic and gender-based violence demands genuine zero tolerance and changes in our justice system. Strong, safe communities are built from the grassroots up, so we must invest in youth work, community development, local services and infrastructure. We pledge to put €1 billion of the Apple tax into communities left behind by Fianna Fáil and by Fine Gael. If Piers Doherty were introducing the budget on Tuesday, it would be a budget to deliver immediate, lasting benefits to workers and families, to help ordinary people with the cost of living, making housing affordable, delivering childcare for €10 a day, increasing the minimum wage, eliminating student fees. We'll cut the USC for every worker, abolishing it on the first €45,000 of your income. That means average workers will pay no USC. Every budget is a choice. We choose to back you and your family. We choose to back people with disabilities to live full lives as equal citizens with access to work, education, services and independent living. The UN Optional Protocol on the Rights of People with Disabilities must be ratified. No more delay. Our budget provides the most substantial package of support for carers ever presented in a single budget. Carers show extraordinary dedication. For too many, there's no recognition from the state. Caring is work, done with love, saving the state billions. It's unfair that carers' allowance is means tested. So I want to be very clear. In government, Sinn Féin would abolish the means test for carers' allowance. And to Ireland's carers, we see you, we hear you, we recognise you, but above all else, we thank you. Money is hard earned and taxes are paid in good faith. Public money must be used wisely, or at least that's how I see it. Not so this government. Don't mind his spin. The Taoiseach himself green-lighted the contract that's costing you billions for the most expensive hospital in the world. He's also, in government, presided over a security hut for €1.4 million, and of course the infamous bicycle shed. They've used €10 million of your money trying to stop us receiving $14 billion in Apple tax. And folks, all the while, children wait for spinal surgery, assessment of needs, for school places and for supports. This can't continue. Obscene waste and chronic need. And I tell you, I won't tolerate either. Sinn Féin is ambitious for renewable energy and energy independence. We'll invest in infrastructure and planning, back renewable projects, wind energy, solar, green hydrogen. We need an all-of-society response to climate change, a renewable energy transformation. People want to respond to the climate and biodiversity crisis. So let's empower them, communities urban and rural, and compensate our farmers for the very big part that they will play. Although the elections in the summer didn't match our expectations, we are joined tonight by a team of new Sinn Féin councillors, and I want to extend a welcome to each and every one of you. We're joined by two new Sinn Féin MEPs in Lynn Boylan and Kathleen Funchion, Fáiltearobh Freisin. And in the north, we made history, electing 7 Sinn Féin members of Parliament. The North's political institutions are back, and Michelle O'Neill is the First Minister for all. The programme for government focuses on delivering improvements in people's lives. The British government must now act to fund services, infrastructure and progress. Casement Park must be delivered. We seek an era of transformation beyond Tory division and austerity. We acknowledge the courageous family of Pat Finucane. After 34 years they've won a public inquiry, they must have truth and justice. So too must other families, like that of Sean Brown. We stand with them all. We can unify Ireland. We need a mature, respectful conversation about constitutional change. Be in no doubt, unity referendums are coming. By the end of this decade, people north and south must have their say. The Dublin and London governments can't continue to tread water. It's time to plan and prepare. That means a green paper on Irish unity, a citizens' assembly, a Minister for Reunification at the Department of An Taoiseach, a new government with a clear-cut commitment to holding referendums. Every generation walks their own length of this journey. Today we hold the compass and the map. We decide the direction for this generation and those to come. So let's work for it. Let's believe in it, and let's make Irish unity happen. Tá Sinn Féin doríire faoi cultúr na hÉireann. Ní cultúr colínach cún aganta chvéil, ach cultúr nua aimsire, incumsíthach, splódrach na Gael. A spragan an Colleen Ciún, agus bucalaí bríomhhar a ní cap bhéal ferriste. Tegan kneecap, agus éasóg ar linne tábhacht ar janga. Mar a hiag léacra nídéag sédéag, réimhlód na bhilí a spragan Sinn Féin gach lá ar Son Éireann, ní amháin séir ach gaelach. Poblacht na nálíonn atá bunithe ar inéisú cuimsithach úlmhíonach san alíonn sa teanga agus is slánú na Gaeltachta. You all know that in life you have your ups and you have your downs. Time when you need someone to put an arm around you. Over this last year, I have felt that kindness in my own life, and I thank you for it. I'm an optimist, an Irish Republican, a mother who wants the best for her children and for yours. And when I need inspiration, I remember who raised me, who I am. One of 4, raised by my mother on her own, who worked to pay rent and bills to make sure we had every chance in life. I was raised to never give up, to stand by the things I know to be right. And I am more determined. Sinn Féin is more determined than ever to build a better, fairer, united Ireland for everyone. We are not giving up, not ever. And so to you, the working people of Ireland, families, carers, communities who deserve so much better, young people who deserve so much more, don't you give up either. Don't let those who have run this state for over 100 years have their own way again. They told us, remember, that a nationalist would never lead government in the north. They were wrong. Change is possible. So hold tightly to your hope, your belief, our dream. The dream of Easter 1916, sustained by generations of believers who faced the hard road and never, ever gave in. The realization of that dream now falls to us. The general election is coming. The countdown is on, a choice to be made. You can turn the page, call time on the crisis in housing, healthcare, and the cost of living. I ask you to vote for that hope, ambition for delivery. Say goodbye to government for the vested interests, vulture funds, and the cosy club. Vote for a government for working people, for you, your family, your community. With your support, if you give us the opportunity, that's the government that Sinn Féin will deliver. So now, my friends, we face together the opportunity of a lifetime. Let's seize it. Let's seize it with both hands. Together. Araigling, Guramila Mahagwiv is on Fublocht Abu.
Fall a toffee galagarin Buin dar slua heart in the ronig huin Fui voj veser Shantir sin sir fasta Ní agfur Fuin tir anna Fuin troll Anach da heim sa varna bhfuil le gceannar gael hon bos no sail le gana screach fui lavach na beler shall live Connie how na vi